Chapter 19, A Fleeting Moonlit Dream, 5. With the hard-earned money in hand, the revigorated Wenna purchased the 3-story building that was right next to their boutique. Completely renovating the place and linking the new building with the other 2 shops, the area of the boutique effectively doubled. Heeding Lorist's suggestion, she also built a T-shaped stage and hired a few young maidens with decent figures to act as the models for their boutique. 1 month ago, the ex-captain of the garrison of the Windsor House came over from the Dominion, bringing back with him 10 or so servants and guards who used to work in the Windsor Castle. The new rulers of the place had fired them and they had wandered in the Dominion aimlessly until just recently, after hearing that Miss Windsor was willing to offer them jobs in Moronti City. Among them were a father-son duo who both happened to be cobblers that used to serve the Windsor House. Their arrival was a delightful surprise to Lorist, and soon, Windsor Apparels and Accessories expanded their catalog of items to include their own shoes, which naturally took Moronti City by storm. While there were a number of shops that tried to replicate their products, most noble customers knew to seek out for the distinct logo of the Windsor brand, which depicted a small mermaid. Windsor, in the ancient language of fairies, referred to the mermaid. Even the Windsor House's insignia depicted a warrior mermaid with a 3-pronged fork. Right now, it was almost customary to wear dresses and gowns by the Windsor brand to attend parties hosted by the elites of Moronti City. There was even one such occasion where the daughter of a merchant guild chairman cycled through 17 different dresses and 7 different high-heeled shoes throughout the party, effectively turning her father's banquet into an advertising event for Windsor Apparels and Accessories. Now that the business was running without a hitch, the young mistress assigned the task of managing the boutique to Susie and the clothes workshop to Lena while she started to plan to reclaim her dominion. Lena's father, Knight Sam, had already arrived at Moronti City a month before, bringing Lena's 2 younger brothers and her mother along. However, Sam's injuries were not fully recovered yet and he still had to rest and recuperate for a period of time. Sam was a silent, well-built man. Lorist sometimes doubted whether he was actually Lena's biological father given their totally different personalities. How does a solemn, loyal man like him have such a nosy and meddling daughter? Lena did resemble her mother quite a bit though, but her mother was more gentle and amiable, whereas she had a sharp tongue and never hesitated to speak out on anyone. The ex-garrison captain also brought some news from the Old Dominion. As the new rulers of the place were harsh and ruthless towards the Dominion folk, the people there longed to be under the rule of the Windsors like before. Additionally, many of the old soldiers and guards that had lost their jobs had resorted to survive through banditry and were causing quite a lot of chaos in the area. This wasn't an uncommon phenomenon on the Grindia continent. Usually, when a new lord comes into power, he would introduce certain tax policies that greatly burdened the local folk to make up for the losses he has incurred throughout the conquering process as well as to make sure the people under his rule knew who's in charge. When the people in the Dominion finally revolt one day, the new lord would take the opportunity to eliminate the ones who opposed his current rule and make an example out of them. In time, the new ruler would loosen his iron grip on the people so that they will eventually naturally cast away their loyalty to their previous lord and fully devote themselves to the current one. Lorist believed that this was the perfect opportunity to sneak a few of their agents into the Old Dominion, a sentiment that Knight Sam also shared. With that, Miss Windsor ordered Sam to bring a group of 10 or so people back to the Dominion to form the Resistance Army after her 18th birthday and her coming-of-age ceremony, with their first priorities being setting up several hidden bases throughout the Dominion, recruiting the soldiers and guards who used to work for the Windsor family as well as forming their spy network to monitor the situation of the Dominion. After the initial phase, she would then start sending martial and material support to the resistance so that they may begin to disrupt the new ruler's affairs. The coming-of-age ceremony was a tradition of the nobles in Grindia. It represented the entrusting of hopes and ambitions of the senior generation to the younger generation. For males, they would be bequeathed a ceremonial sword from a warrior in the family while females were crowned with a floral tiara. After some congratulatory words, the whole family would party and enjoy themselves at a banquet. But Wenna's ceremony was rather simple and had only a few attendees. Placing a floral tiara on his mistress's head and sprinkling some sacred water onto her, Knight Sam expressed his wish that she would live a fruitful life and one day find someone she can truly devote the rest of her life to so that she would live on happily as a virtuous wife and a proud mother in the future. After the coming-of-age ceremony, the Windsor House ceremony of succession was carried out. One by one, the old folks of the Windsor family walked towards the seated, tiara-wearing girl and paid their respects, passing their hopes and responsibilities onto her as the new head of the Windsor House and pledging to her their unwavering loyalty. Even the pregnant Madame Windsor and her son went forward and bowed in respect. When everyone present had paid their respects, the new head of the Windsor house stood up and summoned Herd, the ex-garrison captain, drew a sword and tapped it against both his shoulders as he knelt, and proclaimed, "During the times of the Windsor's fall from power, it was you, brave warrior, who held on to your duties and responsibilities to us and gave hope and protection to the people in the midst of chaos and despair. As an acknowledgement to your noble deed, I, the 11th head of the Windsor house, Windsor Prina, grant you the title of Knight Protector of the Windsor house." Knight Som took a few steps forward and shouted, "Knight Herd, are you willing to become the last line of defense of the Mermaid Castle?" "I am willing." "Are you willing to die fighting under the banner of the Mermaid?" "I am willing." "Are you willing to march into battle without a shred of hesitation upon hearing the call of the Mermaid?" "I am willing." "Are you willing to devote the rest of your life in service of the house until you take your last breath?" "I am willing," shouted Knight Herd, with each call louder than the previous as he trembled in fervor. "Then I welcome your entry into the fellowship, my brother." Knight Som strided forward, lifted Knight Herd from his kneeling position and gave him a big hug. The onlookers broke into a thunderous round of applause. Overlooking the ceremony as the main witness, Lorist recalled a similar scene from the memories of the body's original owner, where the young Lorist officiated one such knighting ceremony in the Norton household. Only, there were much more people back then and the atmosphere was even rowdier. After the ceremony, Lorist and Wenna finalized their plans before Knight Som and Knight Herd began their journey back to the Old Dominion. Refusing the two knights' invitation for her to go back to the Dominion with them to participate in the resistance, Wenna announced her plans to found the Windsor Trading Company that she would use to purchase weapons and equipment as well as hire silver-ranked mercenaries which the resistance will need. Additionally, she also reminded Knight Herd to train diligently in the high-ranked battle force technique that she had acquired for him as a gift for his knighting ceremony at a high price before working on anything else. With his current 3-star Ironwood attribute battle force, it wouldn't take him more than half a year to break through to the silver rank. But Knight Herd said that he could not sit around training when his comrades are busy working away. In the end, Wenna gave him the task of organizing the reception of the equipment and manpower that she would later provide. Lorist also warned Knight Som that their current objective was not to form a large military force to go against the Dominion Lords but rather to build a spy network and to set up several strongholds in the Dominion. He instructed that they were to avoid all conflict with the forces of the current Dominion Lords and focus on survival and information gathering for the time being. Deep in the night, Lorist found it hard to fall asleep. He noticed that he had an incorrect impression on the noble families of this world after witnessing the knighting ceremony just hours before. He found it hard to reconcile the noble, just and loyal qualities the knights of the family had displayed with the notion that nobles were prideful, blood-sucking and self-serving monsters that took advantage of their subjects as they were often depicted in the comics and novels he had read in his past life. What he witnessed today made him cast away that stereotype and acknowledge that there were in fact honorable, righteous nobles who fought for a just cause. The door to Lorist's room slowly opened and a girl wearing a floral tiara clad in white silk pajamas slipped in. Taking a look at the empty bed, she frowned and said to herself lightly, "Where has that fellow gone at this time of the night?" Lorist let out a snicker from the balcony and greatly startled the young girl. She turned around immediately and said angrily, "What are you up to this late into the night? Shouldn't you be sleeping?" Without a word, Lorist pointed a finger towards himself, to the room, then to the girl, posing her a silent question of what she was doing in his room at this time of the night. Swift as a breeze, the girl leapt into Lorist's embrace and wrapped her hands behind his neck, saying in a whisper, "I was too overwhelmed by happiness to be able to sleep tonight. Lorist, thank you. Had it not been for your help, I wouldn't be standing here today. Not only did you give me hope, you also gave me a future." Closing her eyes, she proceeded to give Lorist a kiss, to which Lorist responded passionately. As they continued, Lorist's rationality slowly gave way to his instincts. Pushing Lorist away, the girl said in a shy tone, I want to dance for you." Under the illumination of the moonlight, the barefoot girl's feet started moving about on the dark red, wooden floor. Her pure white pajamas fluttered about in the calm of the night, seemingly emanating a soothing fragrance, as her body moved like the moon fairies of legend, offering a dance to the silver moon mother goddess. When she finally stopped her dance and unmovingly basked in the moonlight, she seemed like a precious statue of unparalleled beauty. Her face reddened again as Lorist gave her 2 thumbs-ups. She proceeded to untie the knot of her pajamas and let it fall to the ground, revealing every inch of her bare, smooth skin in front of Lorist as her breathing intensified. "Lolock, do you think I'm pretty?" she asked in a soft and stuttery voice. It was at that moment when Lorist finally lost every shred of self-control that remained in him. Chapter 20: A Fleeting Moonlit Dream, 6. Lorist used to think that relationship of his would last forever and remain blissful and passionate for a long time to come. At that time, he happily moved out of the student dorms in the academy to live with his sweetheart, Wenna. As he was not favored by many of the silver-ranked instructors of the academy for being appointed a swordsmanship instructor when he was merely at the iron rank, he had been staying in the student dorms rather than the instructor dorms to avoid any unnecessary conflict. When did their relationship start to change? Was it because of his stunted battle force training? Or was it from that one time when he called her a show-off when she wanted him to design 2 exclusive nightgowns for her to wear to a party? Since then, she had moved to a luxuriously furnished residence located behind the boutique which she used as the headquarters of Windsor Trading Company. From that day onward, she would continue to live and host many parties there, causing it to become a rather famed gathering place for the rich and powerful of Moranti City. On the day before she moved, she lied lazily in his embrace and expressed the expectations that she had for him. She hoped that Lorist would quickly break through to the silver rank and become a proper knight of the Windsor House so that he could be sent to support the resistance back in the Old Dominion. Nowadays the resistance had already taken firm root in the Dominion and it was causing the new lords tons of trouble with the costs of fixing the damage highly exceeding the amount of tax and revenue collected. Having no choice but to further squeeze the common folk for more funds, rebel groups formed by the oppressed mushroomed and further exacerbated the already dire situation. A report from Knight Som had stated that the resistance had decided to take direct action against the Dominion lords and were preparing to attack the households of these lords in an attempt to deal some lasting damage on the ruler's hold on the Dominion. Miss Wenna had hoped that Lorist would break through to the silver rank soon and aid in the reclamation of the Windsor Dominion as a Windsor knight so that he could more firmly establish his position as the benefactor of the family and she would not have to bear the embarrassment of being married to a petty iron swordsman. Following that, she can let Lorist manage the affairs of the Dominion in place of her brother who had yet to inherit the family head title while she would be in charge of the boutique and the trading company to further increase the income of the Windsor House. She believed that the Windsor House would be more prosperous than ever. Lorist really wanted to promise the beauty in his arms that he would do what she requested. But deep inside his heart, his pride and stubbornness made him refrain from it. An apparition of a strong nobleman holding a 2-handed greatsword seemed to have materialized in his mind and declared proudly that Lorist would not pledge allegiance towards anyone other than the Chrisen Emperor and the Norton House. The stubborn insistence and noble pride carved deep into his soul was a vestige of the body's original owner. Lorist understood that to become a Windsor knight was to shoulder the burden of defending the Windsor House for the rest of his life and to submit to the insignia of the mermaid. Seeing her lover's hesitant expression, she gently stroked his face and softly said, "Locke, won't you do this for the sake of both of us? When your battle force finally breaks through to the silver rank, nobody can stop us from being together." That's right, there's still the issue with my battle force, thought Lorist to himself cynically. He couldn't bear to tell his lover that he had been training in the aquametal technique which he inherited from his past life up to the peak of the bright stage. This was something that he would never tell anyone, including this girl that he treasured so much. Possibly as a side effect of training in it, his hexagram circulation path was no longer able to hold a shred of battle force in it and he would possibly never be able to break through the iron rank in the future. He could tell Wenna that he was a dual gold-ranked instructor in the academy, or that he could easily defeat all the silver-ranked instructors and easily complete missions even peak silver-ranked instructors couldn't accomplish, but would it be of any use? She did not understand the implications of any of those feats and only knew of the traditions and customs of the nobles. Only when one was a silver swordsman could one be entrusted with the hopes and responsibility of fighting for the family's glory. With the exception of certain special cases, most noble families would not let descendants who weren't able to awaken their battle force or reach a minimum level of power in their battle force training inherit the title of the family head. Wenna thought that Lorist was one who distinguished himself not by his battle force training but rather his wits and intellect. That's why she would rather Lorist not have awakened his battle force at all so that he doesn't have to wear that ugly, black iron ranked badge all over the place. Whenever Lorist was not at the academy or the mercenary guild, she would insist that he not wear his battle force badge so that she would be spared the embarrassment. Hoping that she would understand him, Lorist had tried to convince her to ignore such things about face and public appearance and told her that it would be all right as long as they had each other to no avail. From her viewpoint, the reputation of the family was paramount and nothing should be allowed to undermine it. She could not endure having her family's reputation tarnished even one bit. Wenna wanted to be able to show herself in front of her peers with Lorist without him being ridiculed for his rank of an iron swordsman. A similar thing also happened 2 years prior, after Madame Windsor gave birth to the child whose father was unknown. Immediately after the delivery, Wenna sent for someone to give the child away to a local farmer in an attempt to cover up the embarrassing affair. Having not even looked at her newborn child even once, Madame Windsor eventually became depressed and was driven to the brink of her sanity. It was not until when Lorist arranged for a meeting between the mother and child out of pity that Madame Windsor's state of mind returned to normal. Lightly shaking his head, Lorist told Wenna that he would be willing to do anything for her. He even considered going to the Dominion to provide support to Knight Som and Knighthood in the resistance against the Dominion lords. But with him having trained in his family's hereditary battle force technique, he was unable to use any other technique to break through to the silver rank. He also mentioned that he could not accept to serve as a knight under the Windsor House as he still had to heed the summons from his family should a time like that arise even though he was in exile. Though, that was more of an excuse for Lorist. Being the dimensional traveler he was, he naturally treasured unrestricted freedom and couldn't afford to accept binding oaths of service like that of a knight's. Just like Charade once said, it was Lorist's dream to simply spend the rest of his life blissfully in Moronti City after settling down there with Wenna. Having heard Lorist's reply, the girl stood up without a word, dressed herself and headed for the door. Before leaving, she said, "Lorist, you know very well that you don't actually love me. You're just like other men who talk about how much they cherish me but in fact, you only care about yourself." Laying on the bed, stunned, Lorist questioned himself whether he really felt true love for Wenna. "Of course I do, you're the only one I have ever loved in my current and past life." Having been forced into marriage by his father in his previous life, he didn't truly feel any shred of true longing for his wife. While he did treasure the son he had with her, they merely spent their days in tepidity. It was not until he had crossed over that he discovered that the love and romance he had so often read about in novels were real after all, having experienced the burning passion and willingness to devote himself to Wenna. Feeling the intense connection of the heart-shaking whisper of his lover as well as her mesmerizing gaze, he came to understand that to love someone was to hold the other in the most important place in one's heart and only have eyes for one's other half. Since when has his relationship become single-sided with only him giving it his all for both of their futures? Has his initial goals and determination changed as a result of that? Wasn't love about mutual tolerance and acceptance? Was Lorist the selfish one for having his own reservations about devoting himself to the Windsor House? Or was it Wenna who had changed over the course of time? Sigh, I won't get an answer no matter how much I think about this. It's best to wait for us both to calm down before we talk it out with each other. What Lorist didn't expect was ever since that night, Lorist wasn't able to meet Wenna in person anymore, even the collection of the designs for the dresses was handled by Susie most of the time. Whenever he went to the head office of the trading company, he was given the cold shoulder by Wenna who often cited her occupation with her work as an excuse. Initially, Lorist thought that Wenna was only throwing a childish tantrum, until he saw her together with a middle-aged nobleman in the garden of the trading company, happily chatting and flirting away. It was also on that night when she formally asked Lorist to break up with her. The pain and agony he had felt following the breakup had tore through his heart, greatly imprinting the suffering that could not be put into words into the depths of his soul. The only thing that was on Lorist's mind at that time was the cold, smiling expression on her pale white face as she hid behind that nobleman. The noble gentleman spread his arms to shield her and asked warily, "Mister, what's going on?" Looking at the girl who hid behind him and turning back to Lorist, the man's expression turned grim as he said, "Who are you? What do you want?" Without a word, Lorist only pointed a finger towards Wenna. Her expression fluctuated briefly before she stopped hiding behind that man, and spoke. "Locke, I'm so disappointed in you. I know you have your own goals and you have never intended to sacrifice them for my sake. While you have indeed been a major help for me and my family, after much consideration, I still think that we're not suited for each other. For the future of the Windsor House, I have no choice but to part with you. I know you're a good person and hope we can still remain friends." Was this how it felt like to be betrayed? Thought Lorist with his heart already in shambles. Never would he expect to be friend-zoned in his first romantic relationship in another world. That suffocating feeling made him want to sprawl on the ground to recover his breath. But, his pride prevented him from doing so and he turned around and left, staggering. All that happened after that was a blur. He did not even know how he made it back to the house. He only remembered seeing Lena's shocked expression after witnessing his pathetic, messed-up state. He woke up drowsily on bed the day after, following which Lena informed him that he had a visitor. It was that nobleman who was together with Wenna yesterday. He spoke in a gentle and calm tone and informed Lorist that he had heard all about his situation. While he expressed his sympathy for Lorist's plight, he said that he would not give up on Wenna as he truly loved her and deeply apologized. Now that he had already broken up with Wenna, Lorist made no objection to the man's courting of Wenna, but neither did he offer them his blessings. The man also mentioned that it was quite inappropriate for Lorist to continue living at Wenna's house and asked if he could do anything to reimburse Lorist for having to ask him to move away. Lorist took note of the gold badge that depicted a fiery bird, which signified the man's prowess as a gold-ranked combatant with a fire attribute battle force. He did not expect that polite, gentlemanly man to be an expert, given his demeanor. Shaking his head and refusing the man's offer, Lorist thanked him and also mentioned that he would move away even if nobody told him to. The nobleman left after he exchanged another round of pleasantries with Lorist. Casually packing away some clothes, he left the place that he lived in for the past 3 years for good. In there was countless memories of her smile, the oaths they shared, the laughter and happiness they experienced, the arguments they had, as well as her cold, icy betrayal. He went back to the Red Grace Inn and got a room there before asking his good friend Els to get a background check on that middle-aged nobleman. Els brought him the report rather quickly. That man was called Lor Fustat, a 38-year-old one-star gold-ranked expert who was a marquis of the Jigda kingdom that was greatly valued by the royal family. He came from a long line of distinguished military commanders, with his father being the captain of the kingdom's royal guard as well as the cousin brother of the Jigda king. Having been sent to Moranti City on a mission to exchange the Jigda kingdom's gold and silver reserves for the currency of the Ford Trade Union, Marquis Lorf got to know the mistress of the Windsor house on a shopping trip with his wife. Being of the same kingdom, they had a lot of common and got along pretty well. He had already been fervently courting Wenna for half a year following the completion of his mission. Does his current wife not know about it? Asked Lorist. Of course she does, said Els. She also seems rather supportive of it too. Apparently she is also a great friend of Miss Wenna who can share all their secrets together. Good soul, that woman really has some issues. Shaking his head, Els said, forget it, brother. I've witnessed tons of stuff like that. When the man's feelings change, the woman suffers, but there is still a chance for them to get back together. But when a woman's heart is swayed, there is almost no way for their relationship to ever work out again. Additionally, how would you be able to rival someone of the likes of him? From his family background to his wealth and strength, he beats you in almost every aspect. Having many powerful contacts and being a one-star gold expert at the age of 38, it's almost a given that his future would be bright. It's no wonder your lover had her heart stolen by him. Let me tell you something you might not want to hear. That man is not like your average lustful greedy young noble that would ambush or challenge you to a duel after finding out that you were the young mistress's ex. To him, you're just a small fry who's not even worth his attention. Even if you were to challenge him, he would only cream you without breaking a sweat given the difference in battle force strength, warned Els solemnly. Lorist only kept quiet at Elsa's warning. 3 days later, he joined the Academy's expedition to the Relic Islands in hopes that half a year later, things over here might change. Though, in the end it still remained the same. Chapter 21: A Fleeting Moonlit Dream, 7. With the candlelight put out, the silvery moonlight creeped onto the surface of the dusty table. Sitting by the table quietly under its illumination, Loris thought that the moon was really bright tonight. Sounds of a horse cart could be heard approaching from a distance. Quickly, the sound stopped nearby and a high-pitched neigh of the horse followed by the sound of an opening door rang out. Loris listened to the familiar sound of a set of footsteps thumping up the building and stopping outside the door. The door slammed open and candlelight filled the room, dispelling the subtle, mystical illusion of peace created by the moonlight. Miss Windsor stood by the door wearing a sleeveless white dress. This must be one of the dresses I've designed, but with a little more golden thread embroidery than I had drawn. The pure white dress somehow looked seductive and tempting when she wore it. Probably due to her rushing back from a party somewhere, she appeared to be breathing heavily. Both of them understood that if they missed each other today, they would probably never be able to meet again. With a calm voice, Loris said, "Could you blow the candle out? I think I prefer the soft glow of the silver moon tonight." Blowing the candle out and placing it in a corner, the young mistress of the Windsor house silently walked into the moon's gentle embrace and stopped still in her tracks, silent like a quiet moonlit night. Neither of them made a sound. Lorist felt 1,000 emotions as he looked at the girl before him who used to be the most important person in the world to him that had left him for another man. When he initially heard about the affair, he rushed to her side with a frantic heart. But now, while it still pained him to remember their past, he no longer felt any desire to be with her. "Should I address you as Lady Marchioness?" said Lorist, disrupting the silence in the room. "You already know," said the girl as she raised her head. "When I was at the Relic Islands 3 months ago, I met a group of mercenaries from the Jigda Kingdom who said that the Marquis of the Lorf House was going to host a banquet by the end of the year at the capital to celebrate the marriage between him and his second wife. They were on the islands on behalf of the Lorfs to obtain some precious materials for the banquet. During their free time, when they were guessing the identity of the second wife, I already knew it was you." Breaking into a light smile, Lorist said, "You did pretty well to keep the news hidden. I believe that no one else in the city knows that you've accepted the Marquis's proposal 3 months ago, including even your handmaidens. Lena even told me to not break up with you just now, hee. I don't have a choice, Locke. I know you hate me for leaving you for power. It's what I had to do for my family," said the girl as she sat down on the floor, tears flowing down her face. "Ever since you left, he used his family's influence to force the other 4 lords to return the Dominion to the Windsor house. But the Dominion was still under relentless attack from the lords and greatly wounding Nightherd in the process as well as throwing Night Som into disarray. They sent their forces masquerading as bandits and burnt our farmlands as well as sold the people they captured to the slave traders. There's no way the Dominion can flourish with all this going on. It was at this time when he offered me a suggestion. If I were to agree to marry him, he will mobilize the family troops to help the Windsor house out on behalf of familial ties. I have agreed to his proposal, and the moment we complete the ceremony back in the Jigda capital, the Lorf family will declare war against the other 4 Dominion lords. At that time, his armies would surround the dominions of the other 4 lords and wipe out the 4 families' influence, giving the Windsor Dominion time to recuperate and rebuild." The girl continued to chatter rapidly, seemingly in a hurry to finish what she had to say. "Only Susie knew about my agreement to marry him. Everyone else, even Lena, was kept in the dark so that the 4 Dominion lords won't know about the marriage alliance that is to be formed. He told me that it would only succeed if the marriage came as a surprise, and that once the marriage is announced, the Jigda nobles wouldn't have time to react to the sudden attack. Once the 4 Dominion lords have been defeated, we will get the official sanction from the royal family to rule over the Dominion so that no other nobles can have a say in it. With the Lorf family as a backer, tragedies like the one that happened to my father would no longer occur to the Windsor house." Loris struggled to hide his amazement at the delicate planning and setting up of the whole plan. His initial plan was to use the rebels to slowly bleed out the forces of the other 4 Dominion lords and eventually overwhelm them with the full force of the resistance army when the time was right, and send a representative from the Windsor house to hold peace negotiations with the other lords. After that, the Windsor house only had to maintain an elite military force to defend themselves from other invasions or attacks as their dominion spent time redeveloping. But an intervention from the Marquis had disrupted the whole operation and forced the 4 Dominion lords to return the ruling rights to the Windsors and effectively got them to owe the Lorf house a favor. Following that, the Windsor house would then add the rebel soldiers to their military ranks to bolster the Dominion's defense. The 4 other families of the previous Dominion lords would naturally be pissed at the affair and the damage done to their forces and would naturally cause as much trouble as they can to mess things up. The situation at the Dominion suddenly underwent a huge change. The resistance army had become the official Dominion's garrison force while the forces of the previous lords had become the rebel forces. Unable to cope to the sudden change, the Windsor family could only endure the situation. Suddenly, the Marquis of the Lorf family would then descend like a messiah and propose a marriage alliance to the Windsor mistress and promise to mobilize their armies to defeat the enemies of the Windsor house and wipe the 4 families out, following which they will return the lordless dominions to the royal family and divide the remaining land between the Lorf and Windsor houses, gaining the Lorf house both a righteous name as well as making a loyal ally out of the Windsor family. Was he going to kill 5 or even 6 birds with one stone? Lorist only let out a long sigh in his heart. As an outsider, he felt that the Lorf family may have been plotting this ever since the Windsor house started the operations of the resistance. They had unnoticingly went with the flow and slipped themselves into the heat of the action and effectively took over the entire operation. It was clearly apparent that the Lorf family had the most to gain out of the whole affair. There was much more to the character of the Marquis of the Lorf family than meets the eye. Seeing the girl who earnestly thought that the intervention of the Lorf family was beneficial to the Windsors, Lorist suddenly felt disillusioned. Was this truly the girl that he had loved so much in the past? Was this the angel he held so dearly deep in his heart? Vain and clueless, she was still unaware that she had been used as a pawn in someone else's plan. Poor young mistress, what are you good for other than your beauty? Don't act like you're sacrificing your own happiness to enter this marriage alliance with the Lorf family. Isn't this what you wanted in the first place? As the Marchioness, you will be hanging around the likes of the royal family day in and out and stand high above so many others in a position worthy of much admiration and envy. Wasn't this the life you had always desired? Oh naive little young mistress, this would not solidify your family's power at all, nor will the parties you attend glorify your family's reputation either. Fully relying on the Lorf family is akin to being unknowingly used by someone else and finding nothing wrong with it. There is no better ally than yourself. When will you understand that simple fact, young mistress? Sigh, this has nothing to do with me anyway, thought Lorist as he shook his head lazily. He suddenly thought that the whole thing about breaking up with her was rather laughable. Now that he had finally let go, he felt much relief and catharsis, as if he had managed to set aside a great burden. What's wrong, Locke? Asked the girl curiously after seeing Lorist shake his head. It's nothing, I'm just feeling a little nauseous after spending a month or two on sea. I'm still not too used to being on land yet, said Lorist, excusing himself. Oh, is that man good to you? Yes, he is, said the girl, nodding. I feel like I'm being lovingly caressed by him in his warm embrace the whole time. He settles everything perfectly for me, unlike you, who always want me to figure out every little thing by myself. Seriously speaking, Locke, being with you is really tiring. I'm always doing so much work while you look like you have so much time on your hands. You always solve any problem that's thrown to you like it's no big deal. I was so envious of you for that. Hee hee, that's because you're just silly, joked Lorist as he let out a soft laughter. I'm really curious why his wife supports his proposal to you. Oh, you're talking about Sister Fina. Having had a miscarriage from horse riding sometime in the past, she can no longer bear any children. And she doesn't like to attend parties to entertain the other nobles. That's why she hopes that I can attend the parties in her stead and one day bear the descendants of the Lorf family, said the girl with a blushing face. Ah, I see. The first wife is planning to use you as a tool for child-making and entertaining guests. After delivering your first child, I bet she will offer to help you raise the child since you're so busy entertaining the other nobles at parties, and you will even thank her for it until one day when your children don't even want to acknowledge you as their mother, thought Lorist cynically. Why have you stopped the businesses in Moronti City and sold off the boutique in your mansion? Asked Lorist. The devastation done to the Dominion is too great, and according to Knight Som, there isn't one building there that isn't damaged in some way. To rebuild the economy of the Dominion would cost mountains of gold, approximately 10,000 gold coins. Additionally, I will need to prepare some kind of dowry for the marriage, so I am currently rather short on cash. That's why that man encouraged me to sell all of it and begin my boutique anew in the capital. He said that the capital was his turf and that he would take care of everything for me, she said with a satisfied expression. Lorist almost couldn't resist applauding in admiration at the Marquis's plan. Not only is he going to return to the kingdom with a beauty in his arms, he has also acquired the gold-laying hen that she had for himself. Once the business gets set up in the capital, the young lady would effectively be demoted from being the business owner to the position of a highly paid worker, after which all the profits of the boutique would go straight into the Marquis's pockets. Lorist only hoped that the Marquis wouldn't eat everything up and at least leave something for the young mistress. So, why have you come today? Surely not to meet me for one last time. I'm going to move my stuff away tomorrow since you're already going to sell the place. There's nothing else here anymore but our memories together. Lorist realized that he was being too spiteful to the girl. Even if he told her what he thought, she probably wouldn't listen anyway and think that he was just being jealous and trying to cause discord between her and the Marquis. Forget it, people have their own fates. My encounter with her was merely like two shooting stars passing by each other, leaving behind nothing but a distinct trail of memories together. So what if I wanted to meet you one last time? I have been in love with you for over 4 years after all. While you have made me disappointed, I will never forget you. You're always like this, unwavering and merciless once you've made your decision. Don't you still feel anything for me? Aren't you going to say anything to stop me from leaving? Ever since the breakup, it's like you lost all interest in me all of a sudden. I know you hate me and cannot forgive me because this was all my own doing. But I still wanted to see you just in case we would never meet again," said the girl as she raised her voice, angered at what Lorist had just said. If there's anything she's good at, it's her unrelenting, open expression of how she felt. Sigh. Standing up, Lorist continued, "Wouldn't it have been better to only remember our good times? There really isn't a point to meet up just to end up arguing. There is. I want to see you, to hug you and to kiss you before I leave. I know I have wronged you and I appreciate all you have done for my family without asking for much in return. I know giving you money would just be an insult to you, so I got you a few battle force manuals instead. I hope they will be able to help you break through," said the girl as she opened the table's drawer and took out 5 high-ranked battle force manuals. She then turned back and hugged Lorist, burying her head in his chest. "Can you hug and kiss me one last time?" asked the girl with her eyes closed. Lorist only smiled bitterly. That girl didn't know that those manuals wouldn't be of help to him at all. Money would be much more useful for him in this case. "Don't forget that you're the wife of the Marquis now," Lorist reminded her. "The marriage is not officiated yet, so I'm still a free person," she replied. "Seriously? What's wrong with her?" "No way, I don't want to make a habit out of kissing other people's lovers," said Lorist firmly. "Locke, come on. Let me spend the night with you, okay? For old time's sake," said the girl as she tugged tightly on Lorist's waist, refusing to let go. "Do you think that Marquis who's standing right outside the building can wait all night? I wouldn't mind leaving one last memory with you tonight, but he seems to be rather impatient," said Lorist as he looked at the horse cart parked at the entrance of the building, and the Lord Marquis was circling the horse cart as he looked towards the third-floor window from time to time instead of coming into the reception hall to wait for Wenna. But the girl instantly broke into laughter and swiftly stole a kiss from Lorist's lips. Loosening her arms around him, she said, "All right, we've met, hugged and even kissed. I'm already satisfied. Farewell, Locke." Her rapid footsteps rang out as she went down the stairs, and shortly after that, the sound of the horse cart leaving slowly faded away. Sitting back on the chair, Lorist waited for a good while before saying, "Els, how much longer do you plan on hiding there?" Chapter 22 Locke and Els, 1. The curtains in the corner parted as a tall and slender silhouette slipped soundlessly out from the gap between the window and the bookshelf. TSK, even the seduction of the alluring Marchioness couldn't budge you. You definitely have a resolve of steel. It's not like there's a rule that says that you can't keep fooling around in bed even after a breakup. You're such a disappointment, and I thought I would get to enjoy a nice show later tonight. Sigh. The silhouette shook his head as if he thought that Lorist just lost a once-in-a-lifetime chance, walked a few steps forward before stopping and slapping his forehead as he said, "Wait, you couldn't have known that I was there. Were you just bluffing? Maybe you wouldn't have discovered me if I had stayed put." Hee, laughed Lorist lightly. Before, Lorist indeed wouldn't have noticed his presence. But ever since he broke into the dark stage, his senses have become so sharpened that he could easily detect the presence of any living being that was even as small as a rat, not to say much about a human, within a radius of 1 or 2 meters. The shadow who had stood still and quieted his breaths was totally unaware that his beating heart and the circulation of his blood was like a bright light shining in the dark night that easily caught Lorist's attention. "I noticed you slipping inside the moment the young mistress put the candle away and sat down on the floor. You later sneaked around in the shadows before hiding behind the curtains. Was I right, Els?" Lorist described each and every action the shadow took when he slipped into the room. "Huh? That can't be. Weren't you looking at your little lover just now? I even tried to avoid your line of sight," said the shadow as he went towards the table and looked at the 5 high-ranked battle force manuals that were placed there, and continued, "Not bad, these battle force manuals are pretty rare on the market and it doesn't look like they were copied recently too. The beast-skin parchment used in the book looks at least 100 years old. That ex-lover of yours really tried hard for your sake. She must have spent as much as 3,000 to 4,000 gold to purchase these original copies from certain noble families." That shadow in the room was Lorist's good friend, Brennan Evanport, or as most of his friends called him, Els. He was the nephew of the owner of the Red Grace Inn, Brennan Charlando. Having the prowess of a 2-star silver combatant, He was also a syndicate boss who managed the affairs of the 3 districts around the area. The circumstances in which Lorist got to know Els was rather comical. At that time, when Lorist was only 19, he frequently accepted missions from the mercenary guild to earn some extra cash. On one of the gathering missions he took with Charade, the two of them were fortunate enough to encounter a black-horned antelope, which was a low-ranked magical beast living in the mountains whose fur and horn fetched a rather high price. They spent several days of effort on tracking and hunting down that beast and brought their catch back to a nearby city with much haste. Needing to take care of something back at the academy, Charade had Lorist go back to the house they rented to start tidying it up and wait for his return before they sell the catch away. The house they rented wasn't really large and they only used it to store the tools that they might need so that they don't have to go back to the academy that often and rest up whenever they needed to. Lorist entered the house, threw the stuff in a corner and went straight into the washroom for a bath without remembering to lock up the entrance of the house. Having spent days out in the wilderness, he couldn't resist jumping into the water right away. As he was washing away happily, he heard the door open and close. Thinking that it was Charade, he called out to him a few times but nobody answered. Feeling suspicious, he went out to take a look. The moment he emerged from the bathroom, he saw a young brunette woman who was breathing ragged breaths. Upon seeing Lorist, the woman almost let out a large scream before she had her mouth muffled up by Lorist as she stared at Lorist's privates. Embarrassed and awkward, Lorist moved a few chairs in front of him to shield his bottom and put on his clothes swiftly. Before he even finished buttoning up, the woman crawled over to Lorist, hugged both of his legs and begged in a low voice, "Mister, please help me out. Save me, please." Having just come out of the bath and wearing nothing but a pair of undergarments covering his groin, given that the woman's face was so close to his wang, it would only take the slightest rub to trigger the male physiological reaction as Lorist was at the prime of his youth. Understanding his predicament, he hastily tried to get the woman to stand up and asked her what was going on. The woman refused to stand up and continued to sob as she told Lorist what had happened, all while having her arms wrapped around Lorist's legs. According to her, right after she got married to her husband, she caught the attention of a syndicate boss who lusted after her body. She said the boss set her husband up so that he would incur a huge gambling debt which could only be paid off by selling him to the slavers and sending her to work at the brothel. Having Northwest other place to hide, she came into a random house out of desperation to evade her pursuers. That young woman, clearly noticing the change that was happening at Lorist's lower body, said that she would do anything for Lorist if he would help her out and even licked her tongue flirtatiously. It was at this moment when someone knocked on the door outside. Lorist helped the woman up, guided her to somewhere she could hide, and assured her that nobody would be able to take her away with him protecting her. Then, he took his sword out and went outside. This was Lorist's first meeting with Els. Baring his upper body and showing his lean, slender stature, Els had a shirt slung over one shoulder and a chicken drumstick in his hand. He stood there biting away as a distinct smell of alcohol emanated from his mouth. It was as if he had rushed out on short notice as he was feasting away. By his side were a few dejected men who were being scolded harshly by him. Seeing Lorist come out, Els straight up demanded for Lorist to hand the young woman over. "Don't play the fool on me. I swear I saw her go into your house just now. If you're interested in her body, I don't mind renting her to you for an afternoon for only 1 large silver. Come on, I know you don't want any trouble too." Lorist instantly retorted, "Stinking thug, don't think that I'm like the likes of you, always lusting after all women like you've never had one before. Get out of my sight or face the consequences." Within but a few exchanges, the two screamed at each other and started to break into a fight. Much to Lorist's surprise, Els was a rather upright syndicate boss who didn't order all his henchmen to surround him at once but rather just picked one of them who was at the Iron Battle Force rank to take care of him. Maybe he had seen Lorist's Battle Force badge and didn't want to be accused of bullying Lorist. Naturally, Iron ranks were far from enough to take care of Lorist, and all of Els' henchmen lost one after another. Not willing to believe the scene transpiring in front of him, Els himself went up against Lorist, thinking that Lorist would surrender right away given his 1-star silver Battle Force rank. He then subsequently lost to Lorist. Thinking that he probably lost due to bad luck or silly carelessness, he tried time and again and ended up losing even on the 5th time. In the end, he made the excuse that his footing was unstable due to being under the influence of alcohol. Lorist merely laughed at his relentlessness and his reluctance to accept his loss even though Els himself was the one who begged Lorist to stop thrashing him. Lightly kicking Els a few times, Lorist merely asked that he get out of his sight, but Els still refused to leave and even said that his reinforcements are coming while holding Lorist's legs tightly. He said that if Lorist could defeat his reinforcements, he would leave that woman alone and no longer cause her any trouble. Hearing that, Lorist could only stay there, given that his legs were being tugged by Els. He couldn't bear to end Elsa's life with one sword either. Since he wasn't willing to let go, Lorist got back at him by stepping on him as he willed. Els didn't mind it either and even chatted with some passers-by once in a while under Lorist's heel. Lorist felt that he was really unfortunate to have met someone like this and was embarrassed to have been seen with him by the people around them. However, he noticed that the old couple living nearby did not fear that syndicate boss at all and even teased him for being stepped on by someone else. Els merely made the excuse that he drank too much and wasn't in his best shape today. It was around this time when his uncle, Charlando, came over. Seeing Els being stepped on by Lorist, he was filled with rage and pulled his sword out without a single word. Lorist kicked Els aside and drew his own sword to face that one-star gold combatant. Lorist, initially thinking that Elsa's reinforcement would only be silver ranks at best, was rather unlucky to be facing a gold rank expert. At that time, Lorist hasn't reached the peak of the iron rank yet and only trained in his family's blazing battle force and not the aquametal technique. It did not take Charlando more than 8 moves to knock Lorist's sword away and utterly defeat him. Els stood up with a face full of bruises and gave Lorist's stomach 2 forceful punches. Aha, just now you were pummeling me so gleefully. Now it's your turn. Taking the blows with much unwillingness, Lorist broke into a barrage of insults towards Els for attempting to force a poor woman into prostitution. Els returned the insults and said that Lorist didn't know what was good for him and bullied people with his strength. Charlando, hearing the contents of the insults, felt that something was wrong, and forced those two to stop and explain the situation to him. After both of them told Charlando their version of events, they looked at each other with much bafflement as the things they had just described were totally different. Els said with much agitation, "What do you mean I'm blinded by lust?" and set her husband up and made him incur a gambling debt. That woman's husband was a sailor and is only home once in 3 to 4 months. She is also pretty disloyal to her husband and frequently spends nights with many other men. Additionally, she is also a gambling addict. Just last night, she attempted to cheat some money from my casino and was found out by my subordinate. She had already owed 3 gold coins by that time and wasn't able to repay it. Seeing that she still looked young enough, I was sent her to the brothel to earn some money to pay the debt back. Who knew that this afternoon, she stole the money bag of one of the visitors to the brothel and made a run for it. That was why I was chasing her. With all those women willingly selling their bodies away, why would I go out of my way to force one woman into prostitution? Just go ask the old couple living next door. They know the sailor, sir, personally. Seeing the old couple nodding gingerly to what Els had said, Lorist really wanted to dig a hole and jump inside it to hide his embarrassment until Charlando reminded him to check if that woman was still hiding in the house. Lorist tried to open the door only to find that it had been locked from the inside and even felt that it might have been barricaded by some furniture. She didn't answer him when he called either. Having run out of options, Lorist circulated his battle force and knocked the door open only to discover an empty room. The woman was gone along with his money and valuables in the room. Even the fur and the black horn of the cat he had just brought back was missing. Upon further investigation, they discovered that the woman had escaped from the window at the back of the house. But, how had she carried all the things she stole? After another few hours, one of Elsa's subordinates brought a horse cart driver over who said that the woman that came to him said that she had been locked inside the house by her husband who wouldn't let her go visit her sick mother. She said that was why she had to leave the house with her dowry from the back window as the front door had been locked by her husband. When questioned about the weapons that she had brought along with her, she said that her husband used to be a mercenary who now only lays around at home and refuses to go take up some missions and that her husband had used her dowry to purchase these weapons. To prevent her husband from losing it through his gambling addiction, she said that she had to bring those things away and only hand it back to him if her husband would one day regret his ways. The crowd merely sighed in admiration of her dauntless behavior of taking all those stuff with her and leaving through the back alley when the fellows were out there fighting. The alley was only 10 or so meters away from the house and she could have been easily discovered should she make the slightest mistake. Lorist wanted to cry his lungs out but couldn't let out any tears. His attempt of saving a helpless woman had cost him over 10 gold coins. Looks like he would have to starve himself quite often in the near future. Didn't the books always say that good people end up being rewarded for doing good deeds? Lorist had to admit that he was a little swayed by the woman as she looked rather good and also had a pretty nice figure. Given that Lorist still hadn't slept with a woman at that time since he came over to Grindia, he reacted rather easily to that woman's hug. He even thought that he might have been able to take the woman as his personal maidservant after he chased the thugs away. The stories in the books were lies. Not only did I not get the damsel, I lost all my possessions to her too, thought Lorist as he sulked on the ground with much regret. The cart driver said that the reason he got here so quickly was because the woman had already got off the cart by the river 2 districts away. But nobody had any thoughts of going after her as that river was a pretty well-known port in the area. Once she got on a boat, she would probably end up sailing to one of the many lake cities of the Folic Plains and would never be easily found again. Els pat Lorist on the shoulder a few times as he felt a mix of anger and amusement, and said, "All right, the merchants have a saying that goes, losing money is better than losing one's life, which is usually uttered after an encounter with bandits. I wish the same to you since you are in such a predicament. I won't hold today's grudge against you since you've probably suffered enough. All right guys, let's go back." This marked the end of Lorist's first meeting with Els. Both of them lost something during this encounter. Els lost the battle while Lorist lost his money and valuables. Chapter 23 Locke and Els, 2. The second time he encountered Lorist, Els was naked and seemed like he was running away from something. Lorist could not find any words to describe a person who was covered in plaster and running around without any clothes on. It has already been a month since the incident where Lorist attempted to save that thieving woman from Els. Charade had only just recently stopped bringing the whole matter up over and over again, much to Lorist's relief. Additionally, he was fortunate enough to find himself be employed by a nobleman to train his son in the ways of the sword with a salary of 3 gold fords a month. Originally, that noble had wanted instructor Claude to be the tutor, but as Claude didn't have any extra time, he recommended Lorist to the noble instead. One night after he finished tutoring the nobleman's child, Lorist was in the mood of getting some food on his way to the academy. "I recall that there's a stall just around the corner that sells salted beef kebabs. Charade bought them for me once before and they tasted pretty good. All right, let's get some of those along with a barrel of ale before heading back to the academy to have it with that fatty." The moment he finished his thought, a naked person covered in a layer of white appeared to be rushing towards him. "Soul, I think I've just seen a lunatic." Lorist hurriedly took a few steps back and prepared to evade the crazy fellow. Who knew that the moment that man passed by Lorist, he looked him in the eye and instantly stopped before saying, "Hey, it's you, my brother. Thank goodness, help me out a little and lend me your jacket." Lorist was just about to shake that man off when he felt that he had heard that voice before. "Huh? Isn't this Els?" Els, who was taking deep breaths beside him, was covered in white plaster from head to toe and looked like a piece of abstract artwork. "What are you up to now?" asked Lorist with a hint of surprise in his voice. Since when had any syndicate boss ever shown any dedication or interest to street art? "Don't even talk about it. You just have to know that I lost a bet with someone. Now, quickly lend me your jacket for a while," said Els with much urgency. "Oh well, since it doesn't look like it'll be raining tonight, I don't see any harm in lending it to him," thought Lorist as he removed the jacket and handed it to Els before he immediately broke into a run and gave Lorist a warning, "You better make a run for it too, otherwise it'll be too late." "Why would I have to run? I'm not crazy like you," thought Lorist as he turned the other way only to find a group of people holding fire irons and metal buckets marching in his way. What are they planning to do? Are they going to help clean the streets at this time of the night? Before Lorist even understood the situation, some people around him pointed to him and said, "He's with that man. He lent his jacket to that asshole. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Beat him up." Utterly confused by the situation, Lorist was surrounded by the group of people who started to hit him with whatever they had in their hands. Shielding his head with his arms, he said, "Hey, stop. What's going on?" The crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise and not one of them could be heard clearly. Lorist wanted to retaliate but he hesitated as the people hitting him were only normal folk who did not have an ounce of battle force. He thought it would be better to hold back lest he accidentally commits manslaughter. Grudgingly, he could only circulate his battle force to absorb the hits from the crowd. One old woman walked towards him with a bucket in hand and demanded that he disperse his battle force. Huh. Lorist didn't understand why she would say that. "I asked you to stop using your battle force," cried the old woman. "Why should I? If you don't, How can I teach you a lesson? Otherwise, given my age, I would only tire myself out by continuously hitting you like this, said the old woman with a tone that she used to lecture her grandchildren. The surrounding people were also tired out and stopped the beating. The people beside the crowd continued to struggle to squeeze in to try to get a look at what was happening in there. Where's that prick? Have you got him? Bring him out here. As the chatter around him quieted down, Loris let out a breath of relief, dispersed his battle force, and said to the old woman, "All right, why don't you tell me what's going?" Before he finished his sentence, he could only see the bucket slowly enlarging before his face and land squarely on it, causing him to see nothing but stars. He let out a groan of pain and could faintly hear the old woman say something along the lines of, "That's what you get." Bam. Another noise rang out from the impact. Who asked you to peek at the women's bath? Badonk. While pretending to be a stone statue. Just as he was going to activate his battle force again to protect himself, he suddenly came to a realization at hearing what the old woman had said and understood why Els had been running around nude covered in plaster just now. Good soul, Els. You better not let me find you. It wasn't me. Sto, cough. Loris let out an agonizing voice. Having landed on the ground from the swing of the bucket, he desperately tried to crawl out from the crowd as myriads of blows hammered down on his body. In the end, he managed to escape with his clothes in tatters. Right as he was about to sit down at a corner to catch his breath, a stranger who thought that he was a beggar tossed him a copper coin out of kindness given his pitiful appearance. Loris held the coin in his hand and gnawed his teeth as he mused to himself, Els. You really have done it this time. Just you wait. But where was he to find Els? Loris recalled that Charade had said that Els seldom stayed in a fixed location and was almost impossible to find. While he held the position of a syndicate boss and had 3 districts under his jurisdiction, the affairs of the districts were usually handled by his subordinates. However, Els greatly feared that uncle of his, who happened to be the owner of the Red Grace Inn. I know, I'll just head to his uncle's place. Given his upright demeanor, if he knew that Els was fooling around and peeking in the women's bathroom by posing as a stone statue, I'm sure he would teach Els a lesson he would never forget. Loris spent quite a little effort to call for a horse cart as most of them thought that he was just a beggar and were unwilling to stop for him. When he finally got on one, he asked the driver to send him to the Red Grace Inn. The moment he got off the cart, the driver reminded him kindly, "Mister, while I'm sure there's a reason why you're dressed like that, you better change before going in or you'll probably be chased outside. I wish you a good night, sir." Fortunately, Loris wasn't thrown out of the inn as Charlando recognized him from that time he beat up his nephew. The only question that lingered within that man's heart was how did a person with Loris's abilities get roughed up to that point? While he wasn't bleeding out from any wounds, his face had been covered in bluish-black bruises. "How did you end up like that?" asked Charlando. "Hi, mister. Have you seen Els? This was all his fault." Loris subsequently explained the events that transpired to Charlando and expressed his regret from having offered Els his help and wished that he had just left him for dead. With a grim expression, Charlando instructed the serving girl, Louise, to get Loris a cup of blackcurrant ale before going out to look for Els. It didn't take long for him to return to the inn with Els in hand. He was still dressed in his pajamas that had several boot marks on it. It was evident that he had been kicked out of bed and dragged over here by his uncle. "So you've been peeking in the women's bath while posing as a statue, huh? Instead of spending your time on something worthwhile, you're going around peeping at the ladies." Els retorted and said, "That wasn't peeking. I was only practicing my stealth abilities. Who's interested at looking at a bunch of old women bathing?" Pushing Els in front of Loris, the old man said, "Speak, what happened just now?" Els was shocked to see Loris in such a state. "Oh my, what happened to you? Weren't you looking fine just now?" Struggling to resist the urge of smashing the cup against Els's face, Loris said, "What did you think happened? Why was the mob chasing after you? You still dare to ask what happened to me?" Els instantly understood. "Oh, so you were caught by them. Didn't I warn you to run away as well? Do you regret not listening to me? Good. Good soul. It wasn't me who went to peep in the bath," screamed Loris, enraged. "Don't get so angry, bro. Fine, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. How about this, I'll treat you to a drink tonight." Order as much as you like, said Els graciously as he pat Lorist on the shoulder. So. He thinks that I'll be placated by a few cups of ale. Lorist suddenly felt more rage than ever before. Having seen Elsa's character during the last time, he should have never bothered to come look for him here in the first place. Stepping out of his bounds, Els instructed the serving girls to treat all the guests at the inn to a cup of ale and bathed in their praises, totally ignoring the grim expression of his uncle. Giving him a heavy slap, Charlando said, "Where have you got the money to treat these people? You better settle this issue tonight or I'll break both of your legs myself lest you go embarrass me even further." Finally entering a serious mood, Els admitted that he had sneaked into the bath as a result of losing a bet with someone. He told the people present of his dream to study the ways of a rogue from the magic era. The rogues of ancient times were not like the common thieves of this age but were people who specialized in stealth, lock-picking, tracking, investigation, traps and even assassination. There were also legends of powerful rogue guilds that struck fear deep into the hearts of many. Els continued to say that given the dark attribute battle force passed down through his family, he believed that his ancestors might have been one of the enigmatic rogues during the era of the magic civilization and said that he aspired to train hard and one day rediscover the lost arts of the mysterious rogues. One day during a drinking session with a friend, he bragged about how he was the descendant of the mystical rogues that once roamed the world. His friend said that if the skills of the rogue were that potent, it would definitely have been passed down throughout the generations. "Do you remember the book you showed me that told of a tale of a hero of the magic civilization?" asked his friend. It was said that a rogue had sneaked into the bathroom of a princess from an enemy kingdom and overheard her discussing the plans to take down the hero with her lover. "While I won't ask you to sneak into a royal bath, you should at least be able to enter the bathhouse at that street over there. If you can stay there until the bathhouse closes without being discovered, I'll believe that the ancient rogues were truly as powerful as you have claimed." Els accepted the dare only to discover that sneaking in was the easy part. The bath was a really wide room that had no corners for him to hide in and only had a number of bathtubs cluttered around in the middle. There was no blind spot at all. Later, Els discovered a statue that had been discarded at a corner of the bath which looked more or less like a standing man in deep thought. So in the following night, Els creeped into the bath again, broke the statue into pieces and moved it out of the bath. On the second night, he covered himself in white powder and stood in the very same corner that statue was at. Els was confident that he would not be discovered by the unsuspecting customers as long as he did not move about too much given the relatively low light in the bathhouse and the steam that further aided in blurring one's vision. While everything seemed perfect on paper, there was no way to account for unexpected situations. Coincidentally on that night, two young women walked over towards Els and stopped beside him to share some secrets. The curvaceous girl told the story of the pleasurable night she had with her lover the night before while the other girl listened with much awe and envy. As the girl told her story, she accidentally knocked the towel that Els had wrapped around his genitals away. He was startled to find the curvaceous girl pointing at his member as she said to the other girl, "Here, take a look. Men's cocks usually look like that. While it's small and harmless right now, you only have to give it a light rub to get it hard and long. It'll enlarge even more quickly if you use your mouth." As she explained away, she used her hands to demonstrate it on Elsa's junk. "Come on, try it out yourself like how I'm doing it. I guarantee that most men would get hard in no time." The girl merely stood beside the statue with her mouth agape as the well-endowed one continued on, "Pay attention. It's done like this. It's already turning hard. If you go at it longer, it will start to let out some secretions." She continued to stroke so hard as she chatted away until the male organ sprayed out a thick, white liquid. "That was too fast. And this is even smaller than my boyfriend's, how useless and disappointing," commented the girl. Els really couldn't take it anymore, especially after the girl made that final comment, which greatly wounded his pride. Pushing the two girls away, Els leaped towards the exit with a wounded heart as her comment reverberated in his mind. "The statue's alive. Lady Goddess, what in the world is going on? No, wait. That's a man. There's a naked man in the bath. Catch him." The curvaceous girl suddenly came to a realization and blushed heavily before saying, "Catch that asshole. I swear I will kill him," as the whole bathhouse erupted into chaos. The stocky women standing guard at the bathhouse entrance saw Els run past them without a single article of clothing on him and were totally dumbfounded. "Freeze. Stop, you pathetic peeping jerk. The rest of the people on the street soon joined the chase. Having just came out of the bathhouse without anything to wear, he could only continue running until he saw Lorist nearby. Their second encounter also ended with injuries to both sides. Lorist suffered physical blows while Els suffered mental ones to his pride and even sulked about the matter for quite some time. Chapter 24 Locke and Els, 3. The skies looked crystal clear with the sun emitting its radiance high up in the sky as if it was foretelling the pleasant weather of the rest of the day. It was the vacation season for the academy and Charade took up a private request which required Lorist to go all over the place for 3 whole days to finally obtain the things that they needed for the mission. These items were special trapping cages that were commonly used against small magical beasts. At the moment, Lorist and Yuri were piling the cages up on a large 4-wheeled horse cart. Yuri was a student of the Dawn Academy and was also an assistant instructor for their horsemanship course with a battle force rank of 2-star iron. Like Lorist, he worked and studied part-time and frequently joined up with other mercenaries to accept low-ranked missions for some extra money. After loading all 14 cages onto the cart and fastening them on with a long rope, Lorist went over everything they had to bring with them once more to ensure that he didn't miss anything out. Having finished all the checking, he took out a water skin and drank a few gulps and patiently waited for Charade to come over. Private requests were different from normal mercenary missions as the requests were often not processed by the mercenary guilds and were negotiated personally between the requester and the accepting party. While this allowed one to avoid paying the referral fee to the mercenary guild, it wasn't without its risks. It wasn't uncommon for occurrences like sudden mission cancellations, payment refusals, or even threats of violence to avoid payment to happen. But the fee collected by mercenary guilds were often rather high, sometimes even up to 40% of the wages. If the rewards were favorable, certain mercenaries would opt to negotiate the request privately instead of having a guild act as a middleman. "Hey, Locke my brother, what are you up to?" asked Els as he walked over, wearing a large overcoat and giving the cages on the cart and the carriage a curious look. "Oh, you're going on a mission again, aren't you?" Lorist felt a headache welling up with Els's arrival as the other 2 times when he met him had caused him much suffering. During the first time they met, he had lost quite a bit of money. While Lorist admitted that he was partly at fault for that, he believed that had Els not clung to him for so long, he would have been able to return to his room earlier and might have been able to catch the thieving woman red-handed and stop her in time. Their second encounter, however, ended badly even though all Lorist did was lend Els his coat. The part that most infuriated him was the fact that he had been pummeled by normal, non-combatant civilians without being able to resist in fear that he would critically injure them by accident. Those 2 encounters left a deep impression of Els being a bringer of bad luck in Lorist's heart. Lorist made a mental note to be on guard lest he get wrapped up in any more troublesome business. Els was oblivious to how Lorist felt about him and even believed that they had already become close friends judging by the way he intimately referred to Lorist as his brother. Seeing the preparations Lorist was making, he thought that he would offer some advice as his senior. "Hey, I say, Lorist, there's no point going after small magical beasts like those. As a mercenary, you should set your sights further. Haven't you thought about venturing to places like the magical beast forest at the Sunset Mountains, the Doomsday Coast of the Jigda Kingdom or even the Urubaha subterranean caverns? While these places are much more dangerous without question, you'll get much more benefits from those places. Didn't you hear about the Unicorn Mercenary Corps who made it back from an expedition to the magical beast forest? They really made a killing from that trip. All of the members earned up to 100 gold fords each," babbled Els, occasionally letting out drops of saliva from his mouth as he spoke. Lorist rolled his eyes as he heard Els name one dangerous place after another, as he thought, "You want an iron-ranked mercenary like me to become the dinner of those savage magical beasts? And I bet you didn't hear the full story of the Unicorn Corps either. Of the 125 silver-ranked people in their troop who went into the magical beast forest, only 43 returned alive a month later. The captain and vice-captain, who were gold-ranked experts, even broke down in tears at the hall of the mercenary guild like little children after making their mission report. How do you even have the free time to walk around like this with your position as a syndicate boss? What would you know about the matters of us mercenaries?" rebuked Lorist without holding back in the slightest. "Heh, I bet your attitude would be different if you knew that I was in fact a mercenary myself, a silver-ranked one at that," said Els as he casually took out a silver-ranked mercenary badge and pinned it on his chest. "Eh? Why would a syndicate boss like you need a silver-ranked mercenary badge? It's not like he would be using it," questioned Lorist. He got his iron-ranked badge back when he was still in the academy taking up missions from time to time. He got a silver-ranked one from the mercenary guild after he became a syndicate boss, answered Charade. Turning his head towards Charade's direction, Lorist saw that he had returned with Termin and 2 horses. Termin was a member of the enforcement division with a 1-star silver rank and was also one of Lorist's good friends in the academy. Pointing at Els and turning his head towards Termin and Yuri, Charade said, "Guys, this is Brennan Evanport. He's an alumnus of the Dawn Academy and is also your senior. He used to be my classmate in the past, but he graduated early to take up the position of a syndicate boss. Nice to meet you, I'm Ewan Ridest. Just call me Yuri. Good day, I'm Wapri Termin." Els nodded to the both of them and asked curiously, "Fatty, where are you guys going on this mission?" "We're going to the Callisto Hills to exterminate some Metal Eater rats." Metal Eater rats were, as their name suggested, rats whose main diet consisted of metals. With their size rivaling that of most dogs, they were classified as small magical beasts that lived in swarms in the lower levels of mines. Despite their small size, Metal Eater rats were notorious for attacking relentlessly until their last breath once agitated. Upon encountering one of them, one should calm down and look as threatening as possible and slowly retreat to a safe distance. However, any person with a battle force rank of 1-star bronze could easily dispatch a lone Metal Eater rat. However, most of the time the rats often appeared in groups and relied on their numbers to swarm their enemies. Having taken the magical beast biology course offered by his academy, Lorist understood that lone Metal Eater rats were far and few and would only wander off from their group during mating season. Legend says that the very first magical beast that the first human, who miraculously reawakened the long-lost dormant battle force within his blood, had taken down was a lone Metal Eater rat. Had he encountered a whole swarm of those critters, he would have perished undoubtedly, and who knew how many more years the humans had to suffer during the dark times. Given that the Metal Eater rat was fed upon by many other dangerous magical beasts, they had to be eradicated immediately upon discovery, because if the numbers of the rats increase, it would attract the presence of even more fearsome predators to the mines that preyed on the rats and bring further disaster to the mining operations there. One way to get rid of them was to hunt down all the Metal Eater rat queens so that the rest of the swarm would leave the area. One of the more famous mining incidents that had been documented happened in one of the gold mines of the Roman Empire. As a result of not adequately managing the Metal Eater rat crisis, 2 gigantic single-horned rock pythons made the mines their home and caused more than 3,000 deaths. In the end, the Empire's government had to dispatch a team of more than 60 gold-ranked experts who were led by a sword saint to handle the situation, but it was not without a price. The members of the team had suffered quite a number of casualties as well. The aftermath was that more than 40 noble houses that had been placed in charge of the mines had been severely punished and relinquished of their ranks. Following that incident, the mining operations over the whole continent was always highly alert against potential Metal Eater rat infestations and made sure to get rid of the problem before it becomes exacerbated. "Why aren't Steve and the others here?" asked Lorist. "Sai, do you know about the nature drawing trip the second-year art course students are organizing?" Steve brought the Kell brothers along to serve as their guard. "That's right, he thinks that going on the trip to protect some beauties is more important than going to clear an infestation out with us," said Charade with a tone of frustration. He had made so much effort to prepare the necessary equipment they would need for the mission, but he had forgotten to invite enough people to join them. Elsa's eyes instantly lit up. "Hey, Fatty, why not I go along with you guys?" Surprised, Charade said, "Why would you want to come along? Aren't you fine and dandy being a syndicate boss and all? There's no need for you to go venturing with us. Additionally, this is a private request, so the risk involved is much higher." Lorist instantly objected, "Don't joke around, Charade. Mr. Syndicate Boss there only wants to go to places like the Magical Beast Forest and the Doomsday Coast. There's no way he would want to exterminate some petty rats with us in some mines. He's just kidding around." Els instantly responded in a serious tone, "I'm not joking, dude. To be honest, Charade there knows that I didn't accept the position of the syndicate boss because I wanted to. It was my boys who forced me to take up that post. I really couldn't help it. Since they're handling all the work for me, I've been rather bored recently with nothing much to do. So, I thought that it would be a great idea for me to join you guys on this expedition. How I miss the days when I ventured along my fellow schoolmates. Charade, you've known me for years, so you should be able to tell what kind of person I am. Just let me come along, I'll gladly make up for your lack of manpower. I'm sure I can protect myself well enough given my abilities." "This," mumbled Charade hesitantly. "No way," said Lorist adamantly. If we let this disaster magnet join us, we might as well go laze around at home instead of having to bear the consequences. Fatty, you know the type of battle force I train in and my unique skills. I will be nothing but help for you guys at the mines, persuaded Els. Huh? What kind of skills is he talking about? Lorist's curiosity was roused. Locke, why do you object to his joining us? Asked Charade. It wasn't like Lorist could say that Els brought bad luck just because of one or two encounters. We haven't been on missions with him before, so I'm worried about our compatibility. Relieved that he thought up a convincing excuse, Lorist wiped the sweat of his face. I'll definitely follow all orders, said Els. You promise? Charade asked. Promise. All right, welcome to the gang. I, Charade, will be the leader of this party. Go make your preparations and come back here within half an hour. This trip to the Callisto Hills will take about 20 days, you're okay with that, right? Announced Charade. No problem. Leader, I think it would be better for us to meet up at the Red Grace Inn before we leave. We often get customers who make their private requests there, and maybe I could ask my uncle to check whether your client has a credible background before we set out. Maybe we might even be able to accept certain requests that can be fulfilled on our way to the mines. Just tell my uncle that I sent you there, he'll know about it the moment he sees Locke, said Els, who already offered the party a substantial amount of help the moment he joined. Charade was instantly moved. He wasn't aware that the Red Grace Inn secretly handled private requests such as these right under the noses of the mercenary guilds. Then again, it was a rather good operation to mercenaries, as accepting missions from the inn usually had much less risk since the owners wouldn't vouch for people they didn't know well enough. All right then, we'll gather at the Red Grace Inn. Even before Charade opened his mouth, the moment the owner of the inn saw Lorist and heard that they were going on a trip, he brought out a notebook that recorded the requests of many other clients and searched for some that Lorist's party could complete along the way. Having seen the contents of the notebook, Charade noticed that most of the requests were merely simple errands and want-to-buys. If these were submitted to the mercenary guilds, they would usually be taken up by bronze or iron-ranked mercenaries. Given the fees of the guilds, they weren't that profitable, and so not many mercenaries would go out of their way to work on those missions. If these requests were made at the inn, however, people would be more willing to take them up as they would earn quite a sum without paying any extra fees. After discussing with his team, Charade decided to take up 17 side missions that would earn each of them an extra gold fort of income. Charlando also mentioned that while the payment wasn't that high, they were quite abundant in number, and he often found it hard to get trusted mercenaries who would be willing to carry them out. If the party was able to complete these without a hitch, he said that they would be welcome to come for more missions in the future. Els later came over wearing a brand new fire salamander leather armor. The skin of the fire salamander had the peculiar quality of keeping one's body warm as well as driving insects away, and was particularly suited for underground excursions. However, the price of the material was rather high and was not something that most adventurers and mercenaries could afford. On the leather armor was a badge of a silver-ranked mercenary. Els loudly introduced his new party members to the customers of the inn as if he was afraid that they wouldn't notice that he was about to go on a mission. Lorist felt that it was weird that Els's uncle didn't mind the fact that his nephew was about to join their party, and even treated all the party members to a cup of blackcurrant ale whilst wishing them luck on their mission. Finally leaving from the city gates, Charade approached the cart on horseback and asked Els, who was in the middle of a conversation with Lorist, why does your uncle trust Locke so easily? He instantly brought the request notebook out the moment Locke showed his face. Lorist found this part weird too, as he had only met Charlando twice, with their first meeting even ending up in them fighting. Why did that old guy treat him so well? Giving Lorist a lazy glance, Els said unenthusiastically, that old guy says that Locke was a person of good character, given how he foolishly protected that thieving woman that one time due to his sense of justice. He also didn't resist the pummeling of the crowd of common folk the other time and would rather endure their blows than risk accidentally injuring them. My uncle said that people like that were rare and even asked me to learn from his behavior. What he didn't take note of was how I, a silver-ranked combatant, would rather run away from that mob than simply beating them down in the first place. I believe that on that front, I was behaving way more graciously than Locke was. Tisk. Lorist clicked his mouth and said, "Don't forget that you were running for your life stark naked at that time." The gang instantly erupted in laughter. Chapter 25 Locke and Els, 4. The Callisto Hills was situated at the borders of the Folic Plains and was connected to the Tetanini Mountains. It was also in the area between the Dwarven Kingdom and the Ford Trade Union. According to the old legends, the remaining Magi at the end times of the magic civilization opened a dimensional portal and sent the other sentient beings on the Grindia continent to different worlds to ensure that the humans would survive the oncoming tribulations and wouldn't have to compete with the other races. For some reason, however, they missed out the dwarves who had been living around the Tetanini Mountains, and slowly, with the passing of 2,000 or so years, they had built up their very own kingdom. Currently, this was the only other sentient being on the Grindia continent apart from the humans. Given the tendency for the dwarves to reside within mountain ranges, however, they rarely had any conflict with the humans and was even on trading terms. While the Callisto Mountains was technically in the territory of the Ford Trade Union, the Union didn't hold much governing power in the area. Given the nature of the battle-crazed mountain folk, the trade union treaded carefully and was careful not to offend them in the slightest, lest a large-scale conflict erupts. At the moment, the council was considering splitting the Callisto Mountains into several districts in the future and letting those who had contributed to the union govern it. After 3 days and 2 nights of travel, Lorist and gang finally arrived at their destination, Baka Village. The middle-aged village chief, who was also the requester and the owner of the mines, Bam, welcomed them. Bam was also one of Lorist's senior students in the academy. With his father having enlisted in the trade union army to fend off the Chrisan Empire's invasion, he retired to the village due to his injuries and resolved himself to make the village prosper after seeing all the progress that is being made at the outside world, and barely managed to send Bam to the Dawn Academy. Bam took up 2 additional professional courses, namely, resource foraging and mine management. However, given that those courses were rather unpopular and the quality of the lecturers were subpar, he only managed to learn those things in theory and never got any practical experience. The academy subsequently discontinued those courses. After returning to the village, Bam spent 5 to 6 years cultivating the skills he had learned and managed to discover several veins of silver and tin ore at a hill near the village. While the excavation amount wasn't humongous, it was enough to support the livelihood of 6 other villages around it. The discovery of the mines wiped out poverty and famine from the surrounding villages. Additionally, Bam also used a part of the profit from the ore mines to fund several talented youngsters to go to Moranti City for further studies. The whole gang felt that Senior Bam was pretty impressive for his willingness to forsake the possibility of a grand lifestyle in Moranti City for the sake of developing his village and community. Yuri and Lorist were most impressed with how he used the extra money to sponsor the village youths, as they understood that the costs of studying at Moranti City wasn't cheap. Very frankly, Bam told them about how he first encountered traces of metal-eater rats within the vicinity of the mines. Being an iron-rank swordsman, he formed a group to go take care of the pests. It was not until a while later that they discovered that the infestation wasn't as simple as they had thought, and over the past year, they had killed more than 10 of those rats on multiple occasions already. Just 2 months ago, an attack by a swarm of metal-eater rats had killed 3 and injured 5 of the miners. That was when he finally decided to end it once and for all and summoned all the villagers who had battle force to go on an extermination mission down the mines, including Bam. There were 3 iron-ranked fighters and 11 bronze-ranked fighters in total. However, the extermination did not succeed, as the swarm of rats numbered more than 100 and the party of 14 were hard-pressed and not one of them escaped unscathed. Even though they managed to wipe out 30 or so rats, they had struggled to retreat under the relentless attacks of the rat swarm, and 9 of them ended up with rather severe injuries. Since that failed attempt, Bam understood the magnitude of the problem and had no choice but to seek aid from mercenaries. After treating all of those who had been injured, the village was only left with less than 30 gold coins, and their dire financial straits was further exacerbated by the temporary closing of the mines. Being only able to offer 10 or so gold coins as a mission reward, and given the referral fee of 5 gold coins charged by the mercenary guild, most mercenaries were hesitant on taking the mission up. Recalling that the students of the Dawn Academy often went on mercenary missions, he reached out to the villagers who were studying there and managed to get in contact with Charade. Having listened to Bam's description of the situation, the party was convinced that this mission had relatively low risk, as Bam was a rather credible person. Charade went on to brief the rest of them about the situation. There was an estimated amount of 200 to 300 metal-eater rats. With their forces of 3 silver ranks and 2 iron ranks, even if they couldn't wipe out all of the rats, it shouldn't be a problem for them to take out the Rat Queen and cause the rats to leave the mines. While a reward of 18 gold coins for the rat extermination was a little lacking, it was already rather favorable for Charade's party, as Bam would also be bringing along 2 other bronze swordsmen to guide them in the mines as well as manage their equipment for no extra charge. The most lucrative point of the mission was that any loot or gains obtained during it belonged solely to the party. There might be a possibility of finding gold nuggets and other rare metals in the rat nests which could be sold for quite a sum. The party decided to rest up for the day before setting out tomorrow. While the meat of the metal-eater rat is a little sour, it is undoubtedly safe to consume and would taste even better if they were made into jerky. The organs and blood of the rat, however, had to be removed completely as high concentrations of toxic minerals resided within them. The rat's most threatening feature are their front teeth, which are really durable and can be sold for 1 small silver each on the market. Their pelt, however, was worthless as it had a distinct foul smell that attracted insects which couldn't be removed no matter how it was treated, so they are normally discarded. Within the mines, Els was assigned the role of the scout and vanguard, while Charade, Yuri, and Terman were positioned in the middle and Lorist, Bam and the other 2 swordsmen constituted the rear guard. At the moment, Lorist was telling Bam what he had learned about the rats from the magical beast biology lessons. The metal-eater rats hate the smell of pine trees, especially that of their roots. The concoction we sprayed around the entrance was to limit the range of activity of the rats and prevent them from running all over the place. This was the result of the research that was completed last year by Professor Snade Borg of our magical beast biology department. He was even rewarded 20,000 gold fords for this. As long as you apply this pesticide on a regular basis at the mine entrance, you would be free from metal-eater rat infestations. To top that off, it's not that expensive at all. A large bucket of it only costs about 3 gold fords and can last for as long as a month. After using this for a year or 2, a natural pine smell will form around the mines and you won't have to use it any longer. Senior Bam, please consider this quickly as we have a limited supply. You can only get these from Academy Insiders, so please feel free to make your order with us. Lorist was really enthusiastic about promoting the pesticide as he stood to gain 1 gold ford for every bucket sold. If he managed to sell 12 buckets per year, that would mean an extra 12 gold fords of income for him annually without breaking a sweat. As they descended further into the mines, they wiped out 2 waves of rats along the way, which numbered up to more or less 200 of them. The performance and efficacy of the team greatly impressed Bam and the bronze swordsman that followed along. With Charade, Els, and Terman standing at 3 points around him with him in the middle, Yuri proved to be quite capable at supporting the team and allowed the rest to slaughter the rats without worry. Lorist himself was even more amazing. He moved separately from the rest of them and easily took care of as many rats as those in the formation himself without getting even a single blood stain on him. Senior Bam and his attendants were embarrassed at the fact that 9 out of their group of 14 had incurred severe injuries on their previous extermination attempt after seeing how Lorist's group killed the rats easily and effortlessly, as if it were just a common training exercise. After killing off the remaining rats in the second wave, the party decided to rest for a while as they removed the valuable parts of the rat that could be sold for money. Yuri took out a large plier and used it to pluck the front teeth of all the rats. Having been told by Lorist that the meat of the rats was edible, Bam requested the group to give the meat to them to help alleviate the food shortage problem in their village. Having rested up and eaten some dry rations, Charade instructed the group to split up and led Terman and Yuri into the left cavern while Lorist and Els headed for the right one. Given that most of the rats had been exterminated, all that was left was to take care of the rat queen. Slinging the bag filled with rat teeth on his back, Lorist casually smeared some of the pesticide on the walls of the cavern as he walked along the path. "What are you up to?" Els asked. Lorist responded by telling Els about the effects of the pesticide half-heartedly, given that Els would not be interested in purchasing any of it from him anyway. Els doubted the efficacy of the pesticide, however, and they broke into an argument. Having walked for quite some time and reaching the end of the road, they didn't discover any more rats. Els said, "Let's go back. There's no point in remaining here." Just as he finished his words, the rock wall in front of him suddenly jolted and cracked open with a loud sound. A head of a large beast emerged from the hole in the wall, sniffed the air around it and leaped in Lorist and Elsa's direction. "What is that?" exclaimed Lorist in shock as he dropped the torch in his hand. "Isn't this fellow a little too big? The head itself has a diameter of 2 meters. "Better run," said Els loudly as he grabbed Lorist's arm and turned to run the other direction. "Soul, I knew that bringing you along was a bad call. The last 2 times were bad enough. For the whole of this mission, I've been worried that something terrible would happen. I can finally stop guessing, now that this critter has shown up in the middle of the rat extermination mission. Called Lorist as he ran behind Els. You haven't even thanked me for saving you yet. If I were a little bit late, you would have been swallowed whole by now. You even dropped our torch, replied Els. I was suddenly reminded of the single-horned rock python that was said to live in the mines. That thing back there definitely had a long body and a really large head. If that isn't the python, I don't know what is, said Lorist, slightly embarrassed at the fact that he had indeed been saved by Elsa's quick thinking. Els turned his head to the back before saying, "It doesn't look like a single-horned rock python to me. It has a round head and doesn't seem to have any scales or eyes. Its speed isn't that fast either. How can you see in this darkness? Do I look like a child that would fall for your lies? And hey, don't run so quickly. What if we run straight into a wall?" shouted Lorist. Haha, Els laughed lightly. You know that I train in a darkness attribute battle force, right? I bet you didn't know that people who trained in that type of battle force had night vision. I can see just as good in the darkness as I do in broad daylight. That's my special ability. How is it? Are you envious? I can still see so well even without the torch you dropped. Good soul, I have enough money to buy all the torches I need. I don't need that stinking ability. Feeling rather envious, Loris thought, this guy's ability of being able to see in the dark is not at all inferior to my own dynamic vision. And it's extremely helpful in poorly lit environments. Then I bet you were enjoying the sights in the bath on that day. Even though the lighting is pretty bad in there, I bet you could see all of them with perfect clarity given your ability, said Lorist as he panted heavily. Can you please not bring that up again? I was facing the wall at that time and couldn't see even one of them. Just as Lorist reminded him of that incident, Els recalled the cruel and demeaning remark by that girl that deeply wounded his pride and tripped on a piece of rock as he lost focus. Lorist swiftly helped Els to his feet. Eh? Locke, are you hurt? Why are your clothes wet? Stunned, Lorist felt his body up and said, "Oh, that's not blood." The water skin holding the pesticide burst and released all of its contents on my body. That fall didn't hurt you badly, right? We better hurry, I'm starting to hear that thing closing in. I'm fine. Let's go. In a short while, they went back to their previous resting place where Charade and the rest were waiting. Seeing Lorist and Elsa's haggard looks, they broke into a stream of laughter until they heard the rumbling coming from the tunnel behind them and started running towards the cavern exit for their lives. Despite having a stocky build, Charade was the fastest of them all and escaped the caverns and was followed by Yuri, Turman, Bam and one of the bronze swordsmen with Lorist and Els trailing along at the end. The other bronze-ranked helper who was packing the rat carcasses onto the cart outside the mines looked at their panicked expressions with wonder. What had happened in the mines while he was away? Charade screamed, "Get out of the way! A magical beast is coming out from the entrance." That instantly set the rest of the group into panic. Fortunately, the beast retreated into the mines as if it was afraid of the strong sunlight. Letting out a relieved breath, Charade asked Lorist and Els what happened. What was that? How did you end up encountering it? And, what's that smell on you, Locke? Did your bladder go loose? Lorist explained, no, the pesticide got splashed all over my body. It's the one developed by Professor Snade Borg. I brought some over cause I heard that we would be eradicating metal-eater rats. Good soul. Let me take a look at that pesticide. I think I know what that monster back there is, said Charade as he walked towards Lorist angrily, seemingly wanting to give him a punch or two. Wait, what's wrong? Wasn't it a good idea to bring along the pesticide for the metal-eater rats? Asked Lorist as he dodged the fatty's punches. Good idea my ass. While that concoction can indeed repel metal-eater rats, it would also attract ground WYRMs. That thing back there was a ground WYRM that had been lured over by the smell of that pesticide. Do you even know how serious that was? Ground WYRMs are magically mutated versions of common earthworms and they are attracted to the smell of pine tree roots. If you don't believe me, try digging out the roots of a pine tree and see if you find a nest of earthworms there. There are even people in the academy who are using that pesticide of yours as ground WYRM lure. That professor even lost the 20,000 gold fords that had been awarded to him after they found out about the unintended effect and caused lots of leftover pesticide to be stocked up at the academy, didn't you know? Soul, only an idiot like you would fall for his schemes, screamed Charade with all his breath. Good soul, no wonder that professor said that he would give me 1 gold coin for every bucket sold. So, it was a defective product. Holding his head and curling up on the ground, Lorist merely said, all of you guys, please hit me to your heart's content. I deserve this. But nobody went over to beat him up and merely calmed down to figure out how they would solve the problem at hand. Relative to other magical beasts, the ground WYRM wasn't too hard to take care of. They decided to lure it out with a large hook and rope after some discussion. The ground WYRM was essentially an oversized earthworm. It was aversive to sunlight and water and was considered relatively harmless to most other magical beasts. It didn't pose that much of a threat to small, agile targets given its large, imposing body and slow speed. Charade and his party spent 6 whole days with the cooperation of the Baka villagers to put together a 100-meter-long rope with a large hook at its end and sent Loris down the mine with the hook to atone for his grave mistake. Before he left, Els walked over from the crowd. Loris asked, are you gonna do it for me? I'm going to accompany you down there. If Yuri and Terman wasn't assigned to hold the rope by Charade, they would have accompanied you as well. After all, we're friends, aren't we? It was at that moment when Lorist was moved to tears. They put the hook down after walking a certain distance into the mines and wrapped it with a bundle of cloth that was soaked in the pesticide. Without much delay, a rumbling sound could be heard from the depths of the caverns and the both of them ran out of it at full speed. On their way to the exit, the rope snapped upward tightly. Lorist said cheerfully, it got hooked. Outside the mines, Charade was directing the villagers to pull on the rope with all their force. Even after busting their backs for the whole afternoon, the ground WYRM simply refused to come out. After a final heave, the people present witnessed blood splatter out of the entrance of the mines as the internals of the ground WYRM were pulled out of its carcass. Looking at the scene with a hint of satisfaction, Charade said, not bad, given how its internals were pulled out, that ground WYRM's dead for sure. We'll go harvest its skin tomorrow. Given the amazing regenerative capabilities of ground WYRMS, the only viable method of getting rid of it was to use a hook to pull the internals out. While the rest of the beast wasn't worth much, its skin could be boiled to extract a strong adhesive which could be mixed with sand to form sturdy building material. To further make up for Lorist's error, Charade gave the skin to Bam, much to his delight, as he would be able to make new houses for his villagers with the skin of the ground WYRM. After spending another 3 days clearing out the mines of any remaining metal-eater rats, the party put one of the small cages they brought around the entrance of the mines and with a rat corpse inside it. The decaying corpse would serve as an effective repellent for other metal-eater rats and keep them away from the mines. Having wrapped up the whole affair, the gang bade farewell to Senior Bam and started their journey back to the city. Chapter 26 Elsa's Request. It was only after that incident with the ground WYRM when Loris changed his impression of Els. Following that, they went on more missions together and eventually their friendship developed to a point where they could talk about almost anything. The passage of time was indeed fast. He was only 19 at that time whereas in the present, he was 24. That span of 5 years was enough for Loris to mature from a greenhorn mercenary to a veteran one. Loris wondered to himself why he recalled the events of the past all of a sudden for no reason. Was it due to suddenly cutting ties with Wenna just moments before? After all, the relationship did last for 4 whole years and it wasn't something he could forget quickly even if he wished to. Only the passage of time could slowly lift the layers of yearning he had for her. He only hoped that he would able to leave this all behind and start fresh when the sun rose on the next day. Why have you come to the room? To watch me sulk, said Loris as he felt his face for any tears. Good thing there wasn't any, otherwise he would be laughing his ass off by now. Well, when I heard about the breakup from Uncle Gerald, I thought I would be able to watch a funny scene right out of a melodrama, probably something along the lines of rekindled love and a rush of passion and lust that will end up in an affair between you and that little lady. Who would expect for you to act so cold and for her to be so casual about it and just part with you like that? How disappointing, Els said, spewing a bunch of crap as usual. Hee hee, I'm sorry I let you down then, laughed Loris lightly. Don't be. I've always known that you're no acting material and wouldn't put up a good show. Oh, and, what's with the dual notices that were put up all over the place? I was just planning to go to the academy and ask Charade what was going on, said Els. Well, it's nothing big. That old bastard Levens made a bet with the other academy heads that I could defeat every silver-ranked instructor from the other academies in a duel. He exploited that opportunity to take a registration fee for the duels, earn some extra cash as well as to raise the reputation of the academy. That's why he had Charade going all over the place to put up those notices, explained Lorist. Els did not show any sympathy for his friend's plight and only mused to himself with an excited expression on how he could use this opportunity to make some profit too. Lorist merely said, "There's no way you would be able to make anything in the academy sector. That old fox probably has everything covered and wouldn't let any chance to earn money slip by under his nose. Who knows if he already plans to do something citywide? Well, the only place where you might be able to set up your operations would be at the inns. Though, it probably would be at a much smaller scale than you had hoped. The inns are more than enough. There are 48 districts in Moranti City with 3 other new districts with a total of 27 syndicate bosses managing them. I only need to set up one betting operation in an inn across all the districts. As long as I'm willing to offer a cut to the other bosses, they would be more than happy to allow me to run it. Even if that old fox were to try to pull something similar off, without the connections I have, there's no way that he can match the payout that I can provide. We'll see which betting operation will attract more people," said Els with much excitement, impatiently waiting for the days to come. Sighing in his heart, Loris thought back at the Els he knew from 5 years ago who didn't care for any of his responsibilities and only wanted to go adventure to build a name for himself as a legendary mercenary. Right now, however, he had the air of a real syndicate boss who let no opportunity to profit slip by his eyes. It seems that these 5 years have not only changed Loris but his friend as well. Now that you mention it, your plan seems like it would work out after all. But you didn't even consider whether I was willing to go to duel them or not. Well, not like I have any choice in that matter. What if I were to lose for some reason, though? Hee, you think I don't know you after all these years? If you were to truly lose, then it would really be the joke of the century. While my darkness attribute battle force is harder to train in and Charade has already overtaken me to reach the 3-star silver rank, I believe that no other silver swordsman in the whole city can take either of us on. But against you, however, both Charade and I hasn't even won a single match. Even that one time when we fought you 2-on-1, we could only hold on for up to 100 moves before losing to you. I wouldn't believe that you would lose to a silver rank even if you beat me into submission, Els told Lorist with much confidence. Lorist could only roll his eyes. All right, brother, I won't let you walk away with nothing. How about this, I'll let you take a 10% cut. No. Then 15%. Still won't do. All right then, 20% is the most I can give you. I'll have to use the rest to feed my men, you know, said Els. All right, deal, said Lorist as he stretched his hand out lazily. Go look for that fatty tomorrow and ask him about the dueling schedule and get an info sheet on the challengers. That will help you organize the betting better. Oh, and don't forget that he'll pester you for a share of the profit as well. I know, he's getting 10% at most. After giving the rest of the syndicate bosses and inn owners their cuts, I'll be left with roughly 30 to 40%, which is still a rather good haul, Els said as he slapped Lorist's extended palm away. Already imagining the bag of gold coins in his hands, Els started to feel even more pumped. Oh, Locke, I almost forgot another thing. That's... Ah, I got you a disciple, Els wrinkled his forehead in thought and said. What? A disciple? Are you kidding me, said Lorist, astonished. Come on, I'm not old enough to be someone's master, am I? This. Els hesitated a bit before grabbing his head in frustration and saying, well, it's not anything that formal. You just have to let him follow you around and teach him some moves whenever you can. Treat him as your personal attendant if you'd like. He'll be perfect for the job since he's pretty well built and has rather good stamina. Hearing Els describe that person, Lorist started to get interested. Just tell me what this is about. All right, Locke. You know that thing about my subordinates. Lorist understood how Els came to become a syndicate boss. 20 years ago, both his parents were gold-ranked combatants and were a rather famous couple who lead a mercenary group. However, 20 years ago, Els's parents joined the Battle of White Stag Town. In that battle, the Chrisen Empire lost their only sword saint, but the trade union's forces did not emerge unscathed from that battle either. Most of the mercenaries hired to join that battle had perished, among which included Els's mother. His father incurred heavy injuries and died of illness several years later. The only one left in their mercenary group was Elsa's uncle, Charlando, and several other silver-ranked mercenaries. Charlando was hurt in his leg and became a limp who was unable to progress from the 2-star gold rank any further. With their ace fighters gone, the mercenary group could only disband. Having considered the worst scenario, Elsa's parents had previously made some arrangements for the remaining members of the group prior to their deaths. They provided the relatives of all members with housing in the same district. Even after the mercenary group had disbanded, the relatives of the members looked out for each other, and they were also taken care of by the Moranti city administration for the contributions of their family members who were in the mercenary group. Having started an inn to be able to better educate and look out for the offspring of the members of the mercenary group, Charlando placed his hopes on the children and hoped that they would one day take up the banner of their group once again. Els was the unofficial leader of the group of children, as he was the eldest and was also the strongest among them. He also cared for them a lot, as if they were his blood-related siblings from a young age. Seeing the kids grow and mature, and given that Els was going to graduate from the Dawn Academy soon, Charlando was elated and predicted that the glorious days of the mercenary group will once again come. What caught him off guard was the event that made Els take up the position of a syndicate boss. The Ford Trade Union had a unique governing system which handed the administration rights of the various districts to several syndicate bosses who had their own underlings and groups. While that legitimized the syndicates and greatly decreased the crime rate, bosses who operated beyond the law wasn't unheard of. One such person was the syndicate boss in charge of the districts Els and his buddies lived in. While the syndicate bosses have the right to impose taxes on the citizens on the district, this one was even worse in that he even collected taxes for clothes drying, land occupation, and even for road repairs, and incited the rage of the citizens in the district and almost let a violent conflict erupt. Elsa's gang even resisted and sent the tax collectors to the medical centers given their youthful recklessness. However, the syndicate boss wasn't pleased to hear that and believed that Els represented a bad example to the rest of the citizens of the district and was the main culprit of the resistance he was facing. Intending to forever remove the pain in his ass, the boss started to think of ways to handle him. It was at this moment when one of his subordinates brought him news that angered him greatly. It seemed that the whole district was planning to protest in an effort to force the city council to remove the syndicate boss from his position. Having already paid a management fee to the city council that he hasn't earned back from the taxes he collected, the syndicate boss racked his brains and came out with an idea. He planned to kill Els and make an example out of him to deter future protesters. But his gang alone didn't have the power to take Els down, as he had a gold-rank swordsman standing behind him. Unwilling to hire professional killers for a large sum, the syndicate boss resorted to setting Elsa's house on fire and hoped that he would perish in the burning embers. Unfortunately, just when his subordinates arrived, they were discovered by Els and his gang and were beaten up to the point when they confessed their boss's intentions. This incited the citizens and prompted them to surround the mansion of the syndicate boss to remove him once and for all. Unable to escape, the boss was captured by Els and had been clobbered to death by the raging citizens before Els could react. With the position of the syndicate boss now vacant, the elders of the district discussed with one another and picked Els to succeed the position. Els, not wanting to disappoint the people, could only take it without complaint. Given that he didn't accept the position willingly, Els slacked off on the responsibilities of the syndicate boss. Luckily, he had many trustworthy subordinates who handled everything without problem and didn't cause him any worry. In the years to come, Els only found out that the other two districts had also fell under his jurisdiction without him knowing. That was how Charlando's ideal mercenary group morphed into one of the most active and developmental district syndicates of Moranti City instead. Back when the mercenary group disbanded, a silver-ranked member who was a good pal of Charlando prepared to return to his homeland in the Roman Empire. Before he left, he expressed his hope that the descendants of his comrades would one day take up the banner of the mercenary group again. Just 3 months prior, Charlando met a beggar from the Roman Empire who revealed that he was the son of that comrade from the Roman Empire. Upon further questioning, Charlando got to know about the death of his comrade just the year before. After returning to his rural village, that silver swordsman joined the garrison there and settled down 2 years later and birthed a son that was the beggar in front of Charlando. Just 2 years ago, an epidemic broke out in the village and his mother passed away, followed by his father who held on for half a year. At his deathbed, he instructed his son to go to find Charlando in Moranti City to join the mercenary group. While it would only take less than half a month to go to Moranti City from his village by way of a carriage, the son wasn't aware of it and traveled for half a year on foot all the way and begged when he ran out of money for food and slept outdoors in the wilderness for the whole of the journey. It was already quite a feat that he wasn't captured by slave traders for the whole time. Having heard the arduous journey that the child of his comrade had experienced, Charlando let out a stream of tears and treated him with utmost care and even told Els to regard him as his own brother. After learning that the mercenary group would no longer be formed, however, the beggar flipped out and refused to join Els's group. Troubled, Charlando could only send the child to school only to receive a notice that he had been expelled as a result of beating up all his classmates. This is already the third elementary academy that he has been expelled from. To think that we've hoped that he would be able to apply for a place at Dawn Academy after a year of the elementary course. It looks like that won't be happening anytime soon. The old man asked him what he would like to study. He only said that he wanted to learn the ways of the sword and become a mercenary one day to venture about on the continent. The question wasn't on whether he had the will to learn, but rather one of his talent. Els continued his rant. That kid lived all his life in the rural village and played around in the forest a lot. Coupled with his carefree parents, he developed a stubborn and wild personality and will not stop after he set his mind on something. I believe that a stick would be more threatening in his hands than a sword at this point. He's already a 2-star bronze fighter at the age of 16 and has a really large build that made him look almost 20. Given his innate strength, you'd think that he would be a talent worth cultivating. But in actuality, he's pretty slow and will forget a move he was taught within 10 minutes. The way he swings his sword around like a crazed barbarian really irks me. Even the old man can't do anything about it. That's when I thought, if there's anyone who can teach him the sword, that would be you, Els declared. Letting out a loud laugh, Loris said, even a gold swordsman like old Char wasn't able to teach him swordsmanship. What could an iron rank like me do? Locke, I know you're different. Your swordsmanship skill definitely exceeds that of my uncle. Just do me a favor and give him a chance. If he's really not swordsman material, you can send him back to me then, begged Els. Loris thought deeply for a bit before nodding and saying, all right, I'll give him a chance. Author's note, most high-ranked academies in Moranti City like the Dawn Academy doesn't simply allow one to apply as a student. An applicant must be able to pass an entrance test that determines their level of intellect and cultural knowledge. That's why there are many elementary academies in the city that specializes in preparing the students for the tests, much like the tuition classes that prepare students for university entrance tests in Loris's previous world. Chapter 27 Final Preparations. Thanks, brother. Just let him work as your personal assistant and teach him some swordsmanship whenever you're free. While that kid is wild and stubborn, he's not that bad and gives it his best when he works. I'll feel more assured if he's by your side and not causing me any more worry, said Els with a face filled with gratitude. Loris waved his hand and said, hee, no worries. It's not like we're strangers. Not to mention, I have just moved into the gold-ranked instructor residential area recently. Given the size of my new home, I could really use some extra help. It's thanks to you I won't have to hire anyone else. Oh, I feel like I'm forgetting something else. Having thanked Loris for agreeing to take the kid in, Els seemed like he was trying hard to recall something else. When I was walking past here with Jindaz, Uncle Gerald told me that you've returned. That's when I decided to come over. What did Jindaz say when he heard about your coming back? I think it was about Brother Loudy. The next district. Representative Wombart. Could it be about that perverted old freak? Ah. I finally remember, exclaimed Els. Hee, my dear brother Locke, did you bring the goods I asked for back from your Relic Islands expedition? Said Els with a wide grin as he stretched out both his hands. Oh, you mean the Terrence donkey whip? I went through great lengths to get that for you. But that uncle of yours confiscated it. He said that you often neglect your training and play with women all day long and was quite pissed that you even dared to attempt to consume aphrodisiac. That's why he took that with him and asked you to go get it from him yourself, said Loris as he repeated what Charlando had said to him. What? My uncle has the goods, said Els as he started in shock. Nonsense. My sexual prowess is still robust and well. That meddling old man. Causing trouble for me all the time. I actually got that for that lewd old man Representative Wombart. Now that the other two districts' boss, Isidore, is retiring, I have negotiated with him to take over the management of the districts. I only need to satisfy the council representatives' regulations to get things going. Seeing Els freak out like that, Lorist laughed for a while and continued, "Sigh, Els. Didn't the city management set a rule that one syndicate cannot be in charge of more than 3 districts? You already have 3 under your wing, now you're thinking of taking up another 2. Why would the city council agree to that?" This was all Jinda's idea. He suggested that we have Brother Loudy take action and have half of our crew and Isidore's crew to form another syndicate to manage the extra districts. On the surface, it will be managed by 2 different syndicates. However, it will actually operate as one, explained Els all in one go. That Wombart fellow is really hard to handle. Even though I've given him 100 gold coins, he still won't promise me anything and only said that he'll give it a try. Later, after I heard about the miraculous effects of the Terranstoki whip from one of my subordinates, I asked you to bring one back from the Relic Islands. I had really hoped that after consuming that medicine, Wombart would die after playing around with more women than he can handle. While Els casually cursed Wombart to death, he naturally didn't mean it literally. If that were to happen, it would only cause more trouble to him and force him to bribe some other council representative instead. Loris thought for a bit and came up with an idea. When he purchased the Terranstoki whip from the Relic Islands, he had heard that only a small, thin piece was enough for a man to get it up throughout the whole night. The amount he brought back was enough for 200 such slices. Lorist planned to cut them up into pieces, pack 10 or so slices inside nice glass jars and pickle them with some other medicinal wines to make it a premium and expensive-looking novelty that would also serve as an excellent as a gift. The most important part was only putting enough of the donkey whip in each jar, unlike Els, who had planned to give the whole thing to Wombart. The whole thing was enough to last a person for 3 whole years. It would be extremely hard to ask favors from Wombart anymore if his expectations rise from that extravagant gift. Wow, why didn't I think of that? I didn't know that you're quite the schemer yourself, said Els happily. Lorist's suggestion opened up a whole window of opportunity for him. He instantly came up with an even grander plan. Maybe we can start a whole business out of this. Next time, we'll send people to the Relic Islands to buy up all of these Terranstoki whips, even if they're at 3 times market price, slice them up, and package them nicely before selling it out. It would definitely be a money-making business. Only, procuring glass jars would be a little troublesome. Lorist nodded at Elsa's concern. Only 2 kinds of glass could be found on the Grindia continent. The first type was green glass. It was a murky green-colored glass that doesn't have good transparency and was commonly used for making windows due to its low price point. The other type, oil glass, was far clearer and transparent and was usually picked to make glassware such as wine glasses and bowls. Though, the price of that material was far more expensive in comparison. These 2 types of glass were products produced only by the Ford Trade Union's southern neighbor, the Taribo Kingdom, because the material required to make the glass could only be found at the largest quartz mountain within the kingdom. The production method of either glass was a national secret and was tightly guarded to prevent leakage. According to the legends, back in the magic civilization, the Magi used their mystical powers to produce glass which far exceeds glass today in terms of quality. It was a shame that the techniques used in the past had vanished in the end days of the civilization. One Magus, however, had managed to devise a method to produce green glass and oil glass without magical formations and passed the secrets of its creation to his descendants. When the Taribo Kingdom was formed, the descendants of the Magus gave the production method to the king and had their family status elevated to that of a duke's. The Taribo Kingdom had been exporting their glass products to the rest of the continent ever since. After inspecting the 2 types of glass, Loris thought that the reason green glass had such a high opacity was due to the impurities that were not removed during the production process. Why then, had the glass production techniques of green glass not improved over the years to get rid of that problem? The fact that the quality of green glass had remained unchanging all these years was an intriguing mystery. As for oil glass, it was something that Lorist had never seen before even in his past life. It looked a lot like the common, clear glass in his previous world, but it had a slippery quality that caused nothing to be able to stick on it. It was said that the slipperiness of the glass made it the ideal material to make laboratory apparatus for the Magi given that it was easy to wash and clean. The see-through quality of the glass also made it easy for the Magi to observe the changes going on within the apparatus. In one of the experiments Loris did, he tried to coat an oil glass test tube with a strong adhesive. After it dried up, he picked the test tube up and gave it a light shake or two. It only took a while before the dried adhesive fell off the test tube like crumpled old paper. This peculiar quality also caused Lorist quite a headache when he was deliberating between the two types of glass to use for the windows of the boutique. Green glass couldn't display their clothes with their full glory, while oil glass couldn't be easily made into flat sheets. Lorist only managed to solve the problem by asking a few craftsmen to carve up a piece of large crystal into a flat sheet to be used as the window and use the crystal shards as decorations for the chandeliers inside the shop, spending more than 10 gold coins in the process. Currently, oil glass test tubes usually cost around 1 large silver each, while oil glass tea sets can go up to 1 gold coin per set. Maybe you can go ask someone to make a jar prototype and ask for a price quotation from the producers in the Taribo Kingdom. As long as it's lower than 1 gold coin each, it will be fine. You can just consider that part of the production cost. In marketing, the most important part is the packaging. As long as it looks expensive, people will be willing to pay a high price for it, said Lorist. Now that you said it, it does seem like it will sell well. Alright, I'll be heading straight to the inn just in case that old guy uses up that medicine. Elle said impatiently and prepared to rush over to the inn to demand that item from Charlando. Lorist laughed as he called out, "Come on, Charlando won't need something like that. While he may be quite harsh on you at times, he's actually looking out for you in his own way. Oh, and don't forget to hand 18 gold coins over to him when you take it. I'll get it from him later. Oh, there's one thing that you might have not heard about yet. Last month, that old uncle of mine actually proposed to Louise, and she agreed. In another 2 months, she'll be the female owner of the Red Grace Inn. To think that 60-year-old men would decide to settle down, the fact that Louise agreed despite their age difference was surprising too. That's why I was so worried about leaving the aphrodisiac with him," exposed Els. "Is that true?" Lorist instantly sat straight. "Of course. Everyone already knows since a month ago. Maybe they just forgot to bring it up while you were there," said Els. Lorist sincerely felt happy for Louise when he heard that she was going to settle down. While Charlando was already rather old, he was a pretty good man who was still in decent physical shape given his abilities as a gold-rank swordsman. Maybe Els would have another younger cousin, brother or sister in the years to come. "It seems that I'll have to go look for a congratulatory gift for the two of them," muttered Lorist. "There's no rush, the ceremony's in another 2 months. Help me pick one out for them too." "I'm too busy to be bothered with stuff like that," Els said. "I'm going to the inn now. Will you be tagging along?" "Nope, I'll spend one last night in this room. Do send 2 coachmen here tomorrow to help me move my stuff back to the academy and get that kid who wants to learn swordsmanship to come along too." "Alright, I'll take my leave now then." Els slipped into the shadows silently and the room returned to its former tranquility, as if no one else other than Lorist had been here all along. The sky slowly brightened as the city dwellers woke from their slumber one by one. The streets slowly filled with people and horses as Moranti City started the day with renewed vigor. Lorist slept on the table throughout the night. He let out a smile after seeing the moonlight recede from the room as the twin moons disappeared in the sky whilst the bright morning rays shone through the horizon. It was a new day for a fresh start. The voice of servants talking could be heard downstairs. After a while, a knock resounded on Lorist's door. Lena came in with another female servant. The two of them served Lorist a large helping of breakfast just like they did for the past 3 years. Lena seemed like she cried for the whole night given her puffy eyes. The other servant exited the room and left Lena and Lorist in the room together. Lorist looked at those puffy eyes and resisted the urge to laugh. "Why didn't you rub your eyes with some eggs? It helps with the puffiness." "I'm all right. I was just too busy that I forgot," said Lena as she turned away, not wanting Lorist to look at her face. Sigh. Lorist stood up, went to his bookshelf and took out a thick book that was wrapped in a dust jacket. The book was titled, The Fantastical Adventures of Knight Mingarak. It seemed to be a fictional adventure tale. Placing the book on the table in front of Lena, Lorist said, "Here, it's for you." Seeing Lena's confused expression, Lorist explained as he laughed, "I know that you don't like to read novels like these just like your mistress. Just open the book up and you'll be surprised." Carefully prying the book open, Lena clasped her mouth in surprise. Within it was pages and pages filled with designs for women's clothing. All of these were drawn by me during the past year. the mistress wanted to put all of these to production, but she was stopped by me. That's because if all of them were to be released to the market at once, it would cause lots of confusion and we'll lose the ability to control the fashion trends, which will ultimately lead to a decrease in profit. That's why for the past few years, I only allowed a little over than 100 designs to be released, some of which that had undergone the creative changes that you lot have made. Within this book is 300 or so designs which haven't seen the light of day yet. I'm giving them to you, Lena. Does the mistress know about this? Said Lena as she hugged the book in her chest as if she was afraid that it would be taken from her. She knows, but she'll never expect that I've drawn so many. Do you see the mess in the room? That was all created by the mistress when she tried to search for the designs while I was away. Little did she know that they were hidden on the bookshelf, right under her nose. She didn't ask me for them last night though. Maybe she thinks that I still hate her, said Lorist with a hint of bitter pain as he let out a light laugh. What I will tell you later should not be made known to anyone aside from your father. Do you understand? Said Lorist as he looked deeply into Lena's eyes. I swear, said Lena as she stuttered. Tell your father, Knight Sam, that I think that depending on the Lorf house is not a wise move. The mistress was willing to marry into the house because she thought they would be able to protect the Windsor house. If the Lorf house's intention is to take advantage of the Windsor house, however, then there will be nothing else for the Windsor house to rely on. This was especially the case given how your mistress sold away the businesses she had in Moranti City. At this point, we can only hope that the Lorf Marquis truly loves her and doesn't have any hidden agendas. Your mistress told me yesterday that the Marquis had a method of taking over the dominions of the 4 houses that were the enemies of the Windsors and would give to them half of the dominion that they have obtained. If that succeeds, then you might even become a noble yourself one day. Tell your father that he can agree to cooperate with the Lorf house on everything but these 2 factors. First, never let the 11-year-old Windsor young master accept knight education and training from the Lorf house just in case they plan to harm him under the pretense of an accident. Always let the young master be by your father's side and send him to Moranti City for his studies when he matures. Second, when the young master grows up, the Lorf house might suggest a political marriage between the 2 families. To prevent that from happening, tell your father to prepare a suitable partner for the young master early on so that the Lorf house can't take advantage of that. The last thing is about you, Lena. Don't let anyone know that I've given you those designs, not even Susie or the young mistress. This time, the young mistress plans to restart her business in the Jigda Kingdom with the aid of the Lorf house. I'm worried that they are targeting the young mistress's apparel business as well. Should that happen one day, these designs will help you and her start over from scratch. I'm afraid that you'll be in danger if word about you having the designs get out. That's why, don't tell anyone else, all right? Lena nodded fervently with her face flushed red as tears welled up in her eyes. If the Lorf house truly doesn't have any bad intentions towards the Windsors, then you can give the young mistress 1 or 2 designs once a month and tell her that you drew them yourself. It's okay. I've seen how talented you can be when you made the creative alterations here and there. When designing something, the most important thing is to have originality and individuality. As long as you can make your name as a talented fashion designer, it wouldn't be suspicious for you to release more of the designs gradually in the future. Looking outside the window, Lorist said, "Oh, the horse carts are already here. It's time I bid you goodbye." Did you understand what I said just now? Yes, I have, Master Locke. I will do as you say. Chapter 28 Selling Books and Requesting Help. The 3 horse carts quickly arrived at the Dawn Academy gold-ranked instructor residential area. Lorist stood waiting at the gate of house number 35. It seems that Kelly has awoken and already started cleaning the place up. I better not give her any extra trouble. Lorist instructed the 3 coachmen to move the books and some other stuff to the stables in the yard. Giving each coachman 3 small silvers and thanking them before they left, Lorist looked at the 2 stables stacked full with books and laughed. It seemed that he would have to spend quite some time to organize all that. Lorist has been using a lot of the money he earned from mercenary missions to purchase books. Before he noticed, his collection had already numbered more than 1,000 and was enough for him to start his own mini-library. However, these books were unlike those that were published on a large scale in his previous life. There was no such thing as paper in Grindia, and any kind of reading material was made with sheepskin or some other kind of beast skin, while the contents were almost always copied by hand. That's why the prices of books were rather rare in the market and often quite expensive. For example, each of the volumes of The War of the Gods trilogy that he had collected weighed more than 2.5 kilograms. He had spent his hard-earned 3 gold coins to purchase them as he really wanted to understand more about the magic civilization. There was a small study on the second floor of his new house, but the room wasn't as big as the one at Wenna's place. Loris sorted his book into several categories: history, geography, culture, and general knowledge, which he would later move into the room. The remaining ones about legends, fiction, and poems would be placed at the 2 big bookshelves in the lounge. He made a mental note to pay more attention to the books he would buy in the future. It wasn't uncommon for merchants to give the same book a new title and cover and resell it as another book. Loris himself had fallen for this trick before a number of times in the past and only found out when he read the book at home. Having greeted Kelly, who was busy cleaning up the furniture, he carried the books up to the second floor. Just as he was about to enter the study, he saw the door to his bedroom ajar with a fatty laying on his bed fast asleep. "So, that fatty had already beaten me to my new bed." Having been given a kick by Loris, Charade drowsily got up and said, "What's wrong with you, Locke? Why would you kick me awake?" Loris said, "You should know best. What are you doing sleeping in my room during the day? Don't you have more important matters to handle at the enforcement division?" Charade only just noticed that he had been sleeping on Loris' brand new bed and chuckled. "Even I would be worn out, you know. These days affairs of the academy has left me so busy that I just couldn't resist trying out your new bed here. Little did I know I would fall asleep just like that." "What business do you have with me?" asked Loris. "Sigh, what else could it be but the matter about the Swordsmanship Society? Brother, you really have to help me out here. The enforcement division has been so busy that 2 of its members even fell asleep in the middle of patrolling the academy yesterday. At first, we thought it was some kind of enemy attack until we noticed that they were only asleep. Surely from that you can see how tired I am, can't you? What about the society? How can I help with that?" "See." Charade took out a deep breath and said, "Brother, don't tell me you forgot about the plan that you have devised yourself. Just before you left for the Relic Islands, I gave it my all and finally convinced the higher-ups of the academy to permit the formation of the Swordsmanship Society, and that the Enforcement Division would be allowed to use the elites in the society as backup members in case we need more help. I'm super short on staff right now, so why haven't you settled the matters of the society and quickly send someone over to help?" "Oh, I did say something like that." Scratching his head apologetically, Loris recalled the scene when he drank with Charade when he complained about how the stingy academy higher-ups were unwilling to assign more staff to the enforcement division that only numbered a measly number of 80 and was in charge of managing the discipline of the student body as well as patrol the academy grounds. Citing the number of students in the academy to be more than 5,000 people, Charade said that his division didn't even have 1/50th the number of people of the student body and stressed that if he did not have enough members in a time of urgency, then all hell would break loose. Loris had rebuked Charade for not being aware of the happenings in the academy. He mentioned that there was a group of students who wanted to form a society that researched sword techniques, but the formation of the society was rejected out of consideration that a training venue, club funds as well as support for unexpected situations would need to be provided. The students stirred up quite some trouble and it was rumored that they were gathering quite a lot of support. There was a policy in the academy that stated if there was a demand for a society to be formed from more than 1/10 of the student body, the academy administration must agree to give their cooperation. Loris suggested Charade to go negotiate with the academy. Since the society was going to be formed either way given the growth of the numbers of prospective members, why don't the academy administration strike first and make the Swordsmanship Society a subordinate organization of the enforcement division? This way, it would solve the problem of the lack of staff members for the enforcement division. Charade was elated and praised Loris for his wit for thinking up such a scheme in almost no time and started working on that plan just as Loris left for the Relic Islands. However, Loris could never have expected that Charade would really get the administration's approval with the plan that he himself had thought up on a whim. To appease the administration, Charade had to change something. The selection of the society chairman was entirely at the academy's discretion, which essentially handed the management of the society to the administration. Nonetheless, the chairman also had to be someone with the necessary skills to be recognized and accepted by the members of the society itself. Charade brought the train of thought to its logical conclusion and nominated Loris to be the chairman. "Wait, I am the chairman." Loris just recalled Academy head Levin saying something about drafting out the regulations of the Swordsmanship Society at the meeting yesterday. "So, are they trying to work me to death?" Lorist waved his hands and said, "Fatty, it isn't that I don't want to help you. It's that I have just recently got back from the trip and had to move my stuff over here from the young mistress's house. That's why I didn't have any time for the matters of the society. Additionally, I would need another few days to settle in and finish moving and focus on the dueling that is to come within the near future. I hardly have any free time. Why don't you just delay that for a bit?" Charade was almost at the point of tears. "Locke, you can't do this to me. You're essentially burning me on a stake here. In a few days, I would look so barely human that you might mistake me for a zombie. That is especially with the case after we posted the duel notices all over the place. The incidence in the academy has risen so much and further added to my burden. The members of the enforcement division are already slaving away like dogs. You can't just ignore us and let us be. You reap what you sow. Who asked you to push the position of the chairman onto me? Also, weren't you the one who was so enthusiastically putting up those notices all over the place? You really deserve nothing short of a death from overworking." Having heard that, Charade came to a realization that he himself was the one who was responsible for Lorist's troubles and tried to butter him up. "Oh, okay. It's all my fault. I didn't think that you would be overwhelmed like this. But you still have to understand my woes. If you don't become the chairman, then there's no way the administration will allow the society to be formed. The students wouldn't be satisfied with anyone else as the chairman either. Only you can help our enforcement division solve our staffing crisis. As for the notices, you really can't blame me for that. It's all that old Fox's fault. If he were serious, he could easily grasp my weaknesses and make me suffer for them. As much as I'd like to spare you trouble, it really is beyond me." Lorist said, "Don't give me that crying look. Sigh, let me think." Charade's expression instantly changed. "Okay. Take your time to think up something that'll get me out of this mess." As he said that, he took out a book and used it to fan Lorist. "Tell me if you ever need anything. If you need someone to help, I'll send some over to you. If you need money. Even I can't help you with that." Lorist mulled for a while before saying, "How about this, let's get Terman to help out. He's a loyal and helpful friend who has a clear head. I shall appoint him as the vice chairman of the society and assign the management tasks to him. Note this down. Let Terman form a committee for the Swordsmanship Society and get Yuri and Steve to join it, followed by another 3 committee members of your choice. And isn't there 7 student leaders among the student body? Get them to join the committee as well and ask them to pick another 3 members. Including Terman and I, we would have a total of 17 committee members. Tell them that I will be the one to pick the committee members for this term and say that they will be allowed to nominate their own candidates 3 years later and let 12 with the most votes ones take over the positions at the committee. The enforcement division also gets to pick 3 people for the position of a committee member who will manage the events and activities of the society as well as the patrols and other tasks. After notifying the members I've appointed, get them to come up with a set of standards and regulations the society will operate by and don't let them out of the discussion room until they have this settled. Other than that, tell Terman that he only has to oversee the proceedings and don't have to engage in the discussion. Let the other 15 committee members discuss among themselves. You can make your demands known to your nominees so that they can fight for them in your interests. When they come up with a draft, tell them that each of the members have to suggest 5 elite students and 50 of them will be selected to become the reserve members of the enforcement division. Also, since the Swordsmanship Society's authority is technically in the hands of the Academy administration, the Academy has the obligation to provide funds, helpers, as well as allowance to make up for the members' time and effort. The chairman, vice chairman as well as the 15 committee members should each get a remuneration of 3 gold coins for their service. The main office for the society would also need 12 people manning it. Pick the staff from the members of the Swordsmanship Society and give them a monthly salary of 1 gold coin each. It would probably cost around 10 gold coins to run the society per month, and get the vice chairman to be the person in charge. Don't forget to pay the reserve members of the enforcement division 1 gold coin per month as well for their services. The rest of the bonuses will be given according to individual contribution and performance. Additionally, every probationary member of the Swordsmanship Society have to pay a small silver for the membership fee every month while full-fledged members have to pay 1 large silver. The elite members don't have to pay any fee. Probationary members will be allowed to spar when swordsmanship lessons are in session as well as participate in other affiliated activities. Official members can join the party's lead by elite members to participate in mercenary missions and other adventurer activity, and half of the reward must be handed to the society. These funds will be used to run the society and its events as well as award outstanding members every year. Well, that's basically it. Let me reiterate, first get some people to join the committee and have them discuss the regulations of the society. Don't forget to ask them to bring up the suggestions I mentioned earlier and let me see the draft for the regulations before submitting it. I'm sure you'll have 50 reserve members by the time you finish all that within the day, concluded Lorist. TSK. Charade clicked his tongue as he looked at the notes he had taken on the sheepskin in his hand. Locke, you really are quite something to be able to think up such a complete plan within such a short time. I didn't even know where to start after brainstorming for 3 days. I'll do all that according to your instructions. Lorist asked, what's the schedule for my duels like? It's not finalized yet. Currently, it is suggested for one dueling day to be held every 2 days and have each academy send 20 silver-ranked instructors during those days from the next month. We'll let them decide which academy gets to challenge first. If there are some silver-ranked instructors that weren't picked to represent the academy, they may come to challenge you on the non-dueling days, which is when we will open the challenge to any silver-ranked combatant. We're still waiting for the academy's reply, explained Charade. So, that means I won't have any rest days at all. Do you take me to be a machine? Complained Lorist. About that. Haha, Brother Locke, this house is great, isn't it? The scenery is so beautiful around here. I'm so envious, gold-ranked instructors are really treated pretty well, said Charade. You're envious? Work that fat off your body and train hard for 2 years and break through to the gold rank. Then, you will get your very own house like this one, reprimanded Lorist. The fatty merely kept quiet and thought to himself, so much talk even though you're just an iron rank. It doesn't make sense. As the two of them went downstairs, Lorist said, Els might pay you a visit in a day or two. What business does he have with me? He wants to make a haul off the duels and said that you'll get a 10% cut off the earnings. Lorist subsequently explained the details of the plan Els suggested. That's great. I'm definitely up for it. I've already had enough of letting that old bastard profit from all our hard work. Needless to say, I will make sure Elsa's operation will run without any issues. Charade's eyes instantly brightened when it came to earning money. Just when they were about to leave the house, Charade suddenly said, It's okay, Brother Locke. You don't have to escort me out, I'll take my leave myself. Lorist retorted, Who's escorting you out? I'm going outside to move the books that are still in the stable. Charade's interest was roused and he followed Lorist to the wooden shed. Seeing the mountain of books on the ground, he said, Locke, why did you spend so much money on all these books? Why don't you start a book renting service in the academy? I'm sure you'll earn quite a bit of cash from that. Lorist shook his head and said, I won't be renting out my books out just to have them ruined when they return to me. These books are part of my precious collection. Charade looked downcast and said, That's such a shame. All these books. Why don't you lend some of them to me? I'm not lending them out either, especially to people who don't return things they borrow, said Lorist. Then surely you can sell me a couple, right? Charade was quite pissed as Lorist wasn't even willing to give him some face over a few books. Do you have the time to read them? Lorist looked at Charade with a suspicious gaze. Charade's face reddened with frustration. Can't I at least use them as pillows even if I don't read them? All right, just pick any you like from that pile. Lorist pointed at the pile of books that were extra copies he had mistakenly purchased. Having taken his time to pick out several books, Charade finally selected 7 of them and said, How much for these? Why do I feel like you're not buying them to read but for some other purpose? Questioned Lorist. Well, the bookshelf in my office is pretty empty, so it helps to have a few books up there to show how much of a cultured and learned person I am. Charade revealed his true intentions frankly without a shred of embarrassment. Shaking his head in abandon, Lorist looked at those books and came up with a fair price. It'll be 3 gold coins and 8 large silvers, no negotiation. I'm already selling these at a loss. Charade understood that the price was indeed pretty reasonable, as it would normally cost 7 gold coins in the market for the books he had picked. All right, that price will do. Stretching his hand into his pouch for quite some time, Charade placed 8 large silvers in Lorist's hand. All right, I've already paid you 8 coins out of 11. I'm sure you won't be so desperate to ask me to pay the remaining 3. See you, brother. Charade quickly ran off with the stack of books in his arms. Lorist only stared with a dumbfounded face. Chapter 29 Settling Bills at the Inn. It was dawn and Lorist was training with his upper body bared at the yard. At the moment, he was practicing one of the core foundational teachings of the aquametal technique, the 18 stances of the savage tiger. While the name sounded pretty traditional and awkward, it was a set of highly fatal unarmed fighting moves. While learning the basics was easy, actually training in the moves were hard. The style attempted to condense the essence of a tiger's movements into 18 stances, such as when a tiger descends from the mountains, stalks its prey, engages in combat and goes in for the kill. Aside from that, the Aquaheart School's other 2 core basics were the 18 stances of the aquametal sword and the 18 moves of wave walking. The former was a set of 18 foundational sword movements while the latter was a set of movement techniques that enhanced one's footwork that emphasized on the coordination of one's perception, mind and body. According to his grandfather in his past life, the aquametal school originated from the 5 Phases school of the dynasty of the Southern Song. One of their ancestors had found the teachings of the school to be overly complicated and had created a new set of simplified techniques with its main inspiration from the water and metal phases, thus forming the new aquametal school. The principle behind the teachings of the aquametal school was for the practitioner to be sharp as a metal blade, have unbeatable force, as well as be unstoppable and incessant as the flow of water. It remained that way until the post-revolutionary era in China during the 1910s, when firearms and cannons were starting to gain popularity in the country, when the elders of the aquametal school decided to invert those principles and made the style an art that was as sturdy as a mountain that even lightning couldn't phase and strike explosively like the force of the waterfall. Engrossed in his training, Lorist repeatedly executed the 18 forms in sequence for 3 times to the point when his body was almost letting out steam before he returned to a neutral position to wipe off his sweat. Training in the martial art really served as a great warm-up activity in the morning. His skin was flushed red with the improved circulation while his bones clacked and loosened as he prepared to go wash himself up. A sound rang out from the backyard door. Lorist turned to look and saw Els clapping away as he walked closer. "Why have you come?" Lorist asked while he looked around to see if anyone else came along with him. Els knew why he had turned his head around to look like that and said grumpily, "That damned kid didn't want to come along. After hearing that you were only an iron rank, he said that he wasn't willing to learn swordsmanship from you. He even bragged that he would be able to beat you down when he gets to the iron rank himself within 2 years. That little rascal really doesn't what's good for him." Hee, laughed Lorist. He, on the other hand, didn't care about how the others saw him. He had only accepted Elsa's request to take on a disciple because he owed Els a favor. In actuality, he was delighted that the other party had saved him quite some trouble. "This new place of yours is pretty nice, if only a little too quiet. Why don't I send 2 serving girls here to attend to you? They can take care of the house during the day and warm your bed during the night. I'll definitely make sure they serve you however you want. Don't worry, they'll definitely be beauties, I assure you," said Els as he walked around the lounge, checking out Lorist's new home. "Call it off. I need it to be quiet and calm whenever I train in the sword. I can't afford to have 2 women yapping away at me when I'm preparing for the duels. Don't blame me for losing during the duels when the time comes," said Lorist as he refused Elsa's offer. "Then we'll leave this for another day. The duels are your priority now." "Oh, what were you training in just now in the yard? I think I saw a magical beast before my eyes for a moment there," asked Els, intrigued. "Oh, that was a body training method of my family. My ancestors analyzed the ways in which magical beasts fought and came up with a set of movements that mimicked their forms to raise the body's coordination and reaction ability, further increasing the practitioner's skills in unarmed combat." "Oh," Els stopped asking as he understood that training methods like these were usually hereditary family secrets that could not simply be told to others. "Do you have anything to do here at the academy this early in the morning?" asked Lorist. "Sigh, let's not talk about that already. How is it still early? Yesterday, I brought some ale and meat to see the fatty, but he put my ale away and brought a barrel of fruit wine that he said he had just brewed. That wine really tasted really strong and thick. With him recommending it to me so enthusiastically, I couldn't exactly let him down and not drink any either, so I downed several cups before I got myself drunk. I woke up this morning with a serious hangover and only managed to properly get rid of the drowsiness after drinking tons of water. Even now I still feel worn out. Charade had already gone out first thing in the morning and left me a memo that asked us to go to the Red Grace Inn later tonight to talk about the betting operation, recalled Els with a hint of frustration. Loris tried his best to hold back his laughter as he had heard Charade say that he had discovered a number of berry plants at a corner of the newly acquired Yellow Ribbon Academy that tasted strong and sour. They were left alone from the praying hands of the students of the academy. However, he was like a man who came upon a treasure chest and picked all of them to try to brew them into alcohol. It's a shame that his brewing skills were poor and the liquor he had produced tasted rather poor. Loris instantly spat it out upon taking a sip. Who would have expected Els to manage to drink a few cups of it? Loris really respected him for his gut. Well, I originally wanted to invite you to come have a drink with us, but Charade said that you have been quite busy moving your stuff around these 2 days and wanted to let you rest. Complained Els. So, the reason he didn't invite me was because he was afraid that I'd go collect the rest of the gold coins he owes me. For the past 2 days, in fear of being asked to pay the rest of the money for the books, Charade had strived to avoid meeting Loris face to face and had somebody else inform Loris on certain matters in his place. Loris decided to go to Charade's office and reclaim the books the day after. Oh, and Louise asked me yesterday if you would still want to have the room at the inn reserved for you. And, you better go collect the reward money for the requests you have completed during your expedition to the Relic Islands. She has also collected your clothes from the laundry and has packed them away from you and also asked me to tell you to not forget your promise to her, reminded Els as he recalled his visit to the inn the day before. Loris thought for a bit but still couldn't remember what he promised Louise. Turning around, he asked, a promise? Why don't I remember anything like that? Do you know what it's about? How would I know? You just have to go there to find out. I really can't think of anything else right now, the headache is killing me. Locke, let me sleep on your couch for a bit. Unable to hold on, Els collapsed on the couch and instantly fell into the embrace of sleep. At night, the Red Grace Inn was filled with a merry atmosphere thanks to all the customers who were gathered there to enjoy a good time and savor delicious meals. With a large cup of blackcurrant ale in his hand, Loris sat at the counter and chatted along with old man Charlando. 19 requests fulfilled with the total reward going up to 139 gold fords, 13 large silvers and 4 small silvers. The inn will be collecting a 5% fee of 7 gold fords as well as 5 large silvers and 3 small silvers for your expenses and the room rent, which leaves you with 132 gold fords, 8 large silvers and 1 small silver. Oh, and I almost forgot about the 18 gold coins Els owes you for the Terrence donkey whip. Will you leave it here on your tab or do you want to collect it right now? I'll just leave it with you for now. Seeing them drinking away so merrily, I might have to pay for their rooms if they're too drunk to go back. Just count the expenses for the night on my tab, lest Els causes more trouble for you by skipping out on the payment, Loris said as he pointed towards 3 tables at the corner of the inn where Els and the others from the academy were seated. Charade drank away with abandon after hearing that he wouldn't have to pay a single coin for the night. Well, that's okay by me. How's the operation going? Asked Charlando. For now, it has been decided that I will be getting a 20% cut with another 10% going to Charade and the others from the academy. Deducting the costs and bribes for the other inn owners and syndicate bosses, Els would gain about 30% of the profit as well. I really hope that I will be able to make quite a bit this time so that I can buy myself some property in the city just in case. Honestly, old Char, you know that I don't have any lofty ambitions or anything. However, I really have no say in this matter as it was all the fault of that old bastard academy head. Who knows how else he would exploit me in the future. I better start saving up and plan to leave the academy. After all, I've already graduated from there long ago. At least, I can make a decent living by collecting rent if I own some real estate in the city. Loris sounded like he was a little drunk, given how he had casually talked about the hidden desire in his heart. If you really think that staying at the academy is a pain, you might as well get out of there. Locke, given your abilities, you're much better off as a full-time mercenary, living freely without being subjected to the whims of others. Just look at the earnings you've got from the trip to the Relic Islands. That alone should amount to more than 60 gold fords after deducting your costs. As long as you do something like that once a year, that'll be more than enough. Or, you could always get a few close friends and form a mercenary troupe. Charlando was of the same opinion that the academy was going a little too far by having Loris fight all those duels without first discussing it with him. Lorist laughed heartily at how Charlando was still hung up on the notion of reforming his band of mercenaries and unconsciously pushed his hopes onto him. Hee hee, old man, things aren't as simple as they seem. While being a mercenary certainly allowed one to live freely, it wouldn't be an easy life either, having to camp out in the wilds and whatnot. Plus, it's much riskier to go on such expeditions compared to those that are organized by the Academy. Additionally, do you know that I'm a dual gold-ranked instructor at the Academy? I get paid 30 gold fords a month there, while instructor Claude, whose salary is the second highest in the Academy, only gets 20. I can only force myself to go along with that old bastard's plans given the benefits that I enjoy by being an instructor of the Academy. Do you think that I will be so willing to part with a 30 gold coin monthly salary? The heck? Your annual earnings exceed the yearly profit of my inn. The Academy really is spoiling you. It makes me want to get a position at the Academy as well, said Charlando as he swore. Before, he was under the impression that 60 gold fords was quite a big haul for Lorist. But after hearing about how he could earn that kind of money within 2 months, it seemed that he wouldn't be so willing to resign from his position at the Academy and become a full-time mercenary. Oh, that's right, I heard that you've proposed to Louise while I was away. I haven't congratulated the two of you yet. I'll definitely get a nice gift for you during the ceremony. Then again, why did you want to settle down all of the sudden? I thought you had resolved to live out the rest of your life single, said Loris to Charlando. Well, it's nothing big. I just suddenly felt that it would be very lonely living out my older years alone. Also, Louise has already been working at the inn for more than 10 years. To think that the 18-year-old lass from that time had already turned 28. Given that her parents had already passed away and how she isn't willing to go back to live with her brother's family, she plans to continue working at the inn. It was then when I decided that we might as well get married, so I proposed to her and she accepted right away. Oh, I remember that she said that she had some business with you and is waiting for you at the room you rented upstairs. Go on, it's definitely gonna be something good, said Charlando as he winked at Lorist a few times with a weird expression. What the heck is with the look on your face? Lorist finished the rest of his ale and headed for the stairs. Then again, old Char doesn't know that this trip to the Relic Islands didn't cost me much either. The beast skins that I brought back wasn't purchased from someone else but was something I had hunted and collected myself. I bet he doesn't know that I can easily handle those high-ranked magical beasts. Which room was it again? What did Louise need to see me for? I really can't remember. Lorist mulled about these thoughts as he climbed up the stairs and examined the hallway. It's this one, Lorist thought as he rubbed his face awake before knocking on the door. Upon entering the room, he discovered that there was another voluptuous young woman in the room apart from Louise. Seeing Lorist come in, Louise exclaimed joyfully, "Locke, she's the girl from my village that I told you about the other day. Molly here is going to be a serving girl for the inn from today onwards. It's actually her first time, so go easy on her, all right?" Lorist was suddenly struck with realization as he recalled the conversation he had with Louise the other day. It seemed that he didn't reject the offer outright and Louise had taken the silence as a yes. Almost fainting, Lorist thought that it couldn't be helped now that they were this far into it. Otherwise Louise would berate him for being stingy about paying 2 measly gold coins. Nice to meet you," greeted Lorist to the girl with a slightly blushing face. The girl checked Lorist out from top to bottom boldly before smiling and nodding timidly, obviously satisfied at the man who was going to be her first. Louise clapped her hands and said, "All right, I won't be bothering you lot now. The bath water is already prepared. Molly, make sure you give Locke a good time and don't forget what you have learned at the shrine. Use all the techniques to please him and he'll reward you for it." After Louise left, the round-faced Molly graciously invited Lorist to go into the tub as she stripped every article of clothing off him. Just as Lorist was about to enter the bath, she suddenly remembered something and took out a vial from her clothes that contained a mysterious red liquid and drank all of it up. "What did you just drink?" asked Lorist, curious. "It's the elixir of Mishla," replied Molly. "Oh," answered Lorist, already knowing what that liquid was for. Mishla, the goddess of desire and pleasure, was the youngest daughter of the solar war god Singwa and the blood moon goddess Safana, who was infamous for her capricious temperament. Legend says that she resided in a haven that was filled with handsome men and beautiful women that lived their lives to the fullest there without any worry or care. It was believed that those who prayed to Mishla would enter that very paradise and gain an eternal life of bliss upon their deaths. To allow the believers of Mishla to revel in their carnal desires without worry, the goddess herself created an elixir that allowed a woman to enjoy the pleasures of the flesh without getting pregnant. Should a person who has used the elixir wish to give birth once again, a different potion could be purchased from the shrine to restore fertility to one's body 3 months after consuming it. However, the elixir of Mishla didn't have any effect on those who have already given birth before. This potion has helped Mishla gain a large following of believers and profited the goddess's shrine immensely to the point where it became one of the richest shrines on the continent of Grindia. "Why have you decided to become a serving girl?" asked Lorist, lying on the bed with both his hands supporting his head on the pillow, looking at the girl take his hardness into the midst of her own soft being. "Ouch, it hurts." The girl let out a soft cry as she sat there, stiffened. She started to move after resting for a few moments. I want to earn 20 gold coins to buy 10 acres of farmland in my village. That will be my dowry," replied the girl, stammering as she struggled to move. The pain slowly faded and the pleasure soon took over, causing her to let out involuntary cries of gratification. Lorist also gradually lost himself in the pleasure as he had not touched any other woman ever since the last time he had spent a night with the young mistress approximately 1 year ago. Having been aroused by the young woman's movements, he got up to push her down and engaged in rough, passionate intercourse. The morning of the next day, Lorist woke up refreshed and energized and went downstairs to order a hearty serving of breakfast. Having spent much of the night doing that vigorous activity, he was prepared to eat up and recover his stamina. It was then when Charlando brought him yesterday's bill. "So, Els, you better watch out," Loris thought as he grinded his teeth. After hearing that Lorist would be paying the night before, the gang stopped drinking blackcurrant ale and instead ordered 2 bottles of fruit wine each. Sheesh, that fatty really is going too far. Charade even took a barrel of ale as well as 2 bottles of fruit wine home with him after breakfast. It can't be. I'm sure Terman isn't that kind of person. Lorist couldn't imagine a person like Terman asking to spend a night with 2 girls after he got a little drunk. That's it. I'm not covering anybody else's bills anymore. Chapter 30 Battle Force Awakening Course. Lorist took out the Moranti Daily News and the Folic Merchant Times from his post box and discovered that there was another letter within. It was sent to him by the Academy to notify him that the yearly Battle Force Awakening course was going to begin soon and that he was appointed the head instructor of the course. It also contained the details of the venue and the time the class is held. Head instructor? What kind of position is that? It's not like I get paid extra for it. I guess it's gonna be roughly the same as the last time when they sent a few other instructors to help me out. Lorist shook his head and didn't take the notice to heart. He went back to his room and looked at the calendar. The next month was coming in several days and the duels were his priority now. Although he was confident in remaining victorious, he couldn't slack off either as he had to make sure his body was in peak condition for the duels. Tomorrow's the 15th of the 2nd month and there's still 20 days to the 3rd month. I should do my best to tell the other assistant instructors what to do within the next 10 days and rest up after that to prepare for the duels, thought Lorist as he looked at the ornate bronze calendar he had on the wall. When he had just arrived at Grindia, Lorist was quite unaccustomed to the date system of this world. Just like Earth, Grindia had 12 months within a year and every day was 24 hours. The difference was, each year was 423 days long and this had caused Lorist to mess up the dates very often when he was taking his accounting course at the Academy, often resulting in him being screamed angrily at by his accounting professor. Where has the other 5 days gone? Were they eaten by your dog? The most frustrating part of the date system in Grindia for Lorist was the existence of 2 different calendars. The first one was said to be used by the fairies tens of thousands of years ago, which had 35 days in each month, with a total of 420 days, and the other 3 were festival days that did not have a date. The first festival day was the day between the 35th day of the 12th month and the first day of the 1st month and was called the Day of Rest, or, more colloquially known as the 36th day of the 12th month. The second festival day was on the 36th of the 5th month and it was called the Day of Bathing. Everyone on Grindia was obligated to take a bath during that day. The third festival day was the 36th day of the 9th month, the Day of Harvest. These 3 days were holidays on every part of Grindia. The elegant and refined fairies naturally didn't use numbers and instead named each month after a flower. In the order from the 1st month to the 12th, they were called respectively the Redbud Month, Camellia Month, Crabapple Month, Lotus Month, Peony Month, Magnolia Month, Jasmine Month, Osmanthus Month, Yucca Month, Hibiscus Month, Chrysanthemum Month, and Plum Blossom Month. The idealistic fairies really caused Lorist a lot of pain and suffering. On top of the misaligned number of days, there was the name of all those months to remember. Lorist was particularly vexed with the fact until he came to a realization one day. If the Earth took 365 days to orbit the Sun, then it wouldn't be that weird if Grindia orbited its Sun at 423 days because it had a larger orbital path. From that day onwards, Lorist never got the dates of Grindia wrong again. The second calendar was the Magi calendar, and it was used by the Magi, who regarded accuracy as paragon. All the dates described with the Magi calendar were cold, hard numbers. That was the case with the months as well. However, it was even more troublesome as each month had a different number of days. For example, the first month had 34 days, the second had the fewest, 31 days, the third had 36 days, and the month with most days was the ninth month at a count of 39 days. The humans on Grindia didn't appreciate the romantic ideals of the fairies, nor were they as meticulous as the now extinct Magi. Therefore it had become convention to fuse the two different systems into one, which had 12 numbered months with 35 days each, and adding the festival days without a date onto the month it directly came after, making a 36th day for the 5th, 9th, and 12th months. From the memories of the original owner of the body, the day he was exiled from the northern lands was the 21st day of the 6th month. He had arrived at Moranti City on the 8th day of the 8th month and enrolled in the academy that day. That whole journey took more than 50 days. His hometown really was quite far from Moranti City. On another note, that meant that Lorist had left his hometown for more than 10 years, and it has been 7 years since they last contacted him. I wonder how it is like there nowadays. Maybe I should go there during this holiday season. I think the Blackmud Marsh was near that area, and a rare magical beast, the iron spine crocodile, lives around there. Its leather fetches a rather good price on the market. Should I form a team of mercenaries under an alias to go there for a visit? A sudden strong desire to return to his homeland suddenly gripped his heart. Sigh, let's think about that after the 8th day of the 8th month. Having taken over the body, Lorist had inherited the remnant feelings and sentiments left behind by the original owner as well. Oh well, since it has already been 10 years, I might as well take a leave from the academy before the holiday season to go back to the north. There should be enough time that way. Lorist stood in front of the calendar and touched the box that had the date of the 8th day of the 8th month with his finger as he made his decision. Morning, Instructor Anphia. It's a pleasure to work with you once again. I'm sure that with your help it'll be much easier for me to organize this year's Awakening course. The day after, Lorist went to the instructor's office that was situated behind the Great Hall of the now-defunct Yellow Ribbon Academy, which was used as a teaching venue for the Battle Force Awakening course, 10 minutes early. Upon entering the room, he saw Anphia, who was also known as the Academy's most beautiful instructor, correcting a large stack of documents at her table. Instructor Anphia, aged 37, looked like a person who was only in her mid-20s because of how well she took care of her body and was heralded to be the goddess of the academy by many of the male students there. Her husband was Instructor Claude, a gold-ranked instructor. Last year, Instructor Anphia had helped Lorist quite a lot as the vice-head instructor of the Battle Force Awakening course. Hey, Lock you twerp. Has your eyes been glued to the beauty over there? You didn't even notice me standing over here. Lorist raised his head and said with surprise, Brother Marlin, why are you here? Standing in front of Lorist was a large and burly man who lived at house number 34 of the gold-ranked instructor residential area, Instructor Marlin. Lorist had gone to greet him once before on the day he moved in. I'm here too, Instructor Locke. It's a pleasure to meet again, a deep and low voice interjected. Lorist turned his head to look and hastily returned the greeting, Good to see you, Senior Hughes. Why have you come here? Hughes Pottermick, a 2-star gold-ranked combatant, has already been teaching in the academy for more than 30 years. Being a righteous and open-minded fellow, he was well received by most of the students at the academy. Instructor Hughes nodded and said, Instructor Locke, Marlin, and I have been assigned by the administration to be the vice instructors of the course this year to assist you. Please don't hesitate to inform me should you require anything done. Instructor Anphia will be the vice-head instructor for the course as well. Lorist suddenly felt something was amiss. Turning back to look at Anphia, he asked, Can you tell me how many people have enrolled for the course this time around? Instructor Anfia let out a bitter smile and pointed at the door. Over there is a small doorway that's connected to the platform of the Great Hall. Instructor Locke, feel free to go take a look. Sol, I've been taken advantage of by the Academy head again. Didn't he mention that the applicants have only risen by a small number? This is no small class. It is already a damned assembly. Seeing the large hall packed full of students who were standing so close to each other because of the lack of space, Lorist understood that the gold-ranked instructors had been sent by the Academy to accommodate for the greatly increased number of students. Lorist rushed back to the office with a face full of sweat before asking with a troubled expression, "How many in total are there?" Instructor Anfia held out a stack of documents in her hand and said, "There are 879 people in total. Here's the name list." Waving around the stack that was the name list, Lorist looked at Hughes and Marlin with a bitter smile. Isn't the Academy going a little too far? In a normal Battle Force Awakening course, there would be 40 students at maximum. 879 people can easily be fit into 22 of those classes. If one class required 2 instructors, we would need at least 44 of them. Even with you guys on board, there's no way that we would be able to handle all the workload ourselves. The Academy really is going too far. I think I better just resign. Marlin and Anfia were both dumbfounded at Lorist's declaration that he would resign. If he really did so and left the Battle Force Awakening course to fare for itself, then the reputation of the Academy would definitely be ruined. Just as the both of them wanted to try to convince him otherwise, Instructor Hughes took out a document unhurriedly and said, "Instructor Locke, this is what the Academy head wanted me to pass to you. It is the contract that you have signed yourself half a year ago. It states that should you cause the Academy to incur any loss as a result of going against orders, you will have to reimburse the Academy 2 times the amount. If you retire, you'll have to pay back 2 times the amount of the money the students here paid, roughly tens of thousands of gold coins. Sol, I didn't know that the agreement I signed before going to the Relic Islands would tie me down here." Lorist was infuriated, but Instructor Hughes actually handed the contract to Lorist and said, "The Academy head said that the contract that time was just a joke. Here, you can have it back." Marlin and Anfia were anxious again. What if Lorist ran off with the contract? Lorist was stunned to receive the agreement. What is the old bastard's intention in handing this to me? Is he going to let me off that easily? Instructor Hughes took out another sheepskin parchment and said, "This is the name list of all the silver and iron ranked instructors. The Academy head said that you can select 24 of them to join the instructor team for this Battle Force Awakening course. You will be responsible for assigning tasks to them, and anyone who does not obey will be sacked by the Academy. Also, given that the amount of instructors available in the Academy itself is insufficient, you have the authority to choose 24 outstanding students to serve as assistant instructors." Instructors Marlin and Anfia both secretly clicked their tongues upon hearing that Lorist had been given so much authority. It cannot be understated how much the students want a position as one of the 24 assistant instructors. Even though the payment was only 1 gold coin a month, it was enough for one to live quite a lavish life. If they perform well and get appointed as official instructors, they will be able to earn 3 gold coins per month. That was a stable and high-paying position for anyone to have. Given the benefits of being an instructor, it could be said Lorist now held quite an amount of power, and the students of the Academy who would do anything for the positions would do anything he says. It seems that the Academy head really trusts Instructor Locke, thought Instructor Anfia. Does the Academy head have some sort of family relation with Instructor Locke? Or is he actually the Academy head's illegitimate? That was Instructor Marlin's wild guess. "Now that's much better," said Lorist, having turned that frown on his face into a bright smile. Taking the name list, he started scribbling and marking it. Additionally, Hughes handed another document over. "Due to the unexpected amount of applicants that has caused you quite some trouble, to make up for it, the Academy head has allocated a budget of 150 gold coins for you to distribute to the instructor team as an added bonus. You only have to sign here." Hee hee. It was apparent that Lorist was in a rather good mood as he signed the document gleefully. However, he still let out a long sigh. It really is pretty rare for the Academy to be so generous. Instructor Anfia whispered, "I know the reason for their generosity. Ever since news got out about Instructor Locke's Battle Force Awakening course boasting a 100% success rate several times in a row, the applicants this time around specified that they wanted to enter Locke's class. The academy head said that those who wanted to pick their instructor had to pay double the usual fee. All those students you see in the hall had paid 2 times the normal fee so that they can get a 100% assurance to awaken their battle force. Ugh. Lorist was really speechless. It's no wonder that the academy head was so generous with the funding given the double fee the students paid. He even let Lorist manage the funding and staffing of the course to make sure he gives it his best to make sure everyone passes. The normal price for this course was 5 gold coins. With 879 students paying 10 gold coins each, the academy had already received an extra 4,395 gold coins. With a monthly bonus of 150 gold coins, it would only amount to 900 gold coins after 6 months when the course ends. The academy would still earn well over 3,000 gold coins. Soul, this old bastard really has it all thought out. Lorist handed the name list back to Instructor Hughes and said, I've already picked 9 instructors out of the 24. I'll let the 3 of you pick 5 as well. As for the assistant instructors, leave 9 slots for me to pick and you guys can choose the rest. Instructor Anfia, please try to select as many female instructors and student instructors as possible for this course as there is a lot of female students this time around. It would be better if we let female instructors be in charge of them. As for the bonus, Instructor Marlin, Instructor Hughes, and I will each be receiving 5 gold coins, Instructor Anfia and the other managing instructors will be receiving 3, the rest of the academy instructors will get 2 gold coins and the student assistant instructors will get 1 each. The remainder of the bonus will be distributed among everyone after the course ends. Hughes, Marlin, and Anfia were all moved as they did not expect Lorist to relinquish his authority so willingly. Hughes even whispered, the academy head was right. Instructor Locke really is someone who doesn't have much greed or ambition. Lorist clapped his hands and continued, later, I will go greet the students at the hall and Instructor Anfia will explain the rules and regulations of the course to them. Just like last year, the course will officially start in another 3 days and the students will have to follow a strict diet and sleeping schedule that will be set by us. Those who aren't willing to do so should go to the administration for a refund or they will not be entertained after the course starts. For the next 2 days, Instructor Marlin, please help Instructor Anfia inspect and prepare the training grounds as well as the dorms these students will be living in. Instructor Hughes, I'll let you handle the other members of the instructor team. When the class starts in 3 days, we will have to inspect the conditions of every one of the students before assigning them to different classes with different regimens. That's it for now. I'll be heading on the stage. Chapter 31 Pulse Reading 1. Group 1. Group 3. Group 4. Lorist looked at a very well-dressed noble youth before shaking his head in resignation. That youth's eyes contained no trace of energy and his face looked pale as a ghost. Another spoiled brat. Due to engaging in lustful coital activities, although his body looked youthful and strong, the internal energy of the body had been damaged. Without proper rest and recuperation, there's no way he would be able to awaken his battle force. It's no wonder he failed his first battle force awakening course. Go finish up the procedure. Your body has been greatly damaged. I'm sure you yourself constantly feel a pressing feeling in your chest and sweat lots as well as tire easily when you exert strength. You'll also tire out quickly with only a little exercise and don't have much appetite to eat, right? Do you have nightmares often too? Ah. How did you know? Asked the noble youth with a face full of astonishment. It really was too wondrous. He did not think that the rumors about Instructor Locke being able to understand his body condition by using only 3 fingers to read his pulse on his wrist. He even knew about the nightmares he was having, something that he had kept even from his own family. That youth stood up, looked at Lorist with a moved expression and left after respectfully bowing. Next. Group 1. Group 1. Group 2. Within the vast hall, there were 4 tables lined up next to each other in the left corner. Lorist sat at the first table and small pillows could be seen on top of the table. Instructing each student to put their hands on a pillow with their wrist up, Lorist read their pulse one by one. If he put on a white coat, there's no doubt he would look like a doctor giving a diagnosis. At the 3 tables beside sat instructors Anfia, Marlin, and Hughes. Lorist often had them reread the pulses of the students whose pulses had been read by him. The 3 of them tried to mimic the way Lorist did it. Among them, Instructor Anfia looked like she knew what she was doing, Instructor Hughes seemed like he was getting an idea and Instructor Marlin could only scratch his head in confusion. Behind the four of them were 10 or so silver and iron-ranked instructors. One of the female iron-ranked instructors wrote the names of the students according to their respective groups as decided by Lorist, while the others around her looked at the pulse-reading instructors with interest and started chatting away. Another 10 or so instructors were distributing uniforms and other necessities at the right side of the hall to the students. The 24 other newly appointed assistant instructors were the busiest. Not only did they have to maintain the order in the hall, they also had to guide the students to their respective dorms according to their groups, often having to respond politely to any questions they have on the way. The school bell rang and signaled the time for recess. Lorist stood up and stretched himself before saying to the rest of the students, "All right, that's it for the morning session. We'll start again at 2 in the afternoon. Remember your numbers and don't be late." The students who were already in queue could only leave with frustration. Some of them even voiced it out, obviously disappointed at having to wait even longer even though their turn was so close. "How many more are there left, Instructor Grisha?" Lorist asked the female iron rank instructor who helped register the student names. "Another 106, she replied. "Gah, we're finally finishing up. I'm so tired. The schedule later will be a little tighter. We'll have to assign the instructors to manage the different groups as well as decide on the regimens for each group of students." Loris turned his head and asked Anthea, Marlon, and Hughes, "What about you three? Have you learned anything today?" "I really can't tell. I don't feel anything when I touch their wrist," said Instructor Marlon. "That noble youth's pulse from just now was quite weak and didn't feel stable enough." The other students who were assigned to Group 1's pulses were much stronger in comparison and could be clearly felt. Even though that noble youth looked quite well built and healthy, his pulse was hard to feel, and I even had to press harder to only detect the slightest pulse, described Instructor Anthea clearly. It seemed that Lorist wasn't wrong about how Anthea was the most adept at pulse reading. "You are correct. That kid has been fooling around with women since a young age, and that has harmed the harmony of his internal energy, causing a disparity between his outer healthy state and his inner weak constitution, which was reflected in the feeling you got from feeling his pulse. The 30 or so students just now were mostly children of noble families and usually had quite a number of problems with their internal state. Many of them have engaged in carnal activities and have detrimental living habits, causing them to have a weak pulse and circulation, which will cause them to have a low chance at awakening their battle force. That's why their meals and living habits will have to be strictly planned and monitored," said Lorist as he praised Anthea's appraisal. "Instructor Locke, I can already feel the minute differences of the students' pulses, but I can't distinguish the small details like Anthea can," said Instructor Hughes. "Actually, Instructor Hughes, for you to be able to feel that within only 3 days is already quite an impressive feat. The reason Anthea is so good at it is because I've started teaching her this since the last course. As long as you train hard and feel the pulse with a calm mind, you'll naturally be able to do it better with more experience. This time, the amount of students are rather high, so you should try to take the pulses of 100 students each day to try to feel the differences of each one. You can even compare theirs to your own. By the time the course ends, you might even be able to surpass Instructor Anthea in this," said Lorist with a smile. "As for you guys, try it out if you're interested and ask me if you have any questions. As long as you master pulse reading, then you will be able to easily tell the conditions of the students' bodies and understand when the circulation of the blood is the strongest in each one. Only then can one successfully awaken their battle force with 100%. This is the secret to how I managed to successfully help every one of my students awaken their battle force," said Lorist towards the silver and iron-ranked instructors standing nearby. A few of them were really enthusiastic in trying it out, while some others hesitated and didn't bother trying. The failure of Marlon, a gold-ranked instructor, to grasp pulse reading only showed that it wasn't as easy as it seemed. That year when Lorist was put in charge of his first Battle Force Awakening course, there were only 17 students from commoner families. Due to the theory that Battle Force had a higher chance of being awakened if one's magical beast factors in the blood was higher, it was believed that the descendants of nobles, and by extension, the descendants of sword saints, had a much higher chance to awaken their battle force. Lorist didn't agree to that theory in the slightest. From his experience in training in the blazing battle force, he understood that its key lay in the circulation of the blood and felt that battle force awakening definitely had something to do with it as well. As long as everyone tried to awaken their battle force at the time when their circulation was at its peak, the chances of succeeding would undoubtedly rise. And the key to good circulation was a good diet and healthy living habits. The reason why more noble descendants managed to awaken their battle force was probably related to their better living conditions. Given that they had more access to food than other commoners, they naturally had taken in more nutrition than the others, hence boosting the chances of their success. From his observations, Loris discovered that the reason those noble students who didn't manage to awaken their battle force was not the low amount of magical beast factors in their blood but their tendency to live an unhealthy life of debauchery, as every one of them were either sex maniacs or alcoholics. This was the main reason Loris rejected the common theory about battle force awakening. As for the reason why commoner students tended to fail in battle force awakening, that was because they had to live frugally and cannot afford to eat sufficient nutritious food on a daily basis, causing their circulation to weaken in the long run. Loris at that time made a bold hypothesis and used the 17 students in his class as the guinea pigs to test his theories on. But how would he be able to ascertain the status of the students' circulations? Having been born into a family with a long line of traditional Chinese healers, even though Loris did not personally receive instruction from his healer grandfather, he still knew about the basic principles of pulse reading. While he couldn't diagnose individual diseases in the body, he could still use it to identify the strength of a person's circulation, and he employed this technique on his students. Just like Loris predicted, all of the students in his class were malnourished. Loris thought back to his days at the army. The new recruits he had trained for 3 months had all transformed from sickly baby-faced fellows into healthy, able-bodied men. However, there was a small problem. How would he be able to provide these students with appropriate nutrition, given that they didn't have sufficient money to buy good food in the first place? It was then when he decided to let the students work part-time to earn the money they needed. While they hadn't awakened their battle force, there would be no problem for them to handle simple jobs like sweeping trash, watering flowers, washing clothes, etc. Reaching out to the manager of the janitors at the academy, he had the students work under him and collected the money they earned and used it to prepare nutritious meals for them. The equivalent profession to doctors in Grindia were herbalists, who were highly skilled in creating herbal recipe combinations to heal various diseases. While most medicines could be created with herbs alone, quite a number required ingredients from magical beasts as well. Even though he was forced to remember all those Chinese herbal recipes in his previous life, he couldn't find those ingredients on Grindia at all. Loris could only rely on the knowledge he gained from the herbalism and magical beast biology courses he had attended to come up with the appropriate menu for his students. After 3 months of arduous physical training and eating well, all 17 commoner students managed to awaken their battle force successfully, much to the shock and surprise of the academy. That resulted in Loris being selected to be the instructor for a battle force awakening course once again the next year with a class of 31 students of different ages and family backgrounds who had not been picked by the other instructors. Once again, using his pulse reading skills, he tailor-made a regimen for each of his students and had all of them successfully awaken their battle force within a semester as well. This time the academy administration was really astonished. They even suspected whether Loris held some kind of secret technique that could help with battle force awakening. That was why on the 3rd year, Loris's class had up to 59 students, with 10 of them being nobles who specifically nominated him, 3 of which had failed once before in battle force awakening. The administration had also sent instructor Anfia to be Loris's aide and hoped that she would be able to figure out how Loris was able to be so successful. The conditions of these 59 students were even worse than those of Loris's class in the previous year, especially those of noble descent. Half of them had weak constitutions. The 3 who had failed previously were even worse. They already couldn't take it after running around the school field for 2 laps. Loris was quite impressed that they even dared to try to awaken their battle force. Adequate nutrition wasn't enough to heal the bodies of the noble students, as the damage was quite severe. Given that the nobles would naturally have quite an amount of money, he collected a fee from each of them and worked together with the herbalist researchers in the academy to put together a concoction made with several types of magical beast blood and some expensive herbs to boost their circulation. The noble students had to consume the concoction on a regular basis along with adequate physical training. Coupled with pulse reading, Loris had every one of them successfully awaken their battle force when their circulation was in peak condition. Throughout the whole process, Loris made no attempt to hide the secrets of pulse reading and even generously demonstrated it to instructor Anfia and enthusiastically explained every single detail of the method to her. Loris wasn't expecting Anfia to be able to pick up the art that swiftly either, because while pulse reading may look easy, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend it had he not spent several years in his past life helping out and looking at his grandfather perform the technique himself. Even those university students who learned the art in theory or those foreign researchers who had studied the theories couldn't actually put it into practice without actual guidance from a proper master. Having grown up by the side of his grandfather in his previous life, Lorist only managed to learn but a small part of the complicated technique by observing his grandfather work. He himself didn't dare to claim that he had a good understanding of pulse reading. The following things happened just as he had predicted. The other 4 instructors, including his good friend instructor Yuri, who had recently been promoted to a horsemanship instructor for attaining the silver rank, gave up learning rather quickly. As for Anfia, she persevered and believed Lorist's words and gradually came to be able to distinguish the more obvious differences in the pulses of the students. It was rumored that she even practiced it on her husband and children so often to the point where they ran away the moment she entered their sights. Naturally, all the students in Lorist's 3rd Battle Force Awakening course had passed as well, resulting in him being awarded the gold-ranked instructor medal for Battle Force Awakening. Along with his gold swordsmanship medal, he became the Academy's famed dual gold-ranked instructor. Having gone to the Relic Islands for the expedition last year, Lorist wasn't able to hold a class at that time. Presently, it was his 4th time as the head Battle Force Awakening instructor, and his students numbered up to a staggering 879 people, all of whom had specified Lorist to be their instructor for his fame as a gold-ranked Battle Force instructor and were even willing to pay 2 times the price. Chapter 32 Pulse Reading 2. Phew. Lorist let out a long sigh and raised his head to look towards the large sandglass hanging from the roof of the hall. This intricate and complicated contraption is the staple product of the Taribo Kingdom, and it is said that not more than 100 units are produced each year, with each one selling for up to 1,000 gold fords. The sandglass operates quite niftily by exploiting gravity and magnetism, with it automatically tipping over when all the sand on the upper compartment has completely flowed to the lower compartment. Beside the sandglass were 2 glass tubes of unequal sizes, with the larger one filled with a distinct red liquid and having 12 markings on the outside. Every time the sandglass tips over, the liquid fills up in the larger tube by 1 marking's worth to indicate the passing of an hour, and resets once the sandglass tips over when the liquid indicator is at the 12-hour mark. The smaller glass tube has 6 segments, with each one representing 10 minutes. The sandglass hanging high up in the hall was originally a present from all the students and staff of the Yellow Ribbon Academy to their academy head for his 60th birthday. Having been installed in the Great Hall, it has now been bought over by the Dawn Academy along with the rest of the school's property. Lorist secretly laughed in his heart every time he saw the timekeeping sandglass that was given to the academy head at his 60th birthday. In Chinese culture, it is considered a taboo to give a timekeeping device of any kind to an elderly person, as it could represent sending a person off to his or her afterlife. Coincidentally, the academy head who had received this sandglass had passed away half a year after receiving that gift. Maybe I should give Academy Head Levin something similar for his birthday as well. The female iron-ranked instructor by Lorist's side placed a name list on the table and said, "We're finally done assigning the students to their respective groups." Lorist stopped daydreaming and nodded. "It's already 4 in the afternoon. Everyone should take a short break and regroup half an hour later for a meeting to discuss the regimens and activities for the students. Instructor Anfia, arrange and organize the student name lists and give one to each student of every group. Just like the last time, leave some space after their names for remarks." Anfia nodded and instructed 2 other female instructors to start copying the name lists by hand. "Hey, Yuri, get me something to drink. I really don't feel like getting up." Lorist had asked his good friend Yuri to help him out for this year's Battle Force Awakening course as well. Just as Lorist was filling up his cup and preparing to have a chat with his friend, a middle-aged man who was dressed quite extravagantly entered the hall and approached Lorist before politely asking, "Is this the instructor team of the Battle Force Awakening course?" Instructor Hughes replied, "Yes, is there anything you need?" The middle-aged went outside the hall and shouted, "Master, it is indeed this place. You can come off the carriage now." "What's going on?" Lorist and the other instructors looked towards the door and saw the middle-aged man walk back, followed behind by a fat, stocky fellow. That fellow wasn't just big-boned, he was truly filled with fat all over his body. His arm itself was as thick as Lorist's upper thigh. The stocky man walked so slowly and breathed heavily every few steps, making Lorist sincerely fear for his condition, as he looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. That middle-aged man returned to Instructor Hughes and took out a student identification document before saying, "Excuse me, my young master here is a new student for the Battle Force Awakening course. As it is a little convenient for him given his body, he has arrived a little late. I hope you will understand." Wait, what? Isn't the total amount of students for the Awakening course only 879 people? Why has another one appeared out of nowhere? How did he even pass the academy entrance test with a figure like that? Instructor Hughes looked at the documents and gave Lorist a bitter smile. Lorist took the documents over and thought, Soul, this really is a genuine identification document, and it even came with a letter addressed to me. The letter forthrightly stated that the fat youth was called Dorstas and he was the sole heir of one of the highest authorities in the Ford trade union, the Peterson family. Aged 18 this year, his father was also an alumnus of the Dawn Academy. The Peterson house was one of the Academy's largest sponsors, who contributed up to 10,000 gold Fords every year. Given that Dorstas was the eldest son of the president of the Peterson Merchant Group, he had been spoiled by his parents and ended up in the state he was today. Having felt that being in that condition wouldn't be good for his son in the long run, President Peterson started worrying about how his son would be able to inherit the family business one day. However, he started worrying too late. When he decided that his son should start cutting down his weight and instructed his family butler to only give him 3 meals a day as opposed to 5 meals he normally had, as well as decrease the serving of each meal by half, within but a day, his son threw a huge tantrum and caused the president several wives to complain to him and added a few more dishes to his son's meals. Not knowing what to do, he hired a blade master and hoped that he would help his son awaken his battle force. President Peterson thought that if his son managed to awaken his battle force, he would be able to slim down naturally as he continued training in it. While the plan itself was rather sound, within but a month, the blade master he hired had come up to him and told him that it was quite impossible for his son to be able to awaken his battle force given his physique. He spoke quite candidly and even said that what flowed in his son's veins wasn't blood but pure fat and oil. In the end, he warned the president that his son would not have more than 3 years left to live should he continue to eat away with abandon and refuse to slim down. The president was frantic and started racking his brains for a solution for his son's problem. It was at that time when he heard about Lorist's reputation as a gold-ranked battle force instructor, as well as the success he had with his battle force awakening courses. The president was convinced that this would be the method to help his son slim down. Elated, he hurriedly got into contact with the academy head and got his son signed up for the course right away. In the letter, Academy head Levins described the condition Dorstas was in and requested Lorist to help the president out with this issue. For his son, the president was even willing to add 5,000 gold Fords to the yearly sponsorship he has been providing to the academy. The academy head stressed that no matter what, Lorist had to find a way to help the president out. He even promised that as long as President Peterson's request was fulfilled, he would even award the instructor team as much as 1,000 gold Fords. Soul, this old bastard is giving me even more trouble. Sheesh, this is a battle force awakening course, not a weight loss class. Without first shedding all his fat, how would that fatty even be able to awaken his battle force? Sigh, I guess I can't be too harsh on that old bastard, since the Peterson family is indeed a large benefactor of the academy and it would be quite difficult for him to turn down their earnest request. Lorist kept the letter and said to the middle-aged man, "Let him come over here and place his hand on the pillow. I'll examine his body condition." The fatty approached and curled up his sleeve as instructed and placed his hand on the pillow with his wrist facing upwards. Whoa, this is no hand. It's a pig's feet. Look at it, it's even glistening with a layer of oil on top. Lorist sighed and stretched out his hand with 3 fingers extended and started reading the fatty's pulse. Where is his artery? Lorist lightly pressed downward, but he couldn't feel a thing. Does he have too much fat? Lorist furrowed his brows and pressed down even harder and finally felt a very slight and weak pulse. After a moment, Lorist retracted his hand and gave a long sigh as he shook his head. The middle-aged man asked anxiously, "Mr. Instructor, how's the condition of my young master's body?" Lorist mulled about with a gloomy expression before asking, "Are you the family butler?" "Ah, yes. I am the second butler of the Peterson house who's in charge of all the young master's personal needs," replied the man. "I believe you are not the right person to make this decision. It's better if you ask the president to come over himself. Your young master first needs to lose all that fat before he can attempt to awaken his battle force. His body's condition is already bad enough. If he doesn't start losing weight, he'll only have a few years to live at most," Lorist said as he looked at the fatty. However, that fat kid was practically unfazed by Lorist's conclusion and thought that Lorist was purposely exaggerating his condition and trying to scare him. The middle-aged man, however, was genuinely shocked, as Lorist wasn't the first to have said something like that. While the blade master they hired had come to the same verdict, it was a confidential matter and hadn't been leaked anywhere outside the house. The fact that Lorist came to the same conclusion signified how serious the matter was. The head of the house is presently having some tea. I'll go invite him over immediately. The middle-aged man quickly ran out of the hall and left in the carriage. Without much delay, President Peterson was brought there, and he looked at Lorist with an eagle-like expression. "So, you are Norton Lorist, the famed dual gold-ranked instructor of the Academy, Instructor Locke." Lorist took a deep breath, as he didn't expect President Peterson, one of the most influential people in the Ford trade union, was a gold-ranked expert. Even though he dressed simply and had a pleasant face and looked no different from the usual kind old men and didn't wear a battle force badge, Lorist could feel a faint pressuring aura emanating from that man's body. Lorist had only felt this aura from another gold-ranked instructor, Instructor Claude, before. Looking at President Peterson, Lorist calmly said, "Good afternoon, President Peterson. I'm indeed Instructor Locke. I have invited you over to discuss the matter of your son. He has to start losing fat no matter what, not because he has to do that in order to awaken his battle force, but also for the sake of his life, and it doesn't look like he has much time to do it. I'd like to know your opinion on this matter. Are you going to have him lose weight before having him enroll here, or do you want him to join the class straight away and do that before he awakens his battle force?" President Peterson was surprised at what Lorist had just said and asked agitatedly, "Do you have a way for my son to lose weight and awaken his battle force?" "Well, I do, but the young master will have to suffer quite a bit for a long time, at least half a year," nodded Lorist. "Ah." President Peterson thought to himself whether Lorist was lying to him. "Last time, I brought my son to the most famous herbalist in Moranti City, and he said that it would take at least 3 years for my son to slim down. Half a year sounds rather short in comparison." "What do you mean by suffering? Will he have any danger to his life?" asked the president. "To others, things like restricting caloric intake and doing physical training might be normal. But for the young master, it will be nothing short of torture. And, to ensure that the young master completes the training regimen set for him every day, I might have to resort to some rather unpleasant, maybe even humiliating measures, and some minor injuries or wounds will be inflicted. But I can assure you that there is absolutely no risk to his life whatsoever," explained Lorist. "If President Peterson can trust us with it, I'll need you to sign an agreement that states that the family members of the young master would not be allowed to interfere with the training process at all. While you can have someone oversee the whole thing, you are not allowed to have any objections or opinions to how we treat the young master. Once the agreement is breached, please take full responsibility for your son, as we will no longer continue with his training program and send him back to you," Lorist stressed. This. President Peterson started hesitating. After all, that was his flesh and blood that he had so meticulously spoiled ever since his birth, who had not weathered any sort of hardship. He felt that the moment he agreed to Lorist's conditions, his son would form some kind of enmity towards him. "I see that you love your son a lot. Maybe you should have him lose weight before letting him enroll in the Battle Force Awakening course," said Lorist relaxedly. This was the most convenient solution, as the instructor team did not have to be troubled with Dorsadow's matters. "No, I'll put him in your care." "I hope you don't disappoint me," President Peterson said, having made his decision. Are you sure you don't want to think this over?" Lorist asked, dejected. "There's no need. Let's handle it your way," said the president resolutely as he waved his hand. "Well, all right. Please come over to sign the agreement as well as settle some other matters relating to the young master's enrollment. Given his unique condition, we might have to ask for additional fees," Lorist said. "It looks like the following days will be troubling. I only have to sign the agreement, right? Have him arrange everything else. He will make sure you have what you need," said the president as he pointed to the middle-aged butler and beckoned him to come over. "Bill, from this day onward, you will be stationed here and help Instructor Locke here with anything he needs. Also, you are only allowed to monitor the young master and cannot interact with him whatsoever without first consulting the instructor, understood?" "Yes, master," replied the men respectfully. Having signed the agreement, the president let out a breath of relief. "Instructor Locke, my precious son has never left his home before nor experienced any sort of hardship. Now, I'm handing him to you. I hope you can try to ease him into the process and not be too harsh on him right away. Lorist paused for a while before saying, sometimes, the love of the parents can be harmful to the child. After a while, President Peterson finally said, since I've agreed to let you decide whatever's best for him, I guess I shouldn't worry too much. If you really can help him awaken his battle force within a year, I will personally reward you with 1,000 gold fords. The instructors watching by the side all gasped. Lorist merely shook his head and said, I can't guarantee anything at the moment. That will come after we have him slimmed down. 2,000. The breathing of the instructors nearby intensified. President Peterson, please trust our work ethic. Since we've accepted the task of training your son, we will definitely do the best in our power. As long as his battle force gets awakened, I will give all of you 3,000 gold fords, interrupted the president, unwilling to back down until he hears some kind of promise. Lorist could feel all the instructors behind shaking in their feet, including even instructors Hughes and Anfia. Only instructor Marlin still retained his calm. All right, I'll do my best. Please rest assured, said Lorist, finally nodding his head. Currently, all the instructors were having a meeting. Group 1 has a total of 352 students and their conditions are mostly fine. Most of them are healthy and have great circulation. With the usual training method and some boosts from herbal medicines, they will definitely be able to awaken their battle force within a month. Instructor Marlin, I'm sure you're more familiar with large-scale group training sessions like this given your experience in training new recruits in the city garrison. I'll be handing the group to you. Pick 4 instructors to help you out as well, is that okay? No problem, Instructor Locke, replied Marlin with a smile. Group 2 has 175 students who don't have any problems with their bodies either, but they are still undergoing puberty, so their circulation won't be at their best for the moment. Monitor these students for the time being and make sure they receive sufficient nutrition and training to boost their condition. I need someone patient to handle this class for the next 3 to 4 months to come before they attempt to awaken their battle force. Everyone, who do you think is the most suited for this group? Lorist said. Quickly, a silver-ranked instructor called Thorheim was nominated by the rest of the instructors and he picked 2 other instructors as well as 2 assistant instructors to be in charge of Group 2. Lorist looked at the name list again and said, Group 3 has 236 commoner students whose main problem is their lack of nutrition. Instructor Yuri, you've done the same thing before the last time, so I believe you know how to handle this class. I'll be assigning this group to you. Yuri nodded and picked 2 instructors and assistant instructors respectively to manage the group. Group 4 has 116 noble students. Apart from 5 who have incurred injuries that have harmed their condition, the rest of them have experienced intercourse while they were still too young and has harmed their internal energy greatly and will require a long time to train and nourish their bodies to heal the damage. This group will be handled by Instructor Hughes with Instructor Anfia assisting him, is that all right? Lorist looked towards the 2 instructors who nodded their heads in agreement. Instructor Anfia, I'll leave the collaboration effort with the herbalists to you. Make sure each student consumes the internal energy recovery medicine every day without fail, Lorist instructed. I understand, Instructor Locke. I'll make sure to chase them to the ends of hell if that's what I need to do, promised Instructor Anfia. The last class only consists of 1 student who has absolutely no problems with nutrition given his excessive eating. Before awakening his battle force, he has to lose at least 2/3 of his body weight. This student will be handled by me and the rest of the instructors and assistants. That's all. We'll be starting tomorrow, so feel free to discuss among yourselves about your student groups. Loris then waved towards the middle-aged man who was sitting in a corner. Butler Bill, please come over here. I'm afraid I have to trouble you with something. Chapter 33 Journal Entries and the Duels. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 19th day of the 2nd month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, sunny. Just this afternoon, I have sent the young master to enroll into the academy. Instructor Locke had said that the young master wouldn't have more than a couple of years to live if he doesn't start losing weight and continues his old eating habits, just like the blade master the master has hired just 2 months ago. I have brought the master to the academy and he has decided to let Instructor Locke conduct his fat loss course and even signed an agreement. The master has tasked me to remain at the academy and assist Instructor Locke wherever possible, but I am not allowed to interfere with the training course nor interact with the young master in any way and can only observe the situation from afar. Even though I agreed to comply, I can't help but feel that things won't go that well for the young master in the times to come. As expected, after Instructor Locke finished briefing the other instructors, he asked me to go get a cart full of lettuce, carrots as well as celery. After that, he brought the young master away. When I returned with the things I bought, Instructor Locke brought me to a small building made out of bluestone and had me place the vegetables on the floor. The small room felt like a sword training room to me. Just as that impression entered my head, I saw the young master crouching in a corner crying. I couldn't ask him personally what had happened nor could I talk to him, so I asked the instructor what was going on. Instructor Locke gave a savage smile before replying, and said that this would be the place that the young master will be living at from this day onward. Good Lord, that room doesn't have a bed nor a furnace. How will the young master be able to sleep like that? But Instructor Locke didn't seem to think that was a problem and said that the straw mat and a woolen blanket would be sufficient. If the young master feels cold at night, he said, then he should get up to exercise and warm himself up. He also mentioned that the main feature of this room was that it was soundproof and no matter how the young master screamed, nobody would be able to hear a thing. I then asked him what the young master would be having for dinner. He merely pointed towards the vegetables I have brought and said that the young master would be feeding on only those vegetables for the coming 3 days. I was greatly surprised. Was he treating the young master like a pet rabbit? I tried to subtly tell him that the young master didn't like to eat vegetables, especially raw ones. He merely laughed it off and tapped on my shoulders before saying that there wasn't anything to worry about. He said that when humans were hungry, they would even eat the rotting corpse of another if they had to, not to say much about vegetables. Instructor Locke is really disgusting, cold-blooded and iron-hearted. It is not an overstatement to say that he is the incarnation of evil himself. The young master really is unfortunate to have fallen into his hands. I have to record all of this down and report it to the master so that he doesn't get away with this. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 20th day of the 2nd month, Trade Union Calendar weather, sunny. Yesterday, the young master threw a huge racket and cried for the whole night, but nobody gave him any heed. I wanted to go there to calm him down, but the assistant instructors who were on night guard wouldn't let me and warned me that I couldn't go near the room without permission. I could only listen to the cries of the young master from afar and couldn't do anything about it. After the cries had subsided, I heard a crunchy sound of vegetables being chewed that originated from within the room. The young master bawled and cried as he bit down on the vegetables until finally, he fell asleep just before dawn. In the afternoon, Instructor Locke came over with a few others to help clean up the room, help the young master bathe and gave him a set of garments made out of rough hemp. The instructor then took hold of the young master's wrist and said that he was helping him read his pulse. The young master cursed and cried at Instructor Locke throughout the whole process, but the instructor didn't give it any heed and even said that he intends to have a cane made that wouldn't be able to hurt one's bones but still manage to inflict a lot of pain. Oh Lord! Is he treating the young master like a slave now? After that, he asked me to go over and gave me a drawing parchment which had some building designs on it. He said that he wanted a vast bathroom built in the academy that would be part of the necessary facilities the young master would have to use during his weight loss training. I heavily suspected that he was just trying to weasel additional benefit for the academy, as I have never ever seen a bathroom that had a room within that was built entirely out of wood, which he called a sauna. Who does he think he's tricking? Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 21st day of the 2nd month, Trade Union Calendar weather, sunny. The young master had another vegetable-only meal yesterday, but he didn't make as much of a racket like he did yesterday. Instructor Locke came over again today afternoon. As usual, he had somebody bathe the young master before taking his pulse and cleaned up the room like he did yesterday. He also instructed me to go buy more vegetables this time around, during which I secretly sneaked in a few tomatoes inside the pile. I believe the master would be happy with that. The bathroom design that Instructor Locke brought to me yesterday is estimated to cost more than 100 gold coins to be built. After I showed it to the master at the mansion, he instantly approved of it and sent people to the academy to work on it right away. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 22nd day of the 2nd month, Trade Union Calendar weather, sunny. The young master had eaten nothing but carrots yesterday. It seems that I have bought a little too much of that last time around. After bathing the young master and taking his pulse, Instructor Locke gave me a list of medicines that he wanted me to purchase for the young master. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 23rd day of the 2nd month, Trade Union Calendar weather, cloudy. The young master only had celery to eat yesterday night as the carrots had already run out. Instructor Locke had a few other assistants hold on to the young master and forced him to drink a medicinal liquid from a test tube. It must have been really bitter as the young master looked like he was about to cry. It didn't take long for the young master to start experiencing diarrhea. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 31st day of the second month, trade union calendar weather, sunny. The young master had slept rather soundly without snoring or sleep talking throughout the whole night. For the past few days, the young master has been fed a laxative medicine. Though, the frequency at which the young master had to go to the lavatory had decreased gradually. He also looked far more energetic than before, unlike the past few days when his face was pale from releasing all that waste from his body. In the afternoon, the young master had his body weighed and the result was he had lost up to 8.5 kilograms within only just a few days. It seems that the young master really did have some hope losing weight after all. However, Instructor Locke remarked that the young master would have to lose at least 85 more kilograms to be at normal body weight. Will that really be possible? It's really hard to imagine the young master having the same body weight as me at about 80 kilograms approximately. This time, the instructor gave me another list of medicines to be purchased while mentioning that the young master no longer had to take the laxatives. Now that the young master had expelled all the waste he could from his body, Instructor Locke said that he could start doing physical training from tomorrow onwards and take a whole new type of medicine as a supplement. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 32nd day of the second month, trade union calendar weather, sunny. The young master had a good night's sleep the night before. Instructor Locke came over early in the morning and had the young master run 3 laps around the field. Initially, the young master refused. But the instructor took out 2 buns about the size of fists and said that if the young master would run the laps, he would be allowed to eat the buns. Having eaten nothing but raw vegetables for the past few days, the young master instantly lost it and leaped towards the instructor in an attempt to take the buns for himself but was struck down to the floor as a result. Instructor Locke then said that he would toss the buns into the lavatory if the young master didn't run and let him eat vegetables for another week. For this crudely baked black bread, the young master ran around the field 3 times and collapsed in the middle of the last lap and had to climb the rest of the way to the finish line. Instructor Locke had a few assistants hold the young master up and walk half a round on the field for him to catch his breath before allowing him to come back to us. I was literally at the brink of tears when I saw the scene of the young master stuffing the bread into his mouth. From today onwards, the young master's menu had changed. In the morning, he was fed a bowl of porridge with 2 pieces of bread. For lunch and dinner, he only had raw vegetables. Additionally, the young master started working out every day. During the morning and the night, he had to run around the field for 3 laps as usual while he did other exercises in the afternoon. After every training session, the young master had to drink a large bowl of salt water to replenish the salt content in his body. Every night before sleep, he will have to consume another serving of a special medicine. During today afternoon, the young master refused to exercise because the instructor had wanted him to jump like a rabbit and push up from the ground. Without hesitation, Instructor Locke took out a cane and sent a lash towards the young master. A loud sound rang out as the cane stroked the young master's back, leaving behind a red mark on his skin. The young master had never been beaten all his life. I wanted to go stop him, only to be severely warned by the assistant instructors beside me that this would be indirect violation of the agreement the master had signed. I didn't dare to bear the responsibility for voiding agreement and could only witness the young master suffer the lashings until the training was completed. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 33rd day of the second month, trade union calendar weather, sunny. Having been caned all day the day before, the young master groaned for the whole night as he tried to sleep. Even though Instructor Locke had someone apply some medicine onto his wounds, he didn't sleep well and was even dragged out of bed for training today. The good news, on the other hand, was that the bath has just been completed not long ago. After having his daily dose of medicine, the young master was brought into the sauna and I was allowed to follow them inside. The sauna was a small wooden hut with a cauldron of cobblestones that were heated up and then sprinkled with water for the steam to evaporate. The room quickly filled with steam the moment the water was splashed onto the hot cobblestones and I found it a little difficult to breathe due to the sudden influx of hot air. Everyone had to strip naked before entering the sauna. Instructor Locke had a magnificent physique while nothing but fatty meat could be seen on the young master's body. Having been put in charge of putting the heated cobblestones into the cauldron and sprinkling water over it, I was sweating all over. The young master on the other hand sat at a corner unmoving as glistening oily sweat oozed out of the pores of his skin. After about 20 minutes, the young master lost consciousness. Instructor Locke said that it wasn't anything to worry about and that he would slowly wake up upon being brought to somewhere with normal air circulation. The young master woke up after being sprinkled with some cold water. He was bathed and put to sleep soon after. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, first day of the third month, trade union calendar weather, sunny. Yesterday, the young master had yet another night of sound slumber. These few days, he has been training under the threat of the cane from Instructor Locke the whole time whenever he tries to slack off. Before going to sleep, he goes to the sauna every night. These days the young master seems much more revigorated than before, his strength has increased and he no longer starts gasping for breath after walking a few steps. When I was at the sauna with him just now at night, the young master suddenly grabbed on my hand and to my surprise, it hurt. The young master said that he wanted to eat meat so much that he's going to go crazy over it and wanted me to sneak some smoked meat for him. But I don't dare do such a thing as Instructor Locke, who was standing behind the young master unnoticed by him, was glaring at me with a savage gaze in an attempt to warn me. Instructor Locke wasn't present this afternoon for the training as he had to prepare for the duels tomorrow. I really don't understand what kind of person would attempt this kind of crazy feat and take on all the silver-ranked instructors from 27 different academies. I've heard that they number up to 1,600 or more people and I don't believe that a sole iron-ranked instructor like Locke can defeat all of them without losing. A tavern near the academy called Sword and Beauty has a betting pool for the duels that are to come. I shall go bet 1 gold coin on Instructor Locke's loss as I've heard that the payout for 1 small silver is 1 gold coin. If I win, I'll instantly gain 100 gold fords. I really hope that Instructor Locke would lose tomorrow. The second day of the third month finally arrived and the weather on that day was clear and bright. Lorist walked casually in the academy as if he didn't mind the oncoming duels one bit. He has already received the list of challengers a day before for the inter-academy duels. The open matches would start on the third day of the third month, which was tomorrow. However, he did not have a list of competitors for that as Charade had forgotten to give him one, or maybe he didn't, as he believed that Lorist would defeat all of the challengers without exception anyway. On the other hand, Charade has provided Els with the list of all the challengers, both the instructors and non-instructors, with excruciating detail so that Els would spread rumors about the challengers' abilities to easily defeat Lorist. It can't be helped, if we don't do that, we won't be able to attract any customers for the betting pool. We must give the bettors information as detailed as possible to make them think that the challengers have a chance against Lorist, said Charade as he shrugged his shoulders. Lorist didn't really want to bother with the name lists anyway. The instructors today were from the Hori Stock Academy that was ranked at the 21st place and didn't have any famous silver-ranked instructors among their ranks, resulting in Lorist feeling no enthusiasm whatsoever for the duels to come. The members of the Enforcement Division as well as the elites of the Swordsmanship Society could be seen receiving instructions from the fatty nearby. Seeing Lorist, who was looking around aimlessly, Charade said, "Don't walk away just yet, there's a good show that you should see." Without much delay, the show that Charade had predicted was slowly unraveling. A group of people dressed in black entered from the academy entrance with the silver-ranked instructors who were wearing the instructor badge of the Hori Stock Academy leading the other non-challengers from other academies who were here to witness the duels into the premises. Academy head Levins, who was holding his walking stick, was standing by the training hall which had just been completed recently after a month of rushed renovations. With a wide smile, he received the academy heads and brought them to the dueling hall, but he didn't let the other people following behind enter. "Rotten old man, what is the meaning of this?" asked the head of the St. Marceau Academy with a grim expression. Academy head Levins was struck by a rather serious disease that had left his legs only partly functional for the rest of his life. Smiling, Levins said calmly, "Old bastard, the Hori Stock Academy is here to participate in the duels. Given that you academy heads have come to witness the spectacle, it's only natural for me to receive you. The rest who were left outside can enter from the other door if they want to." As he said that, Levins pointed towards the other direction where a large sign could be seen hanging with the words, "Ticket Counter," on it. It seemed that the audience had to pay a fee to be able to view the oncoming duels. "The price isn't expensive, only 1 small silver per person," said the academy head. "Rotten old man, you've really been blinded by money to the point where you wouldn't even let some small change like this go uncollected. Can't you be more generous in your ways? I'll pay for the tickets of the audience today, Just tell me how much I need to pay in total, said the Weston Academy head magnanimously as he took out an intricate pouch and tossed it towards a silver-ranked instructor from the St. Marceau Academy. The Weston Academy head is so generous. Thank you, Academy head. Such cries and cheers could be heard coming from the audience. Pretending not to see the Weston Academy head's gleeful expression, he stretched out his hands and motioned towards the inside of the halls and said, "Over here, my fellow guests." The newly renovated training hall had changed a lot after the process. In the center of the hall was a 7m×5m elevated platform with up to 8 terraces of audience seats surrounding it which could seat up to 2,000 people. Lazily standing on the dueling platform, Laurist looked casually at the uniform-clad Dawn Academy schoolgirls who were walking around the audience seats and saying in a clear voice, "Get your betting tickets here. Is there anyone who wants to make a bet? The payout for Instructor Locke's victory is 1 small silver for every large silver and the payout for his loss is 1 large silver for every small silver." The Weston Academy and the Hoary Stock Academy heads were infuriated at the scene on the seats. "Rotten old men, what's the meaning of this?" Academy head Levins merely said, "What's so weird about a few girls working so hard to run a betting pool to earn some cash for a living? Maybe they're just very confident in Instructor Locke's abilities and set the betting payouts to be so skewed. If you two are unhappy with that, why not buy some tickets for your victory and teach them a lesson? Only an idiot would believe that you wasn't involved in it." The 2 Academy heads glared at Levins furiously. The Weston Academy head said, "I have more than 10 gold fords in this pouch and I bet on the victory of the Hoary Stock Academy. I'll make sure you go bankrupt from the payout." The Hoary Stock Academy had also said to the instructors and students of his academy, "Everyone, put some money in the pool and bet on our victory. It isn't like that iron-ranked kid on the platform there has 3 heads or 6 arms, I doubt that not even 1 out of the 20 silver-ranked instructors can take care of him. With enough people, no matter how strong he is, he'll definitely tire out near the end." The female students accepted the bets without hesitation even though almost nobody bet for Laurist's victory aside from a few other Dawn Academy students. The Hoary Stock Academy head held a handful of betting tickets and whispered to the Weston Academy head, "Even though Instructor Werbas is only a 2-star silver, his swordsmanship is not something to be underestimated. I'm sending him out first to test out that kid Locke's abilities. Even if his swordsmanship is superb, there's no doubt that he'd fall after several tiring matches. Look, Instructor Werbas is already on the platform. With his rich experience and 17 wins out of all 18 duels he has had." "Huh." Charade quickly walked up the dueling platform and announced after examining Werbas, who was lying flat on the ground, "The challenger was knocked out from blunt force trauma to the chin and is unable to continue battling. Next one." Within half an hour, all 20 of the Hoary Stock Academy instructors had been wholly defeated by Laurist, who still had the energy to yawn lazily on the stage. The beauties who were running the betting pool as well as the patrolling enforcement division members, who held their swords up high, let out cheers of joy and chanted, "Instructor Locke, silver undefeated," over and over again. The Weston Academy head was stunned speechless and ruthlessly tore up all the betting tickets that he had bought. Without even saying his farewells to Academy head Levins, he turned towards the exit and left right away. The people from the other academies who came to cheer for the Hoary Stock instructors left disappointed as well. The Hoary Stock Academy head's expression was dark as the dirt on the ground. He didn't even notice the tickets falling out from his grip. How could it be? The instructors from my academy were mostly defeated within 1 exchange. Even the best only lasted 3 bouts. Laurist called Charade over and said, "How many challengers are there for tomorrow?" 20, just like today, replied Charade. Laurist said, "That's way too less. Next time, increase the amount to 50 a day. It's better if I can settle this sooner." Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 2nd day of the 3rd month, Trade Union Calendar weather, sunny. I lost a gold coin in the betting pool today. Who would have expected that all the 20 silver-ranked instructors sent by the Hoary Stock Academy to be so useless and got defeated by Instructor Locke? However, I believe it will be different tomorrow, as the duels are open to all the famous combatants who are not representing any academy. They should be too much for an instructor who always spends his time in the academy teaching without much combat experience. It's fortunate that the payout for the betting pool still stayed the same. It seems that I still have a chance to get the gold coin that I lost back. The young master was in pretty good shape today as well. He bathed and went to sleep after training as usual. Chapter 34 Dueling Period. Seeing the silver-ranked mercenary rush at him with a sword, Lorist instantly visualized more than 10 ways to defeat the opponent, but he wasn't allowed to use any one those. That was because Charade said this to him the day before. "Oh Lord Locke, why don't you just let me call you that? You should always give them a fighting chance. Don't just take them out in an instant, alright? At least pretend to fend away a few of their strikes and maybe even try for a close victory and make people think that you were just on the edge of losing and merely lucked out. This way, people will continue to bet against you. Otherwise, everyone will no longer bet on your loss and the betting operation Els is running would no longer earn as much. Surely you understand that much." "Fine, I'll just dance around and act out the fight the whole time. Though, I can't say I'm pretty good at it. This silver-ranked mercenary may be pretty ferocious, but he has lots of openings to strike at," thought Lorist as he tried to match the opponent's ragged movements and try to dodge in a manner that seemed difficult for him. This really is too hard. The 7 years he served in the military in his previous life had left too deep an impression on Lorist. He had been enlisted as an assault trooper and not a support troop, so he had witnessed all kinds of blood, violence, and death that was not too uncommon on the battlefield. While the world as a whole was relatively peaceful during those 7 years in his life, shootouts were still a common occurrence during anti-terrorism or drug-busting operations. In those bloody fights, a single bullet would equal death to the soldiers, and taking the least effort to eliminate the enemy was the most efficient and best way to protect oneself and one's comrades on the battlefield. They even had to make sure their enemies were not playing dead by shooting the corpse of the enemy in the head. That was why Lorist was finding it so hard to purposely not take the finishing move and end the duel there and then. However, to the audience witnessing the battle from the seats, it seemed like the silver-ranked mercenary was slowly pushing Lorist into a corner as Lorist flailed around desperately trying to parry blow after blow. It really was rather rare for an opponent to not be instantly taken out by Lorist. Perhaps Instructor Locke is weak against rapid attackers, thought some of the people in the audience as they quickly made a mental note of this perceived weakness and determined to verify this fact in the future duels. At that moment, the mercenary had exposed his chin and Lorist really couldn't resist it anymore. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground in front of him as his left foot instantly kept up and made a big step forward in a swift and agile manner, much like that of a fish swimming in water. Within but a moment, Lorist appeared before the mercenary and swung the sword in his right arm and lightly grazed the chin of the opponent. The silver-ranked mercenary reacted as if he had been struck by lightning and took a few unstable steps forward before falling flat on his face entirely. Charade rushed up to the platform and checked the condition of the defeated mercenary before announcing, "The contestant has passed out from an injury to his chin. The next contender, please prepare for your turn on the stage." After signaling for the medical team to take the mercenary away, Charade said to Lorist in a low voice, "That was great, just keep this up for the rest of the battles and let the audience think that the challengers have some hope in winning. However, please pay attention to not always hit their chins to end the duel so that they won't discover that you're holding back. With 20 challengers in a day and each taking up about 5 minutes, it all totals up to 1 hour and 40 minutes. Add in another rough 20 minutes for things like announcements and medical checks, the duels would take around 2 hours per day. That should be enough for the audience to feel fulfilled from paying the ticket price of 1 small silver." Sigh. It seemed that Lorist still had to continue putting up an act for quite a while. When the first dueling day with the Hori Stock Academy ended, Lorist had asked Charade to increase the number of challengers per day from 20 to 50 so that he would be able to settle the duels within half the amount of time. However, it was rejected as the revenue generated from the tickets and other miscellaneous sales during each open dueling day easily reached 40 gold fords and more. That prompted the finances department of the academy to make sure that duels during those days were dragged on for as long as possible and shoot down Lorist's request without even considering it. As expected, the next few challengers all employed the same tactic of attacking rapidly. However, with his dynamic vision ability, the sword strikes which seemed swift as the wind, clustered as rain and powerful as lightning could all clearly be identified by Lorist down to every single detail. If the duels were life and death battles, Lorist could break the momentum of the enemy with only one stroke and pierce their hearts instantly. Though, he had no choice but to hold back during these duels. Many of the challengers attempted to use their superiority as silver ranks to try to trump Lorist, who was only an iron-ranked fighter, and attempted to break Lorist's sword with the blade glows emanating from their weapons to render Lorist helpless. No matter how tough Lorist's sword was, with his battle force at the iron rank, he wasn't able to manifest a blade glow to counteract that of the challengers and his sword would break within a few exchanges. But Lorist wasn't going to go along with their intentions either. Every time he crossed weapons with his opponent, Lorist aimed for the crossguards of the swords and cleverly put his blade out of the way of the blade glows, much to his opponent's annoyance. The audience started gasping in anxiety as they witnessed Lorist win by a hair's breadth against one opponent after another. Most of those victories seemed to have been a result of Lorist taking advantage of the challenger's mistakes. Had they been more careful and lucky, it would be hard to say who would take the victory for each match. The audience seemed convinced that Lorist's weakness was indeed a crazed flurry of attacks. That was until a 1-star silver mercenary started taking Lorist on with the standard rapid attack tactic. Sheesh, your battle force is of the earth attribute, which makes you more suited for using a sword and a shield in battle, as a semi-aggressive guardian. How in the world did you think you would win with rapid attacks while hiding behind your shield? Can you even see where I'm standing at? Lorist merely took a few steps forward, sidestepped, and gave a low sweep to his opponent with his leg, tripping the whole guy over. Lorist then proceeded to step on the fellow and tapped his shoulder with his sword twice. Hearing the laughter coming from the audience, the silver-ranked mercenary's face reddened as he picked up his equipment and dashed for the exit. Clang, clang, clang. Sharp resounding sounds of metal clashing rang out from within the hall. It was currently the final duel scheduled for today, and the opponent was a 3-star silver mercenary who looked in his 40s. The main difference between him and the rest of Lorist's previous challengers was how he didn't bother to rain attacks on Lorist and instead took on a defensive stance while awaiting Lorist's move. This was the most impressive challenger up to date, as he had managed to perfectly hold his defenses against 3 of Lorist's aggressive assaults. With his curiosity piqued, Lorist circled around the defending challenger and started to observe him carefully. The middle-aged man had an unfazed expression and calm and cool breathing. With one leg in front and the other behind, he seemed pretty relaxed and unconcerned. Every time Lorist made a dash to his side, he merely swiped his front leg to point it in Lorist's direction, not once exposing his back to him. This person was a real expert who had the potential to break through to the gold rank in the near future and must have experienced his own fair share of life and death battles given his calm and reactive disposition and the solid swordplay that he has displayed. During the last 3 bouts of savage attacks by Lorist, there were quite a number of strikes that would have been lethal to that mercenary, but all of them were successfully deflected by him by relying on his great reflexes. It was as Lorist had said before, this person has mastered all the 8 basic moves of swordsmanship to the point when every move was as natural as breathing, which allowed him to emerge unscathed from the flurry of strikes. Standing there, Lorist said respectfully to that middle-aged mercenary, "Nice to meet you, I'm Norton Lorist. It is an honor to be able to face you in this duel." It was the first time Lorist had introduced himself on the stage, as this middle-aged mercenary was definitely worth this respect. No matter who it was, as long as one managed to practice the 8 basic swordsmanship moves to this level, one would deserve this kind of respect. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised as a warm light flashed past his eyes. He slightly nodded his head and replied, "My name is Grey Potterfong. It's my pleasure to be able to fight you as well." Lorist waved the sword in his hand and said, "Please watch out, I'm about to attack." This time, Lorist didn't simply unleash all his force like he did the past 3 times, but rather approached Potterfong gradually and planned to use a steady and firm approach against him. From his dynamic vision, he could see that almost all of the middle-aged man's moves had a small window of opportunity that he could exploit. As long as he suddenly changed his move mid-trajectory, there was a chance that the middle-aged man wouldn't be able to respond in time and create the decisive opening for Lorist's victory. The experienced mercenary Grey Potterfong was retreating step by step and neutralized Lorist's blows one after another without leaving much of an opening. It was then when Lorist's move suddenly changed from a round of quick attacks to a leap towards him in an attempt to launch a close-quarters move. Potterfang's expression changed instantly as he let out a low groan, expanded the blade glow from his sword and quickly slashed downwards. Lorist's forward movement didn't slow down at all as the sword in his right hand came up and parried the downward-moving sword. The middle-aged man quickly tried to move a few steps back only to hear a sound of a blade unsheathing. A light flashed out before his eyes and a short blade could be seen dangerously pressed on the side of his neck. It appeared that Lorist had pulled his sidearm, an action that was far beyond the mercenary's expectations. Potterfang's body froze as he placed the long sword in his hand down before saying, "It's my loss. I've forgotten about that other blade you were carrying on your hip." Lorist kept the short blade and said, "You're pretty skilled. Nobody else has managed to force me to draw my other blade until now." Nevertheless, a loss is still a loss, I have no excuses, replied Potterfong with a bitter laugh. Thank you for showing mercy. I have indeed learned much from this duel. I'll be taking my leave now. Potterfong turned around and left the dueling platform right away as the audience let out jeers and sighs and tore their betting tickets to pieces. This has been a common sight for the whole of the month. In actuality, had Lorist utilized the explosive power of the inch stage of the aquametal technique, he could have easily broken through the middle-aged mercenary's defenses, but it would be difficult for him to control the amount of power he used and might end up injure the mercenary badly. Given that he had already reached the dark stage, that kind of power was easily way beyond what a silver rank could handle. If he could, Loris didn't want to hurt his opponent too badly and just try to knock the opponent out. That was why he liked to go for his opponent's necks. Charade looked at Lorist's thoughtful expression, asked, "What's going on? Are you thinking of something?" Lorist replied, "That middle-aged mercenary just now was a true expert. If it were you or Els instead of me fighting here, I'm sure it wouldn't turn out good. He's far stronger than many of the silver-ranked instructors of our academy." Charade repelled, "You didn't have to tell me that. I could feel the tension when I was watching from the seats and was truly concerned about whether you have finally met the one who would defeat you. This match was really exciting. It's the first time I've seen someone who managed to hold out in so many moves against you. Well, I still think that I wouldn't lose either way, that much I'm confident in. I just dragged it on to make it seem more tense for the audience. The 20 duels today have really worn me out. I really shouldn't have listened to what you guys said about faking the duels," complained Lorist. "Come on, just shrug it off. It's all for the golden bright future, one, that awaits us. Please bear with it for our sakes, would you? Oh, today's the academy payday. You haven't collected your salary from the finance department yet, right? We're having a party at the Red Grace Inn tonight," said Charade. Thinking back at the day he covered for their bills, Lorist said in an annoyed tone, "Don't think that I'll pay for the bills this time. You even took so much food with you back home. You're really shameless, you know." 1. This actually a pun between money, Qian, and future, Qian 2. Golden bright future, Qian 2, reads the same as future, Qian 2, in Chinese. Chapter 35 President Peterson's Thanks. Lorist held a small, heavy pouch filled with 30 gold fords within it after returning from the finances department. He still has to go to the Swordsmanship Society next, as the acting vice chairman Terman has been pandering Lorist to sign the document to finally be able to distribute the bonuses for the members. The situation was the same with the instructor team of the Battle Force Awakening course as well. Lorist had 3 gold fords incoming as allowance for running the Swordsmanship Society and another 5 gold fords for running the Battle Force Awakening course. In total, his income for the month was 38 gold coins. He was very much satisfied with his current lifestyle, as he had made an interesting estimation of the price for the property and living cost in Moranti City. If 1 copper coin was equal to 1 Chinese yuan in his previous life, a small silver would be worth 20 yuan, a large silver would be worth 100, and a gold ford was equal to 2,000. The salary he got for the month would consequently amount to about 76,000 yuan in his previous life. Including the extra cash he earned from mercenary missions, his annual income would be worth no less than 1,000,000 Chinese yuan. "I'm kinda loaded now, ain't I?" thought Lorist as he thought about the fact that he was living the life of a millionaire. Lorist was the highest paid employee of the Dawn Academy, mainly due to his status as a dual gold-ranked instructor. It's no wonder Charlando cursed when he had heard about Lorist's salary, given the annual income of the inn only amounting to 200 gold coins, including the referral fee he collected from the private requests handled by the inn. Lorist, on the other hand, easily earned up to 360 gold coins a year. The assistant instructors in the academy only earned 1 gold coin per month and could be appointed as a probationary official instructor for 3 months if they showed good performance, elevating their salary up to 2 gold coins. After the probationary period, iron-ranked instructors earned a salary of 3 gold coins. If an instructor had silver-ranked Battle Force, he would have to serve as an iron-ranked instructor for 1 semester before he can officially take on the position of a silver-ranked instructor with 5 gold fords as his salary. There were several different pay grades among silver-ranked instructors as well. For the first 3 years of service, it was 5 gold coins. The next 3 years after that was 6 gold coins per month. When that period is over, the salary would rise to 7 gold coins for another 3 years. For any silver-ranked instructor that has served for more than 10 years, their salary would be fixed at 8 gold coins per month. The gold-ranked instructors on the other hand had their salaries decided based on their star rank. 1-star gold-ranked instructors earned 10 gold coins a month, 2-star gold-ranked instructors earned 15 gold coins, whereas 3-star gold-ranked instructors like Instructor Claude got 20 gold coins every month. If Instructor Claude manages to break through to the Blade Master level, his salary would be no less than 50 gold coins each month. When Lorist first obtained the Incator medal, he was eligible to receive the same treatment as gold-ranked instructors do. However, the finances department of the academy was very divided on the matter of the salary. Some said that he deserved to be paid as much as the 1-star gold-ranked instructors, while some others questioned whether he should receive his salary as an iron-ranked instructor on top of the benefits of having the Incator medal. In the end, the decision was passed on to Academy head Levins, and he decided that Lorist would be paid the salary equivalent to a 2-star gold instructors without any other benefits. It was at that moment when Lorist's income became 15 gold coins a month. After acquiring the Gold Battle Force Instructor badge, his salary doubled yet again. This was the main reason why Charade and Lorist's other friends loved to take advantage of him, as they were quite envious of the large salary he got. Every month after payday, they would find some sort of excuse to make him treat them to something. Charade had even said something like this before: "I have toiled so hard upon entering the enforcement division as a normal member to finally become the head of it for almost 10 years now, and my monthly salary is only a measly 12 gold coins, not even half of yours. If I don't at least get something at your expense, I would find it hard to sleep at night." Exiting the Swordsmanship Society building, Lorist came to the office of the instructor team of the Battle Force Awakening course. As the one put in charge to manage the distribution of the bonus allowance for the instruction team, Lorist was approached by Instructor Anfia to sign the relevant documents. After signing the distribution authorization documents, he signed under his own name in the list as well and collected his 5 gold coins. As he was just about to leave, he was called out to by Instructor Marlin. Instructor Marlin stretched his hand out and said, "Lend me some money, I'll return it tomorrow." "All right, how much do you need?" "As much as possible, all of it if you don't mind." "I'll definitely return it tomorrow," replied Instructor Marlin. "Huh." Lorist threw the whole pouch to Marlin and asked curiously, "Brother Marlin, what do you need the money for? And you say you're returning it tomorrow? Is there anything that urgent?" Instructor Anfia, who was standing nearby them, overheard and tried hard to suppress her laughter. He also asked some of us to lend him money and said that he would return it tomorrow. Every time he collects his salary, he has to pass it all to his wife, and he wouldn't be left with any to go get drinks. That's why he just came out with a way to save some personal cash for himself so that he won't have to worry about drinking anymore. How would he make that kind of money in just a day? Can he really get enough to let him drink away without any worries? "Even loan interests wouldn't get you that much," exclaimed Lorist, still unable to figure out what Instructor Marlin was planning. "Actually, that method has something to do with you," replied Anfia, smiling. "Huh? How so? Aren't you gonna go fight against the instructors of the 17th ranked Clearwater Academy tomorrow? Marlin plans to gather 100 gold coins to bet on your victory. Even though the payout rate is 1 small silver for 1 large silver, with 100 gold coins, he can easily get 20 more if he wins the bet. That would be enough for Marlin to drink as he wants for years," explained Instructor Anfia. Lorist looked at Instructor Marlin with a complicated expression. "That's the best idea you've managed to come up with. I believe that the academy head would go completely nuts over this. Brother Marlin, you're really pushing your luck here. Have you ever considered what would happen if I were to lose somehow? If you really want to drink, why don't I just treat you to some tonight at the Red Grace Inn?" Instructor Marlin laughed and replied, "If you lose, then I only have myself to blame. I'd rather take that risk and enjoy all the alcohol I can by myself. Additionally, if you were treating once or twice, I wouldn't mind. But even I wouldn't have the face to ask you to treat me to drinks every single day. What about the academy head? You're practically making the academy betting pool incur a huge loss at this rate. I'll do it nevertheless for the booze. Even so, a few other instructors and I can still say that we're supporting you as fellow instructors from the Battle Force Awakening course by placing a large bet on your victory. The academy can't do anything to us if that's the case. All right, since you've already decided on it, I wouldn't convince you otherwise. You guys better not sleep tonight to pray for my victory instead, said Lorist as he headed out of the door, before suddenly stopping again when he remembered something. Brother Marlin, I seem to remember that you were unfazed at President Peterson's offer of the 3,000 gold Ford reward. Can you tell me why? Oh, that was because I've seen things like this many times when I still served in the city garrison. Every time a certain group of soldiers was about to be sent out as cannon fodder, the commander would always shout that the first one ahead would get 100 gold coins to raise their morale. In time, I got used to it and no large sum of money can ever move me, explained Instructor Marlin nonchalantly. Ugh. Lorist was truly speechless at that. Lorist then went over to see how the young master of the Peterson family's training was going. The young master, training hard under the threat of the cane for more than 50 days, has successfully lost more than 35 kilograms of his body weight, but he still weighed around 150 kilograms. After giving the fatty's pulse a read, Lorist received the report from the cane-wielding instructor who said that the young master's training was progressing really successfully, apart from the fact that he desperately craved for meat to the point where he actually tried to bite some off from the instructor's hand himself. Had it not been for his quick battle force activation, he would have lost at least half a kilogram of muscle from his arm. After that, he gave the young master a stern beating and finally snapped him out of his crazed trance. No wonder the young master's so obedient when I tried to read his pulse. It's because he just got punished heavily, thought Lorist as he decided to once again revise the young master's meals. How about this, from tomorrow onwards, his breakfast will stay the same, at about half a kilogram of steamed chicken for him during lunch and some steamed fish for dinner. These new dishes should not contain a trace of oil in it. Just season it with some salt. However, double the intensity of his training from now on as well. He'll have enough energy for that given his increased servings. Seeing the young master doing sit-ups beside him like a flopping dead fish, Lorist felt that it was about time for him to leave for the Great Hall. Today was the day when the first 152 students in Group 1 of the Battle Force Awakening course awakened their battle force. As the head instructor, he was obligated to attend the event. He arrived at the Great Hall just in time. The 152 students were already gathered there and formed neat rows of people. Instructor Marlin invited Lorist to go on the podium to give a final debriefing to the students present. Standing on the stage, Lorist pointed towards the gigantic pentagram diagram and said, "All this time you have been taught to memorize this diagram firmly in your heart. This is the basic major circulation path that you will have to master. When you enter the meditation room later, relax your bodies, focus your attention and imagine the blood flowing through the circulation points listed in the diagram in your own bodies. Sooner or later, you'll start to feel some kind of energy manifesting in your bodies. That is the sign of a successful battle force awakening. Right now, just relax and don't feel anxious. None of you here will fail as you have all reached the peak condition in terms of your essence, vitality, and consciousness. 1. And I know that because I have personally read your pulses during the past 2 days and I feel really confident in all of you. That's why, relax, have more confidence and face your awakening with a tranquil smile." Lorist's speech incited a round of light laughter from the students. After that, one by one the students were guided to the nearby meditation room by the assistant instructors where they will reside for 1 to 2 hours before emerging with their battle force awakened. Actually, the awakening process of battle force itself wasn't that complicated apart from the fact that person with a body in bad condition couldn't feel the flow of internal energy no matter how much meditation is undertaken. After awakening their battle force, the students will be trained and familiarized with how to use it as the body adapts to the new circulation of energy in it until they reach the benchmark required of the 1-star bronze rank. After that, they will train individually like any other normal person and try to break through further ranks. Having checked out on the other groups as well, Lorist prepared to head home himself until he was stopped by Bill the butler who was running towards him hurriedly to inform him that President Peterson was at the academy and would like to meet up with him. Lorist was led by the butler who took a roundabout route and only answered his questions grumpily. He couldn't help but feel that something was off. What is going on? I know that Butler Bill has something against my methods in training the young master, which should look like pointless torturing to him, but he was still a loyal man who responsibility carried out anything he was tasked with and probably wouldn't let his personal feelings get in the way of his job. Little did Lorist know that Bill had lost more than 20 gold coins from betting against him. Had he not decided to stop betting altogether, he could have easily lost another 10. Having to meet the person that had caused him to lose more than 20 gold coins, it was no wonder that the butler behaved a little cold towards him. It was already quite an achievement for him to not lash out at Lorist there and then. Having been led into the small tree-filled area beside the school field, Loris discovered that President Peterson was hiding behind a tree and spying on his fat son who was exercising under the threat of the cane. Every time the cane snapped, the president would flinch for a bit as if he himself had been hit by it. Loris had a complicated expression on his face as he thought, "President, I can understand why you don't want your son seeing you here, but why have you dragged me, his instructor, here to spy on him as well? It really feels like we're up to something no good here." It appeared that President Peterson was pretty satisfied with his son's weight loss progress, which was quite evident to anyone who had observed the young master before he started. Seeing his son running and jumping around with so much vigor, the president couldn't be more delighted. When his son was at home, he was primarily known for his sloth, as he would rather sit or lie around rather than stand up and walk. Every step he took seemed so tiring for him to the point he would start panting after walking a short distance. Even though the president wanted to be stricter on his son, his wife and mistresses couldn't bear to see the young master tire himself out and stopped him from doing so. This time, even though he wasn't too pleased to see his son being caned by the instructor in charge, it was still better than having him lying about at home not doing anything at all. Naturally, the president also brought up some opinions about how the cane was too thick or how it was used all too often. Loris merely smiled and explained that the cane was made so that it wouldn't leave any lasting injuries on the young master's body, and while it definitely hurt to be hit by it, it would only leave a slight bruise that would disappear after medicine has been applied after the training session. As for the caning frequency, that was entirely due to the fact that the young master would slack off whenever he could if he was not observed. If he was not supervised and punished the whole time, the training would never take effect at that rate. That's why the instructors can do nothing but steal their hearts and continue the caning. Loris let out a long sigh and said, it would be better for him to suffer now than later. We're not only helping the young master to lose weight. In fact, we're also instilling within him the proper outlook on life. When the young master returns home with his battle force awakened, he will not return to his life of debauchery and lazing around anymore. President Peterson gave those words some thought before saying, "Actually, I have another matter when I decided to come visit you today. It's about that sauna of yours that Bill told me about. I've been wanting to try it out since Bill said it was a rather refreshing and revigorating experience, and I've come over to do just that as well as check out on my son. Having seen his progress, I really have to thank you for your efforts. I believe that you will successfully complete this task I have left to you." Loris nodded in agreement as well. The dual performances throughout the morning had left him sweating all over and itching for a bath. Having spoken a little rudely when commenting on the methods he used on the young master, he quickly offered, "Why don't you come experience the sauna for yourself right now? Do I have the pleasure to invite you to come with me?" President Peterson laughed out and said, "Of course you do." "Ah, this is truly pleasant," said the president as he sat on the wooden seats with his whole body filled with sweat and a small towel covering his lower body. As Loris sprinkled even more water on the red-hot cobblestones in the cauldron, a rush of steam instantly arose and made the surrounding air a little difficult to breathe in. After sweating it out in the sauna, go wash yourself once before entering again. Repeat this for 3 times and you'll instantly feel more refreshed. The sauna really has many benefits to one's health and skin, but one shouldn't stay in it for too long a time. 10 minutes each time would be ideal, explained Loris as his voice slightly echoed off from the walls of the compact sauna room. I think I'll have one built back at my home too. It would be a pretty good idea to host sauna parties once in a while where everyone will engage in naked communion, said the president as he came out with a rather fancy idea. That wouldn't be wise as you'll never know if any of your guests have any kind of contagious disease. It's best if the family sauna is not be open to anyone else. If you really want to have sauna parties, it's better if you start a high-class sauna facility where you can also provide services like massages or other sorts of body care. It should be a pretty good business, said Loris. That's actually a revolutionary concept. Why didn't I think of it myself, said the president as he stood up in excitement with his eyes gleaming. Before he boarded his carriage, President Peterson took out 3 palm-sized pieces of parchment and put them into Loris' hand and said, "The first one is to thank you for coming out with a few great ideas for several businesses. I'll feel bad if I capitalize on those without somehow reimbursing you, so this represents my sincere thanks for you. The second one is my appreciation for the whole of the instructor team. The third one is for you personally for taking care of my son's training. I'll be leaving him entirely up to you." The 3 pieces of parchment were gold coin tickets which was valued at 100 gold coins each. As long as it was brought to the shrine of the goddess of wealth, Zijin, Lorist would be able to exchange them for 300 gold fords. As expected of the men in charge of the Peterson Group, one of the largest merchant groups in the trade union. He was indeed generous with his rewards. Lorist bowed down his head to say his thanks. Thank you, President. Please rest assured, we'll definitely handle the matter of your son perfectly. 1. This is a reference to the practice of traditional Chinese medicine where the three treasures are known as Jing, Qi, and Shen. Chapter 36 Attendant and Carriage. It was nighttime and the Red Grace Inn was merry as usual. Instructor Marlin, having drunk a little too much, was telling Charade all about the plan for him to make tons of gold coins. The fatty's eyes instantly gleamed as he gave Marlin another jug of ale to shut him up, after which he dragged Yuri and Terman to a corner and started whispering away. Just as Lorist pushed open the door and greeted Charlando, who was manning the counter, he sat beside Instructor Marlin. Having spent the afternoon with President Peterson in the sauna, he felt a little worn out and decided to take a nap in his room, only to wake up when the sky was already dark and rushed over right away. Instructor Marlin looked at Lorist with his drunken eyes and said, "Brother Locke. Yo, you're late. Here, have a cup of booze." "Brother Marlin, how much did you drink?" "You're totally wasted. It's over. I'll definitely be nagged at by his wife when I send him back." Loris tried to dismiss that thought and called the serving girl Molly over to take his order as he had yet to have dinner. As she took his order, Molly also complained to Lorist about how he hasn't been coming over to the inn to spend the night with her and asked if he would want to do just that tonight. Lorist was definitely moved after seeing Molly's splendid figure. It has been almost a month since he last had any nighttime action as he really has been too busy in the recent days. He wouldn't have come over to the inn either if it wasn't payday. He also recalled that Charlando and Louise would be getting married within a month and he still hasn't prepared a gift for them yet. However, looking at how wasted Instructor Marlin was, Lorist turned down Molly's offer. "I'm sorry, Molly. I've really been too busy recently. I have to send this guy over here back to his home later so I wouldn't be able to stay the night. Maybe in another few days." Molly humphed with a tone of dissatisfaction. "Just you wait," said Molly coldly, before she turned and left. Even so, Molly didn't forget her place as a serving girl and quickly sent the food Lorist had ordered to him. After getting a few bites, Charade sat in front of Lorist and swiped a piece of roast goose from his plate and started chewing away. "Soul, did you wash your hands?" "Don't dirty my food like that," scolded Lorist. "If you're not going to finish it, let me help," said Yuri as he came over. He was even worse and took the whole plate of roast goose away from Lorist. "I bet you guys are just here to make me pay for you again. I'm telling you beforehand that all of you aside from Marlin will have to settle your own bills." "That's no issue," said the fatty as he spit out the bones of the goose before waving at the serving girls and pointing at Instructor Marlin, who was lying flat on the table. "Brother Marlin here still wants 1, 2, 3, 6 more cups of blackcurrant fruit wine and another 2 barrels of blackcurrant ale. Oh, and let Chef McDuffin make him a few more delicious dishes to go with all the alcohol." Upon hearing his name mentioned, Instructor Marlin, who was lying flat on the table, raised his cup and said, "All right, let's drink," before falling flat onto the surface once again. "Soul, I never knew that would work." "It's your win, fatty," said Lorist with his mouth agape with the half-chewed food nearly falling out. "Yeah." Having successfully taken advantage of Lorist once again, Charade, Yuri and gang clapped their hands in celebration. In the midst of all the merrymaking, a person suddenly rushed over in front of Lorist and kneeled down. Very much stunned at this sight, Lorist asked, "What's going on?" That person said loudly, "I want to be your disciple. Please let me learn the way of the sword from you." Charade and gang were totally flabbergasted. What was this situation about? "Having seen all your battles within the past month, I really want to learn swordsmanship from you. Before, it was totally my fault for saying that you didn't qualify to teach me for just being an iron rank. I am deeply sorry for that. Brother Locke, that is the kid I was talking about. He's regretting his decision terribly right now," said Els, who suddenly appeared beside Lorist and swiped a bottle of fruit wine from one of the serving girls' trays. "Get us another bottle." "I'm not paying for that, all right," clarified Lorist. It was troublesome enough for Charade to have managed to order 6 more bottles of fruit wine which cost 1 large silver each under the name of Marlin. "He's just joking." Put the bill on his tab, said Els to the serving girl before patting Lorist on the shoulder as he pointed at the kneeling youth. Sit down, old friend. Let's first talk about whether you will accept him as your student. Sigh, I really can't do anything about the bills, Lorist thought, before turning his attention to the youth on the ground. Els was right about him having a rather nice physique. He's only 16 and yet he looks so well built and tall. I would have thought that he was 20 if I wasn't told of his age beforehand. Blonde hair, straight nose, and clear eyes, he actually looks pretty decent. At this moment, the youth on the ground had a perplexed expression as he clenched his lips and awaited Lorist's decision. What's your name? Asked Lorist. I'm called Reedy Gazizadorf, said the youth nervously. Then I'll call you Reedy. Reedy, having watched my battles, then you should know that I'm both a swordsmanship and battle force instructor at the Dawn Academy. As long as you enroll over there, I'll naturally be able to teach you swordsmanship without you having to kneel here like that. Also, I'm only 8 years older than you, you know. I don't plan on accepting a personal disciple just yet. I think it's better if you attend an elementary academy before applying to the Dawn Academy the next year, said Lorist. Reedy was disappointed at the response, but he remained kneeling. No, I don't want to attend school. All the people there laugh at me for being a country bumpkin and look down on me. I only want to learn swordsmanship from you. Having had vast economical development over the last 20 years of peace, Moranti City has become one of the most advanced merchant cities on the Grindia continent. Gradually, its citizens began to develop arrogance and pride for being born in the city. Just like how people in Lorist's past life would look down on foreign laborers, many citizens of Moranti City would berate outsiders for being country bumpkins and assume that all of them fit under the stereotype of thieves and robbers. It could be seen that the attitude of the trade union's people has become intolerant and materialistic. This kind of discrimination wasn't too uncommon at the Dawn Academy either, and it was usually the main cause for disputes between local and non-local students in the academy. Lorist was surprised at how Reedy has already experienced such a thing at an elementary academy. It's no wonder Els said he had beaten up all the students in the whole class in one of the academies he had attended before. Brother Locke, just take him it. He's just that stubborn and wouldn't get up if you don't accept him as a disciple. Well, it's not like you have to actually teach him. Just treat him as your personal attendant and give him pointers from time to time. Since you're still a person with a noble status, nobody would say anything if you had a retainer or two following you around, encouraged Els as he sipped the wine from the bottle in his hand. Lorist sometimes actually forgot that he came from a noble family. Even though he had been exiled from the family, he still bore the family name and had the right to use the Norton family insignia as proof of his noble status. If he were to mingle in high society, he would receive the treatment and service of a nobleman. It's just that Lorist had never paid much attention to matters such as these. Oh, Els sounded like he just remembered something. Didn't you just move into a new place? I've been thinking quite hard about what to give you as a housewarming gift. It so happens that a guy who owed me money went bankrupt and is auctioning his possessions away to pay back the debt. Jindaz already went and collected his horses and carriage as collateral. Since you don't have a carriage yourself, I thought that I'd give that to you since I won't be using it anyway. That's why I think you should accept Reedy, as he can help you take care of the carriage and the Xeno horses. Lorist gave a bitter laugh. Since Els is going out of his way just to make him take Reedy in, he said to the youth kneeling in front of him, Reedy, I'm sure you've heard what Els had just said. Would you be willing to be my attendant for now? If not, you had better get up, as I won't be taking in a disciple in the near future. Reedy instantly got up and said, Of course I'm willing. I'll make sure the horses and carriage receive the best of my care. I'll be bringing my stuff over now. Seeing Reedy run off to pack his belongings, Els nodded and said, This fellow will make a good attendant given his hard-working attitude and abundant energy. He's also a pretty good coachman as well. I'll be leaving him in your care, Brother Locke. Charade looked at them with an expression of envy. Els, why did you gift Lorist a horse carriage but nothing to me? I was even your classmate at that time. Was our relationship that shallow? Hey, Brother Locke has given me a couple of great ideas for businesses that's worth thousands of gold coins. Jindaz said that if I didn't give him anything, I would lose all my face. As for you, what have you done for me other than taking advantage of me? You still dare to demand gifts? Dream on, said Els. Still not convinced, Charade said, I refuse to believe that Locke can come up with any ideas for a business that's worth that much. Els told the whole thing about repackaging and selling the Terrence donkey whip to the group since it wasn't that much of a secret to begin with and managed to convince Charade. Yuri nodded and said, this business really is quite profitable. When Els had heard about the idea from Lorist, he had someone sent to purchase all the Terrence donkey whips available from the Relic Islands right away. The shipment will be arriving in another month and the medicinal wine and glass bottles were all prepared. Without the power and connections Elsa's syndicate has, no normal businessman would be able to prepare all that within a short period of time. Charade said bitterly, this bastard really has a brain that's much more WTTY than most. Seeing Lorist about to finish his meal, Els placed the wine bottle back on the table and said, come, Brother Locke. Let's go check the carriage out. I've parked it in the back alley. The group then went as a group to go see the horse cart. Its design wasn't like that of the normal coaches that one could rent on the streets. It was a four-wheeled cart that boasted a complete dark brown-colored carriage which was suited for long-distance travel with 4 green glass windows that helped the interior of the carriage to gain some illumination during the day. The roof and back of the carriage was fitted with bronze racks on which luggage could be placed. At the front of it was a seat that could fit 2 coachmen. Els kicked on the cartwheel for a bit before he gleefully said, this wheel, axle, and bearing were all made in the Dwarven Kingdom from fairy steel and are incomparably tough and long-lasting. The metal bracket that's securing the carriage is also fitted with a large shock absorber that will minimize the shakiness of the ride. With this carriage, you will no longer have to worry about transportation or shelter when you go on mercenary missions in the future. Soul, who would use this kind of carriage to mercenary missions? Only nobles use carriages like this, Charade interjected. Ignoring Charade's comment, Els said to Lorist, come, let's check the interior out too. The carriage itself was fitted with 2 gray leather seats on the front and the back which faced each other. The back seat can also be folded downwards into a makeshift bed. Below the seats were 4 small drawers that could be used to store small items. The walls of the carriage were fitted with a light purple velvet cloth with 2 lamps on either side to help light up the interior at night. Els knocked on the walls and said, there's a thin steel plate within these walls and over here. Els pointed towards the roof and continued, above are 6 pieces of light metal plates that are fastened by a velvet string that can be released to cover the parts where there are windows and provide some temporary defense towards any potential threat from the outside. There is also a trapdoor which is hidden under the carpet. You can use it for an emergency escape if the situation is dire. Terman was full of praise for the carriage. The designer of the carriage has clearly considered most of the scenarios that one would encounter during long-distance travel and has outfitted it adequately with certain necessary precautions. It must have been a pretty expensive one. Charade looked at it full of envy. It should cost no less than 100 gold coins. Including the price of those 2 Xeno horses, I believe the actual price is even higher. Xeno horses were the most famous kind of mount on the Grindia continent which were quite well known for their endurance, making them suited for long-distance traveling even though their maximum speed was slightly slower than other kinds of horses. Yuri asked sheepishly, Els, how much did you say that bankrupt merchant owe you? Els scratched his head in thought and said, should be about 30 gold coins, if not 40. Ugh. Everybody was speechless. Loris didn't really mind whether the horses and carriage were taken by force since that was what the syndicates usually did anyway given their forceful management approach. Patting on the horse cart, he said satisfiedly, thanks, Els. I'll take care of it well. Seeing Reedy carrying a rucksack on his back as he came over, Loris called out to him and said, Reedy, put the stuff into the carriage and prepare the horses. Fatty, come with me to get Instructor Marlin. I need to send him back. Charade asked, will you be coming back to drink? Loris shook his head and said, nope, I won't be. I still have to duel tomorrow and it's getting rather late. Oh, and, are you leaving as well? Charade said, no, we'll be staying here for a bit more. The food still isn't served yet. Loris just remembered something and said, oh, I better go settle the bills lest you put your orders under my tab. Soul, you're so stingy, Locke. Didn't Els just gift you a horse cart worth 100 gold coins? Surely you wouldn't mind treating us something to commemorate that. No way, replied Lorist.